Hey, Kling Connection fam, it's Sean and Shayna, and guess what? We just landed in stunning St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands.
"30 minutes later."
This Caribbean gem is known for its crystal clear turquoise waters, breathtaking beaches, and vibrant island cultures. Stick around, because we're diving into the beautiful food, the beauty, and the adventures of St. Thomas. Let's go.
Kling Connection, you guys are gonna love this. So we finished up a nice breakfast at our Island View guest house. It was amazing. The chef is phenomenal. We jumped in the Jeep, took a little off-road touring of the island, and we landed here at Hull Beach. I can't explain to you. We just took the Jeep and off we went. The water here is like crystal clear. Follow me, come here. Now, if we were smart, we would have brought our bathing suits and our towels, but we didn't know we were going to land here. This water is like clearly to the bottom, straight. I mean, it doesn't get any more clear than this. So I think we might end up taking the Jeep back, getting our suits and towels, and making a day of this place, because I certainly could stay here for the day. Pack up a little picnic maybe, stop at the grocery store. I think that might be what we're gonna do. So we'll see. Maybe I can convince Sean to spend the beach day here. There's a little boat dock, or not boat dock, but a little boat skiff here that you can take the boats out here, and you can see people just have them out. They can go swim out to them and take them wherever they want, the little islands out there, and take it for a little spin. It's a perfect getup. I mean, just come out to shore, go out to the water. What's better than that? It's cool. These guys are going to go out scuba. You can see they have their equipment on, and they're getting all set up and using their safety precautions. That's neat. I wonder how far out they're going to go.
Hey, Kling Connection fam. Like Shayna said, we came to this beautiful beach called Hull Beach. But over the course of this video, we're going to be exploring some of the hidden gems, or maybe not so hidden gems, to make your trip in the U.S. Virgin Islands at St. Thomas memorable. We're here for a few days, so we're not spending an entire week, so we're going to try to tackle some of the biggest things that we can tackle and share with you guys some adventures. So if you're going to book your trip to here, you'll have an idea where to go, and we're also going to put links below to tell you who to book it through. Maybe Emily Smith with Dream Vacations, or one of our other affiliates. We'll leave those links below in the description, and we're going to explore and have a great time here in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Hey babes, I like driving this Jeep. Just make sure you're on the left side, because if you're on the right side, it's the wrong side. You're in the St. Thomas. The right side is the wrong side. So this is Main Street here on St. Thomas, and you can see that there's a lot of designer stores and stuff, but duty free, you know, so if you want to come down here and get your jewels and your diamonds and your art and your expensive things, you know, come by and pick up your duty free and take it home. Make sure you declare it in your customs, because apparently the US government will take stuff that you don't declare. We've heard some stories, so you want to do that, but you know, come and get your expensive things here at St. Thomas. We were driving through the main street. I talked about the jewels and the, you know, expensive things you can buy duty free, and we found this little flea market area, has a little shopping. We always have to find our magnet, so we're looking for our magnet. the perfect magnet. It has a sea turtle with shells and sea things inside. And we're gonna go see the sea turtles tomorrow when we go snorkeling. It's a big adventure tomorrow. You'll get to see it all live on Kling Connection. So anyway, there's our St. Thomas magnet for the refrigerator.
We're walking around this part of town here on the waterfront. First of all, this water is gorgeous. We're from Florida, as you guys all know if you follow the channel, and there's certain areas like Clearwater that are very nice, but this water is a very interesting turquoise blue. And in the back, you have a bunch of sailboats, and even further back on these little islands, you have people that have houses. I think people might live on these sailboats. I love sailboats. I'd love to learn how to sail. You know, maybe at this point in my life, I'll get involved with it. But we're gonna be walking around and checking out like the markets and stuff. There's so many cool things, and you know, people are afraid to come to some of these islands because they're afraid of the crime. So far, we haven't even really run into any type of crime. Yeah, we saw some homeless people, but no more than what we see in Tampa. And everybody's been cool. The police are out. The tourists are here. The islanders have all been nice. So we're gonna go around, check out some local history, check out some of the buildings, listen to loud motorcycles as I'm recording as they come past. We're gonna do all that fun stuff. So also, just to give you a heads up, we're gonna have Shayna a little bit more on the camera for this, because she's better looking than me on the camera. Let's face it, guys, you guys like to look at her a lot more than me. So let's go around, check out the downtown Main Street. Now, just like I said on Whole Beach, we were going to show you some interesting places if you only had a few days to come out to St. Thomas. And one of the places here is called Fort Christian. Now, after walking around the flea market and checking out Main Street, there, right down the road is Fort Christian. Now, this was built by the Dutch in the 1600s and remained pretty much active for a long time. Behind me is a U.S. Coast Guard base. So a little bit of interesting information is this was actually a Dutch colony, or sorry, Denmark. I take it back. Denmark was part of their colony until right around World War I when the U.S. took control of it in 1916. Here is some cool cannons. This is definitely old. I mean, you can see the old pitted steel that somebody did when they forged it, and it's got the bands around it that hold it together. And then all sorts of monuments and stuff like that are around here. So we're going to take a quick walk around Fort Christian and check it out. Now, the Virgin Islands is a U.S. territory now, and they do have representation in Congress, although they don't have voting rights. Here in this location, across the street from Fort Christian, is a legislative building for the U.S. Virgin Islands. Now, I'm not going to try to step in here because I don't know if we're allowed in here. I don't see any guards, but I don't want to take the risk of getting arrested by the Virgin Island Police Department or anybody else. And right next to it is the U.S. Coast Guard. But if you get a chance, we're checking out Fort Christian, and maybe they offer a tour here. We don't know, but this would be also a really cool location to check out. Here's the old fort, St. Christian, built in, I believe they said 1680, and it's had numerous uses through the years. Now, this is downtown. It's closed today, so we won't be able to get in, unfortunately, but it's hard to believe that this fort is older than the United States itself. Pretty cool. There's some definite modern improvements that you can see on the video, but it also has a really cool double door, and it looks like this stuff was built by Shell. It's really, really neat. Love to get in it, but unfortunately, this time we won't be able to. The water here is amazing, and if you know Shayna, everybody, she'll run right towards the water. She's a little bit more adventurous than me. I guess she's the yin to my yang. You know, I'm more the business guy. She's more the adventure girl. But she loves this water.
Standing here by the water, you can feel that cool breeze coming off. The sun is warm. You get to watch all the pelicans diving down for their fish. It's just so relaxing, and God, you could just stay here for hours and just watch the water, sailboats, catamarans coming in and out. I said to Sean, if I had a hammock or a little swing or something, I would say just call me tomorrow. It's our second night in St. Thomas, and we decided to go out to dinner, and we stopped here at Margaritaville. It's a beautiful late afternoon, and we're going to sit by the water here and have a bite to eat, and I can't wait. We're going to check out the scene here and enjoy the evening together.
Now, just like I told you earlier, we're going to try to show you some cool places. Now, Margaritavilles are all over the world. I've been to multiple of them, but everybody at the airport was telling us we had to come to this Margaritaville. We can see why. The water is great, and it's a nice cool breeze off the ocean. So let's figure out and visit another place that you should go to when you come to St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands, Margaritaville.
Have some coconut shrimp with some fresh mashed potatoes and vegetables, which looks so good. And there's some marmalade here to dip my coconut shrimp in, and I'm going to share some with Sean. And my belly is hungry. Being out in the sun makes you so hungry. And Sean, he got some jambalaya. Oh yeah. It's got some shrimp right on top. Yeah. He approves. He's just going in. Yes.
I'm hungry.
He is hungry.
Well, we just wrapped up at Margaritaville, and you know, it was pretty good. I mean, obviously it's a chain, so it's not island cooking, but it was a great view, great time. They have a little club next door. You can probably hear it behind me. We couldn't get into it because I guess you had to be a member. So we're going to wrap it up for today and start our next adventure. So if you're in the Virgin Islands, give Margaritaville a shot. It's a nice view. Staff is really courteous, and the food was very prompt.
Hey guys! So we're on day 3, and we're getting ready to go snorkeling, and we're going to see the sea turtles, and we can't wait. This is one of my favorite things to do, be around the water and be in the water and all about the water. So come join the Kling Connection as we go snorkeling with the sea turtles.
last day.
Hey, Kling Connection fam.
We're wrapping up here in St. Thomas, and we have loved every second of it.
Yep, we're going to be heading out in about a half hour, catching our plane back to Florida. And we kind of wanted to do a little recap on what went on and how we enjoyed our time here.
If you've never been to St. Thomas like we haven't, and this was our first time, try out everything you can. The food's delicious, the excursions are wonderful. We went snorkeling with the sea turtles. How awesome was it? It was so cool. We saw them coming up, taking their breaths, going back down. It's awesome. You guys should come and visit.
Yep, and the people here were amazing. Some things to be really cognizant about is it's not cheap, so be aware that when you come, you're going to spend a little bit of money and spend a little time waiting because things do move on island time. But other than that, it was a good deal, and we will eventually probably do an outtake video on what happened with us in our Jeep when we broke down, but we didn't get any of that on video. So anyway, we're going to be wrapping it up here and heading back to good old Florida and wrapping up this episode of the Kling Connection. If you like what you saw, make sure to like, share, and subscribe, and click that notification bell so you never miss another Kling Connection episode. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Rumble. We're also on TikTok, and I think that's it, right? Our website.
Yeah, we're on everything.
We're on everything. Odyssey. So like we saw, make sure to follow us and share the videos and everything else like that.
Yep. And we love you as much as you love us, so don't miss another episode.
And until next time, have fun storming the castle.
Bye, guys.
Bonus clip.
Hello, kamusta po sa inyong lahat? Please make sure to like, share, and subscribe po sa YouTube channel ng Kling Connection. Maraming salamat po!
Welcome to the Kling Connection Travel Talk podcast, where the world of travel comes to life through real conversations. Hosted by Sean Kling, each episode explores the highs and lows of life on the road, connecting with travelers, industry insiders, and digital nomads to uncover expert tips, budget hacks, and inspiring stories. Whether you're a weekend explorer, a full-time adventurer, or simply wanderlust curious, Sean brings first-hand advice, destination insights, and honest takes from those shaping the global travel scene. Join Sean Kling.
Hey, Kling Connection fam. Welcome to another episode of the Kling Connection podcast. Today we have an awesome guest, a very special guest that we had to beat the bushes for to finally get her on the show, and her name is Taylor Gill. Taylor Gill is a traveling nomad. She's been around the country, around the world, 31 different countries, all around the United States, and she has a great amount of stories to tell us, and we want to share her life and her stories with you. So without further ado, hey Taylor, welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks so much for having me on. Happy to be here.
Thanks for coming on. And we were talking a little bit about your life and the stuff that you've accomplished before the show today. So we have so much to get into over the course of the show, and I don't even know where we're going to start. I mean, just the stuff that you were telling me is wow. So the first thing is your brand is Traveling Taylor. Okay.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about Traveling Taylor. Who is Taylor Gill, Traveling Taylor?
Yeah. So I set off on my own nomad adventures in 2018 after studying abroad, interning abroad, working and studying abroad. I was an advisor for about 7 years, and I decided to take my own advice and just go and do it and explore the world. I was talking to my students every day, and it was like, don't be scared. It's going to be so much fun. Da, da, da. And I was like, I need to do that myself. And so I was turning 30, and that was the last year that I could get the working holiday visa for New Zealand. So that's actually how I got started. That was sort of my last hurrah, right? It was like, I do it now or I never do it. And so, yeah, I got the visa and I jetted off to New Zealand for a year. And I was like, if I like it, I'll keep going. And if I don't, I gave myself permission to go back home. And I loved it. I just kept traveling. So since 2018, I've been traveling the world. I had experienced quite a bit before that. Like I mentioned, I studied abroad and I was in Europe and going around to different countries, but travel has just always held my attention. It's just always been the thing I want to do. Even when I'm not traveling, I'm thinking about traveling. And so, yeah, that's kind of how Traveling Taylor got started. I thought I was going to be a blogger. realized I hated writing. So it's like, let me do some video content instead. And I kind of just kept going from there.
So growing up, a young child, teenager, did your family travel a lot, or was this just something that you always wanted to do? And then when you became an adult, it became more of a passion?
Yeah, we didn't travel much when I was younger. I grew up in Texas, so we would do a lot of road trips, as you do in a really large state. So we would go down to like Galveston. I had a lot of family in Houston, so we'd go down to Galveston and kind of hang out. And I played softball. So really all of our weekends were like spent on the ball field. So we didn't really have opportunities to go a lot of places. When I was 16, so my very first trip, my uncle was working for the US Embassy in London. And my grandma was like, we're going. The whole family, we're going. He's over there. We have someone to visit, right? And so I was 16 and I went to London, and then we did a little weekend trip to Paris. And that was my first international experience. And that's kind of what hooked me. And I was like, oh, the world is so much bigger than I realized. And there's so much history and culture. And I think I just immediately loved it. And so from then I was like determined to study abroad when I got to college, which I ended up doing my junior year. I went back to London and did a program there. And then that study abroad led to an internship in London as well. And so I was able to stay for 6 months. And it was that 6-month stint that I realized I wanted to spend more time overseas. Like I wanted to spend more time in one place. I didn't want my whole life just to be vacations, because that trip was so different from anything else I had done. You know, when you go to the place for a week or a weekend, you're really just consuming a lot. You're just trying to see the sights and eat the food and like do all these like more touristy things. But when I got to live in London, I was like, oh, I got to be more of a part of the city, a part of the fabric and the daily energy and, you know, just daily life in another place. And that was the second hook, right? So there was the first hook of going, there's a second hook of spending more time there. And then that kind of just continued to snowball. And I was like, how can I spend more time in places and not just be a tourist all the time?
Shane and I went to London last year on one of our videos. I don't know, it was one of our videos that actually took off that grew our channel. And I had always wanted to go to London at Christmas time. Because you always see so many pictures of it. It always looks so cool and stuff like that. So we went, and I'm not much of a drinker. I don't really drink much at all. But the pub culture there was amazing. So I had to have a pint in London. I think the last time I had a drink was in London.
Yeah.
And it was amazing. I just fell in love with the people in England. I fell in love with the history. I'm a history geek. I fell in love with the history and just so much to do there.
Yeah. Yeah. I still haven't done everything I want to do in London. And I added it up. Collectively, I've spent over a year, like just in London, and I still haven't done everything. And I was actually just there. I will say this, anyone who likes to go on like long hikes, but doesn't want it to be like, I don't know, too hard, I guess. In April, just a couple of months ago, I went and walked the Cotswolds Way. It's a 100-mile hike through the Cotswolds of England. So it's just right outside London, about an hour outside London, hour and a half. And it was wonderful. So I hiked like 10 miles a day. It's an end-to-end hike. So you're not camping, you're staying in like a little hotels. But it really felt like this like really traditional, thinking about history, felt like this really traditional pilgrimage, like Canterbury Tales style, where you're like hiking along, staying in the little inn above the pub at night. It was great. It was really wonderful. So I know there's lots of different like multi-day hikes out there, but that's the one I just did in England, and it was really, really wonderful.
So with your Cotswold videos, where can people find them? Do you have them online? If somebody's interested in your hikes in the Cotswold, where can they see that stuff?
Yeah, I documented the entire journey. TikTok is my main platform. So anyone who is on TikTok, you can find me at Traveling Taylor there. I also repurposed all that content to Instagram and YouTube. So if anyone's like, I'm not really on TikTok, I'm on these other platforms, I'm also there. I repurposed less of the videos. I kind of like picked only, the main ones to put on those other platforms. So if you really want to see like all the behind the scenes, all the vlogging, that's really more on TikTok, but I am also on YouTube and Instagram as well, all under Traveling Taylor.
So you spiked my interest.
Yeah.
You said you went to New Zealand.
Yeah.
Now that is where Shayna and I will be going to New Zealand. I am a huge Lord of the Rings dork. I even want to decorate the house as Lord of the Rings as Shayna reels me back in. New Zealand has become a hotspot for travelers, especially people that are outdoorsy because it's still very rural.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about it. I want to know. The fans want to know all about it. Well, what is New Zealand? What is it like? You're stealing my heart.
It is one of the most beautiful countries I've ever traveled to. And it's so hard to describe, but just the vibrancy of the greens and the blues, like the sky and then the rolling green hills, and then you have sheep just along the hills. Like everything is so much more vibrant and colorful there. So there's the North Island and the South Island. I found myself attracted more to the South Island. It's a lot more mountainy, a lot more like hiking and outdoors in that regard, whereas the North Island was a lot more, not forest, but like greenery and just like a little bit more lush with like trees and things. So I don't know. I found myself kind of hanging out on the South Island more so. I was actually house sitting. So that's a big way that I traveled for probably about 5 years. I did a lot of house sitting. So I was actually able to stay in places all over the country, which was really cool.
Oh, cool.
I was not a Lord of the Rings fan when I went. Like I knew of it, obviously, but like I don't even know that I'd watched the movies at that point. But I did go visit Hobbiton because I was like, obviously I'm in New Zealand, I have to go. And I've actually become a fan since then because I was like, it was so cool. Our tour guide was like super knowledgeable. My one tip for that is to go early in the morning, like try to do one of the early tours at like, if you're going to go to Hobbiton, because it's not as busy yet. And then also
it's really full.
It gets really busy. There's just like a lot of tours and things going on. So I was like one of the very first groups. So we kind of were able to walk around without a ton of other people like being in our photos and exploring the same things. Also, I got there early. And so they take you to like go to a car park and then they take a little van to like the beginning of the tour. Like you don't park right at the front. You take a little tour or like a little bus. And just seeing the like sunrise over it felt like you were in the movie. Like it literally looks like you're in the movie. The sunrise is over like the big fields and you're just like, this place is amazing. It's really, really gorgeous. But yeah, tons of hiking. There is, I did actually, one of my bucket list things I did in New Zealand was I swam with dolphins.
Oh, so really?
There is a little town called Kaikoura. And it's kind of the geography works, which I can't explain to you, but it's kind of like an inland area and there's just constant food for whales and dolphins. And so it's almost a year-round place where you can go whale watching and dolphin watching or swimming with dolphins as well. So that's another really good like spot to visit in New Zealand.
I never pictured New Zealand as a spot to go swimming with dolphins. I live in Florida. So there's dolphins all the time here.
Yeah.
But I just, I never pictured it as much of a diving place. Although I did go to high school with a guy that was a diving instructor in New Zealand. So I guess it makes sense, but I just never pictured that.
Yeah. I don't know that diving is like huge there, but there's just certain spots where you can really like catch some of those like sea animals. It's mainly, they don't even really have a lot of like mammals in New Zealand. It's a lot of birds. So if you're really into birds and bird watching, it's another really good spot.
No snakes in New Zealand, they said, right?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, but I did learn a lot about birds, which I didn't know. I knew nothing.
So I heard in New Zealand that you have to wear like a higher SPF for your skin because something with the ozone there. Did you hear that or experience that? Like, you should wear more suntan lotion or something?
Yeah, more so in Australia than in New Zealand. But yeah, like where it's located in the globe, there's like a hole in the ozone. And so you just have to wear a lot more like sun protection.
So you went to New Zealand, you were there for a year and you got to experience it. What is your biggest takeaway from New Zealand? Obviously the beauty and stuff, but like if you have one memorable moment from your time in New Zealand? What would that memorable moment be?
So there is a park, like a national park, and the name is escaping me at the moment. It'll come to me later, but it's part of the Dark Sky Reserve area, like on the South Island. And it was just so, I don't think I've ever seen that many stars in my life. Like, it was just so beautiful and so majestic. And it was like one of my favorite hikes that I did as well. And it is really remote. So it's like, it's not like a US national park, right? Where you like go in, there's like a line of cars and you pay your fee. And then it's just like the campgrounds and like everything. It's just like so overwhelming, which I love the US national parks. So don't get me wrong. But like, that was my only experience. And then I went to like a New Zealand national park, and it's just more, it took like a 2-hour drive to get there. And then there was just like nothing. And then there's not even really lights because it's part of the Dark Sky Reserve. So it felt more natural. Like I was like truly, truly in nature. And that was one of my favorite places. My mom came to visit me and I was like, we have to go here. I loved it so much. The other takeaway from New Zealand is that it's really far. And that sounds really obvious, but I actually felt really disconnected from like the rest of the world. Not in a negative way.
I've heard that before about New Zealand.
But after a year, like, because there were a lot of people I met that had like come over on the working holiday and stayed and like lived there, like they loved it. And people would ask me like, oh, are you going to like try and stay? And I was like, I don't think so. Like, it feels so far, which in some ways is really great. And in other ways, I was like, I think I'm ready to kind of rejoin the world a little bit more. But no, it was really beautiful. Everyone was really friendly as well. Kiwis are really nice.
So you spend this year in New Zealand, and then you board a plane, you leave New Zealand. Where do you go next? Where does Taylor go to after New Zealand?
Yeah, so to Australia, because it's the next closest country. Everything's really far down in the Pacific as well. I went to Australia for a couple of months, and then my dream had always been to tour Asia. And so I kind of just went up the coast. I went to Bali and Vietnam and Thailand and Korea. Those were the countries I ended up visiting.
Wow. So you spent a lot of time in the Pacific and the Asiatic or whatever they call it over there. Australia. Is it true that everything in Australia is trying to kill you or eat you? That's what everybody says.
Maybe. I was mainly in the cities, so I feel like it's a little different than if you like go out into like the country of Australia. I was house sitting again, so I was like in the suburbs of Australia, and it wasn't that scary. But yeah, I was in Sydney and Melbourne, and then I really want to go see the Great Barrier Reef, of course. And so I did a little weekend trip up there to the coast.
So when you're in Australia, what's the difference between Australia and New Zealand? I mean, I know that they can go back and forth with each other. It's kind of like the US and Canada type of thing where they can go back and forth. What do you take away from Australia versus New Zealand and vice versa?
I feel like I'm going to make some people mad by saying this. But New Zealand felt more British to me. Like it kind of felt more like a British like settlement. Obviously things had changed over time, but it just felt that way. And Australia felt more American, actually. Like that's going to make some people really, really mad. But that was just like, I felt more comfortable. I felt like things made more sense to me in Australia. I was like, oh yeah, we do this like in the States versus like New Zealand. Again, it just felt more like British. But at the same time, they have completely different like personalities. New Zealand's more of a like island culture. You know how you're like, oh, you go to the island, things are a little bit slower. Life is a little, less fast paced. That's like the whole country of New Zealand. And then Australia felt a bit more like, maybe because also I was in the cities, I was in Sydney and Melbourne. So I was in these like large cities where you kind of have that like city energy and things are going. And people wanted to talk a lot more politics with me and things like that, where people in New Zealand, they're just like, hey, welcome. How's it going?
Well, it kind of makes sense because Australia and the United States, and this is not a political channel, but they have a common history where, you know, they were two basically countries of outcasts. People were sent to these, so it would make sense that they have a little similarity, even though that they're thousands and thousands of miles apart. So I would see that. But so you go to Vietnam.
Yeah.
All right. Now, this is very interesting because Americans' take on Vietnam. My father was in Vietnam during the war. Americans' take on Vietnam. Some people are like, they love it. They want to go. They think it's a beautiful country. The people are welcoming. But then you also have that part of Americans that are still hesitant to go to Vietnam because of the scars of the war that ended 50 years ago. I mean, like, what? As somebody that's been there, what's your take on the Vietnam experience in today's world?
I don't know. So Vietnam, I had a really, I think, different experience than a lot of like normal travelers because I was house sitting. So I was there for 6 weeks in Ho Chi Minh City, and I was house sitting for an international couple. And I was also not really in the city center. Like I went to District 1, I think like twice, but I was mainly staying in District 2, which is where the international school was. So I will say that my experience wasn't necessarily with a lot of like local community. I was in the local community, I guess. It was a mix. It was a mix between internationals and the locals and the area that I was living. And I didn't really do a lot of touristy stuff. It was so hot. It was so humid. There were so many mosquitoes at the time of season I was visiting. I didn't really leave the house a lot. I was also watching 2 dogs, and they didn't have a yard because they were like in a traditional Vietnamese house that it's built up, not really built out. They didn't have a yard. So I had to like take them on walks a couple times a day. So I really didn't get to do a whole lot when I was there. The one thing a couple of the tours I did do, I will say there's 2 sides to every story. I didn't know much about the Vietnam War. I learned about it in school, but I feel like so much has happened since then that was more impactful to me. So it's kind of just a story.
Yeah.
It's just history that I don't have a lot of knowledge about. And I feel like a couple of the tours I did, you got to hear their side of the story of what it was like to have Americans coming in and like fighting against their people. So I would say, I don't know. I mean, everyone was really friendly. I will say that. I actually locked myself out of my house that I was staying in. The very first night I was there, and the family I was house sitting for was on like a 14-hour plane ride. Like I could not contact them. And the neighbors across the street just happened to come home, and I was just standing outside with the 2 dogs, and I was just like, what do I do? And they're like, are you okay? And I was like, I don't know what to do. And they knew the homeowners had told them that I was coming to stay. So they knew I was like the house sitter. And so it was like a Sunday night. They were like, bring the dogs over here. They contacted the landlord. Like they kind of helped me do everything to get back into the house. So like, I would say of all the places I've been, I have found the most helpful people in Vietnam when I've like gotten to like certain situations. So anyone who's like scared or worried about it, I would say visiting actually might be really healing in a lot of ways, because it wasn't something, I don't know, it's a history that's important to learn about, and it's important to learn about both sides to the story.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I've tried to get my father to go with us to a trip there, and he won't go, but that's understandable. So
it was a different time, right? Different. I'm so far removed from it at this point that it's something I can just learn about with an open mind.
And for those that don't know this, a little trivia fact, that Ho Chi Minh City is Saigon. It used to be called Saigon, and they changed it to Ho Chi Minh. A lot of people don't know that, because when you say Ho Chi Minh City, a lot of people don't know, but they've heard of Saigon before. So it's interesting. So you're in Vietnam. The pictures I see of it are gorgeous. I've heard the beaches in Vietnam are some of the best in the world. What's your take? I mean, did you see these? Did you go swimming out there, or?
No, I wasn't anywhere near the water when I was there. Like I said, I was house sitting in Ho Chi Minh City, and so I didn't make it to the coast. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are great.
So you leave Vietnam, and then you said you go to Thailand as well?
Yes, I went to Phuket, which is like a big nomad town. It is on the beach.
Okay.
It's another like beach town. There's Old Town Phuket, which is more like a city, and then there's like the beach part of it. I was only there for 10 days. I wasn't there for very long. I just was sort of passing through just because I had 10 days. I will say my actual favorite place I visited in Asia was South Korea.
Okay. And we had a guest the other week on that spent a lot of time in South Korea. So I want to delve into this South Korea thing, because that's actually become a hot spot for digital nomads as well. A lot of them are starting to go to Thailand, or they're going to South Korea. So tell me, what is your South Korean experience like? I'm sure that the fans want to hear about it. We may even plan a trip there. So what is it? What's it like?
It's overwhelming in like the best way possible. Like, it's the energy in the city is like so electric and so, it is loud. I will say it is loud, but like, I just loved walking down the street. So I was actually with a company called Hacker Paradise, which they're now Noma Collective, if anybody is like going to look for them online. But they lead group trips around the world for digital nomads. And so this was my first time after I think a year and a half of traveling solo. I was with a group of people that I just met. We were all nomads exploring the city. And the leader, the facilitator, he actually spoke some Korean, which was super helpful. But yeah, I would walk from like our housing to our co-working space, which was like a 10-minute walk. I did that for a month. I was there for a whole month, and I think I saw something new on my walk every single day. Like, it's built up. There's so much there to see and to do, and it's a huge city. I didn't even scratch the surface of Seoul, which is where I was. But the people they're very friendly. They're very fun. We actually had Korean buddies. So like they would come and they'd like practice their English with us, but then they'd also be like, let's go to the bar. Like, let's go out. And be like, okay. And so I really got like a more, locals perspective, and I got to kind of hang out with some Koreans when I was there. But I just loved it. Like, every coffee shop had a theme. It was like, here's the nature theme coffee shop, and here's the very industrial looking coffee shop. And then you have all the animal cafes, which we loved visiting. We're like, okay, yeah, let's go to the bunny cafe. Let's go to the cat cafe. Like, I don't know. It was just a really fun, unique, different experience. And up to that point, I hadn't been very many places. So it was the most different to any place I'd ever been. And also one of the first places, I guess, outside of like Thailand and Bali, where I couldn't read anything because I didn't know the Korean character, like the Korean alphabet. And so that was another big just challenge to myself to figure out, can I get around? Can I do these things when I don't speak the language? Because that had always been such a big fear. It's a big fear for a lot of people. Like, I don't speak the language. How am I going to, get around and figure things out? And you just kind of do. Like, cities aren't that different. They all kind of work the same. Like, once you start to experience a few, they all kind of work the same. And so I think it's easy enough to, just to challenge yourself and kind of like go to these places you wouldn't normally go, and don't be so afraid about the language piece of it. So,
favorite food in Korea? I got to know, what is your favorite dish that you had in South Korea?
I did not like the food in Korea.
I'm sorry. To all our Korean followers, she absolutely loved the food. She just
I actually, that's the thing I struggled with the most, and I was like, I have got to get out of here because I'm so hungry. They do a lot of Korean barbecue, and it's just too much meat for me. I don't eat that much meat, and I don't really eat red meat. And then they put like everything is like spicy. And I don't do spicy either. So I really, really struggled with the food. It wasn't for me. But my friends who love Korean barbecue, they went like 2 or 3 days a week. Like, they loved it.
So listening to your story, I'm picking up a lot of cool things that, I mean, like I said, I could have Taylor on this thing for 5 hours. I mean, like, she's got so much to tell. And before the show, we were talking about so much. You've traveled around the world, you've house sat, you've went to different countries. If I'm a young 25-year-old person without any attachments, how do I get started in doing what you do and experiencing the life that you live?
So usually the biggest thing people come to me, their biggest obstacle is doing it solo. Like they're scared to do it by themselves. And my best advice is to always start small. Like you don't have to leave everything and fly to another country and that be your first solo experience. Like that actually is kind of wild to me. People who can do that, props to you. I would say start small, like start in your hometown, go to the movies by yourself, try going to dinner by yourself, things that people feel uncomfortable doing. It's learning to do things by yourself, but it's also learning to be uncomfortable and being okay being uncomfortable. Because when you're traveling to all these places and you don't speak the language and you don't understand the currency and you don't know where you're going and you're looking at Google Maps for everything, you're constantly uncomfortable. So you have to learn to start just being uncomfortable in your daily life. So whatever that looks like for you. And then I actually did a test trip. So I had traveled by myself. I worked in study abroad for 7 years. I think I mentioned it.
Yep.
And I had to go to study abroad fairs all over the US to get people to study abroad. But that was like my first time like traveling by myself, and they were for work trips. But I did an international test trip. I did a 10-day trip to Paris, where I had a friend living. It was a city I'd been to, so it felt comfortable. Then I went to Brussels, where I knew some people, but I'd never been. So that was like step number 2. And then on the way back, I did a 2-day stopover in Reykjavik in Iceland. I didn't know anybody, and I'd never been there before. So I tested myself. I was like, do I like this? Is this even something I really want to do? And I was like, okay, I did it. And I was like, I love it. It's great. It's fine. And that's when I decided to kind of like take that next step to becoming like a full-time digital nomad. So for me, it wasn't just like woke up one day and I like left the country and I started doing it. I put a lot of intention and thought behind what are some things that might go, not might go wrong, but like, what if I don't like it? What if I blow up my whole life for something I don't like? So let me go test and see if I like it first before I sell my car, before I quit my job, before I do all these things. And then the next obstacle outside of fear and doing it solo is the job portion. It's the money part. And I became a virtual assistant. I found something that I could kind of easily do. I could start making money immediately, because it's great to be like, oh, I'll become a travel blogger or a content creator, all these things, but you're not making money from that stuff right off the bat.
That's one of the biggest myths out there. Everybody sees us for people that do travel blogging. They think these guys are breaking into cash. No. That's not how that works.
No, it's not at all. So it is important to find a job where you can actually earn an income. So whether that's freelance, so for me, it was like freelancing and virtual assistant, whether you can find a remote job, whatever it is, find ways to start making money online now. And then kind of like what I did, I was like, well, I'm a virtual assistant. I'm making some money, but I can't live in New Zealand. New Zealand's an expensive country.
Yeah.
How am I going to live? Where am I going to live for a whole year, and how can I afford it? And that's when I discovered house sitting. So also not being afraid to like sort of think outside of the box, look at different options. There are so many different ways to travel. And this is the one thing that I think has changed from when I started traveling, because there was this idea that being a digital nomad, you had to do it a certain way. You had to pack carry-on only. You had to stay in hostels. Like if you're not doing this, you're like not doing it right. None of that is true. If you believe any of that or you're selling that, none of that is true. There's no right or wrong way to travel. There's just what works for you. So I started out house sitting, and then I got connected with Hacker Paradise, and I started doing group trips. And then I became a group trip leader for Hacker Paradise, facilitator for a year. That's how I traveled. They paid me to travel. They paid me to go to these different places and like lead these group trips. So it's like, it's okay to explore and look at different things. There's a ton of people who do RV life. I haven't tried that style yet, but it's just another like option. I'm currently staying in a co-living. That's something that a lot of people aren't really familiar with co-living.
Yeah,
so
what is that? I've never heard of that. I've never heard of co-living.
So it's a mix between a hostel and a hotel is what I would say. They're geared towards remote workers. So like I have a desk in my room. I have like in my own private room here, my own private space, but there's also a community space. So we have a a kitchen, we have a living room. We also have like little offices if you want to kind of go work and be more like a co-working style. But yeah, co-livings usually have personal space as well as like co-workings attached or like spaces to work. So it's geared towards like remote workers, remote travelers. And most people will stay in a co-living for a month to 3 months. So you kind of start to build community, because that's the hardest thing as a nomad and traveling so much, is finding and building your community and just sort of keeping it together, because you're always in a different country as your new friends that you made, pretty much.
So that actually brings up a really good point. You talk about places to live, hostels, apartments, house sitting, all this stuff. But I think, I know it's different for each country around the world, but is there a time limit on how much time you can spend? I know in the United Kingdom, I think it's 6 months. But like you might only go to some other countries, it might only be 90 days. How do you know that? And then how do you put together your visa? Like if you have a digital nomad visa, or some countries might not require it, or some you might be able to do something when you're on vacation. That is so confusing to me, and I'm in the industry. So if you could give me some light on that, I mean, that could break the wall for a lot of these people that want to do what you do.
Yes, it's really important. I'm actually really happy you brought that up. It's so important to pay attention to visa requirements and how long you can stay in each country. So like I said, I got the working holiday visa for New Zealand. That's how I was able to stay there for a whole year. But that's not how normally, if you're a tourist, that's not normally how long you can stay. Most places are 90 days. Mexico, where I am right now, is also 6 months. It's 180 days. Same thing with the UK. But Europe, like the EU, the Schengen area, more specifically, it's 90 days for the entire Schengen area. So that's like France, Spain, Germany, a lot of the places that you want to visit. So you're actually very, very limited if you want to go to, like, say, Europe, versus a lot of times like Latin America is a little bit easier. There's a ton of websites. I usually just kind of Google, especially it also depends on which passport you hold. So I'm assuming your audience is mainly American, but it really depends on the passport that you hold, how long you can stay in a country, if you need a visa. I had a friend, I met her in Kenya. She was Polish, and we went down to Cape Town, South Africa, and I could get, I think, 90 days in South Africa, but she could only get 30. So wow. The passport that you hold also can make a really, really big difference. Wow. I haven't applied for any of the digital nomad visas. I look at them all the time, but I just haven't been, nowhere's really like drawn me in. I haven't decided, but I would say just find reputable sources online. Try not to get scammed if you're going through like the visa application process. But yeah, it's just important to pay attention. And I will say, like, when I was in Asia, I was meeting other travelers who had been in Asian countries, and they had the knowledge as well. So a lot of my knowledge is sort of like piecemeal together depending on like where I am in the world and like where it is I want to go. Because they'd be like, oh yeah, I was just in Vietnam. And I knew, so Vietnam is actually an example. As an American, you do have to have a visa before you go and before you get there. I either didn't know this until the very last minute and I didn't have time to get it, or someone had told me you could get it at the airport. I can't remember what happened, but I ended up trying just to get it at the airport, and I didn't have any cash because there were no ATMs in the Thai airport, which is where I had flown from. So I literally show up. It's like right by like passport control. There's like a little visa office. So I go over there, hand them my documents, and they're like, okay, go sit down. And I'm like, okay. And then they like call me back up and they're like, hey, it's going to be, I don't know. I don't remember how much it was. It's like $25 US or something like that. But whatever that is, I bought. And I was like, I don't have any cash. And she was like, go sit down. She was like, okay. I was sick. I just gotten like Bali belly. So I'm like half fever. I'm like sweating. I did not feel good. I was like, I just want to get through this process. They ended up, me and I think the South African guy also didn't have any cash. They sent us out of the airport. They're like, okay, go this way, go past security, go out to the front where the ATMs are, like past baggage claim, get your cash and come back. Just walk out of the airport around security. They're like, yeah. And we were like, okay. So we did. We literally walked out and we walked back the exact same way we came. No one looked at us. Everybody was like, obviously like, oh, these people just are dumb and need cash. Yeah, and I went and got cash, and I paid for it. I got my visa right at the airport, and it was fine.
It's not like you're not going to stick out in that country, though. So it's, you're not blending in with the population.
Right. Well, they also had my passport, so I'm not going to try to like leave the airport. Like I have to come back. But yeah, I don't know. So like just little things happen. But yeah, I talked to a lot of people before I went there, and I was nervous arriving with no cash, but it ended up being fine.
So what countries scared you the most? Like, you went to some place and you said, and we're not talking garbage on anybody's country. We're not. But, each person has their level of fear and their level of comfort. And I know I've been to some countries that I was a little worried about. Like when I went to Roatan, I was really worried in Roatan when a guy's standing at a gas station with an AK-47. I was a little worried, Well, what countries did you kind of take a second look at? Maybe say, maybe this isn't for me, or, maybe as a traveler, somebody might need to be a little bit more on the alert side of things. What do you think?
I think it's always important to be alert. I mean, really the only place that I've ever was always on alert was in Cape Town, South Africa. And part of that was because even the locals would be like, oh, like, don't go walk. Definitely don't walk at night, ever. You take a taxi. It doesn't matter if it's a 5-minute walk. You take a taxi down the street. And it was also the only place I've ever been robbed. So as far as like danger goes, that's probably the most dangerous place I've been, or that I felt sort of like always on guard. Like I never walked around with headphones in. I always tried to walk in groups, especially if it was at night, things like that. But also at the same time, it's one of my favorite places in the entire world, and I can't wait to go back. So like for me, I don't know that it was dangerous in the sense that it keeps me from not wanting to be there. It was just like this is not always the safest place all the time.
So you got robbed. What happened? Wow. Moving on from the bad experience in South Africa and places ago, what is your favorite places? Like if you had to choose a top 5 of the countries, and you told me you've been to 31, if I'm not mistaken, different countries.
Yeah.
What's your top 5 ones you love the most and you would recommend for somebody to go travel?
So Cape Town, it still is my number one place in the world that I've ever been. It's so beautiful. There's so much to do. I love Cape Town. Seoul, Korea, which we've talked about. It was just a really wonderful experience. So different from any place I'd ever been. I feel like we've talked about a lot of my favorite places, actually. London. I know not everybody loves London, and you don't have to love London, but for me, because it was my very first international city, I've interned there, I studied abroad there. Like for me, it's kind of like almost a second home. Like I just feel so comfortable going back to London. I also really loved Prague. I spent a month in Prague one summer. I loved it.
I've heard it's really pretty in Prague.
It's really, really pretty. That's another place where I wasn't in like the main tourist area. I was like in one like little neighborhood over, and we were in a co-working space that was really, really cool. And it was a place I could just walk. I love just walking around cities. That's like one of my favorite activities to do when I'm traveling. Yeah. And it was a place I could just easily just like walk around, explore so much history as well. So that was another really good one. I actually haven't, where? I haven't explored much of Latin America yet, but I was just in Nicaragua and San Juan del Sur. Yeah, I can't wait to go back. I absolutely loved it. And so much of the places I love, this comes down to like the energy and the vibe of a place. Like there are places that people love that I like don't get, like Medellin, Colombia, for example. Nothing wrong with the city. I had a great time, but it's just like not for me. Same thing with like Bali. Everybody loves Bali. I'm like, I don't really get it. But there's some places I've been. It's like almost I get there and it's just an immediate like, yes, this is it. This feels so good. I love it.
What was the draw for Nicaragua? What was the draw for that? What's the draw for that? I mean, like, what did you like so much about it? It's actually interesting because you're the first person I've ever heard say that. And everybody I've talked, and nobody's ever talked bad about it. Nobody's ever talked good about it. It's just something that doesn't come up. So
Yeah.
what was your draw? What did you really love about it?
I was there working. So I was working with Hacker Paradise and I was leading one of their group trips. So it never really had been on my radar, to be fair, until that point. But it's a really good place to learn how to surf. So anyone who's interested in learning how to surf, San Juan del Sur is actually one of the best places in the world. There's probably like a handful that are really good for like beginners. So that was really good. And I learned how to surf when I was there. It was great. It was so
That's
fun.
awesome.
Yeah. If anybody goes high tide surf, that's who I recommend getting your lessons from. They're locals. They grew up in the area. They're from there. The guys they were really great. But it's really beautiful. We went on a sloth tour. I went and there's a volcano island that you can kind of go and bike around and explore. There's a mix of like water and just like really beautiful natural tree environment. Like it felt very natural. I really, really loved it. But in San Juan del Sur, there's a pretty good infrastructure as well. So you were always able to, we were able to like walk into town and get breakfast and go to the markets and go to the grocery stores. Like you still had all your main comforts, I guess, is like, it's nice to have as a traveler, but it felt very natural at the same time and not like overdeveloped, which is a lot of places.
And the cost of it was it cost effective? Like the dollars and cents?
Yeah, it was pretty cost effective. I will say in San Juan del Sur specifically, which I have never seen this in a lot of places, but they take US dollars and Nicaraguan money, which I don't know how I feel about that actually. But even some of the menus were in US dollars, not always in like local currency, which it got kind of confusing. It got kind of weird, but for the most part, yeah, it was still pretty cost effective. And my company had organized this like a beautiful house kind of up on the hill. It had a private pool and this amazing view. Some of the best sunsets I've ever seen in my life were in Nicaragua. Like every night we all got around and just sat. We're like, we can't miss the sunset because they were just so beautiful every single night. I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
So as a female, obviously it might be a little more scary to go certain places than a guy. I mean, there's a lot of bad people out there, but like, what are the benefits of solo travel? Like, what are some of the things you as especially speaking to our women out there? I mean, because a lot of people watching, they see me and they see Shayna, and we're together. So, we're together as a team. But like, if I'm a woman, what is the benefits of solo travel?
Getting to do whatever you want, whenever you want. Like, honestly, like, I love not being affected by other people's moods or wants or ideas. Like, I get to just show up every day as myself in whichever country I'm in, and I can go get an iced coffee or go watch the surfers at the beach, or I can take a nap when I want to take a nap. Like, I don't know how to explain how much I love just like being by myself and just experiencing the world and the way that I want to experience the world. That's not to say I don't like traveling with other people, because I also like sharing experiences. I've mentioned a lot of group trips that I've done, but there's just something so magical about just asking yourself every day, what do I want to do? And just doing it. As far as the safety aspect goes, the biggest thing I've learned from traveling is the world isn't as scary as you make it seem. Like, I think so much fear has been put into us as a society, and I understand why that fear is there, and I'm not trying to discredit it at all. But what I've found is that most people are just going about their lives. And if you're using some common sense and you're not walking around down dark alleys by yourself and you're kind of paying attention to your surroundings, the chances of you getting into any situation that's really bad is pretty low. Again, not that it doesn't happen. It does happen. I absolutely understand. But for the most part, anytime I've been in a situation, getting locked out of my apartment, missing my bus, all the different like travel mishaps that happen, there's always been someone there to help me. And I've found that to be the norm rather than the exception, I guess. So I just found that things aren't really as scary. And so I don't walk around with fear. I think that's the other big thing. I don't walk around being afraid that someone's going to take advantage of me or scam me or rob me or whatever, because I also believe that like if you put out that energy around you, like that's the energy that you get back. So I walk around with confidence, and I walk around with curiosity, and I walk around with awareness at the same time, and kind of bring that energy to my travels instead of a fear. Not to say that I don't do certain things. Like, so one thing I will say I do as a female is I won't arrive to a country late at night by myself. Actually, I prefer not to arrive when it's dark outside at all. Sometimes you can't help it just based on flights, or delays and things like that. But I try to arrive during daylight hours. And that's probably one of the biggest things that I do, honestly. I don't know. It's a hard question because I do feel like I'm kind of a trusting person. And I also have experiences to back me up to say like, it's not that scary. I've been in some like solo female traveler forums and Facebook groups, and you know, some of these women have lists that are like 10 pages long. Like, I don't do this. I don't do this. I never go out at night. I don't go to dinner by myself. I'm just like, you're missing so much because of your fear. I think fear is helpful, but it also can be just like a deterrent. So that's why I think trying to find a balance is good. And if you are that afraid, maybe a group trip or something like that is maybe a better opportunity for you, so that you can kind of go out and experience these places without so much fear.
And shake off some of the fear for your next trip. You know, it's baby steps. Each person's a little bit different than the next person. So, you've traveled all around the world, 31 different countries, God knows how many states in the United States. You're a Texas girl. You know, Texas is a unique state in the United States. So regardless of how much you travel, do you still see yourself as a Texan?
I mean, I don't know that you can change that, really. Like, it's where I grew up. I did leave for a little bit. I lived in Colorado for about 3 years. But then when I decided to go be a full-time nomad, I moved back in with my mom, essentially sold my car, all my things. All my stuff is at my mom's house in Texas, and that's my home base. That's where my driver's license is. So, yeah. And people ask me, oh, where are you from? I always say, oh, I'm from Texas. So I don't have anything else to say.
Texans are, they hold a special place in my heart because of anybody that in the United States, they take pride in their state the most. And I don't know, it's because they were their own republic or they just have a unique personality, but always had a special place in my heart for the people from Texas, and it was pretty good. So, couple questions. Where are you going next? Where can we see Traveling Taylor in the next 3 to 5 years? What countries, what experiences, what do you want to do?
I didn't think you were going to ask about 3 to 5 years. I thought it was going to be like 6 months.
We can do 6 months too.
I don't plan very far in advance. No, I'm currently in Puerto Escondido, Mexico. So if anyone's interested in this location, that's what my content's currently focused on. I will be house sitting. I still house sit. So I'm going to be house sitting in New York City in August, September area. And then my biggest goal for probably the next 6 to 8 months is I want to start launching my own trips. So have my community and people come with me, calling it bucket list adventures together, because as much as I love solo travel, there are just things in the world I don't want to do by myself. I love experiencing some of these amazing things in the world with other people. So I'm going to be launching bucket list adventures together with me. Probably first trip will be running next February, March of next year, just to give people plenty of time to plan. That's kind of my focus. It's kind of like my bucket list, like things that have been on my list for a long time. I've had the privilege and the benefit to visit a lot of amazing places. And the more you travel, the longer your list gets. It never gets shorter, unfortunately. It only gets longer. So I'm going to be, doing that. So Morocco is very high on my list. I really want to go to Morocco. I really want to go to Patagonia. I really want to go stay in an igloo in some Nordic country. You know what I mean? I really just want to go do these really cool, just different things around the world.
So if you could give one piece of advice to a person that wants to do what you do and live the nomadic lifestyle, what's that one piece of advice?
There's no right or wrong way to do it. There's just what works for you.
That's pretty smooth. That's pretty smooth. So where can your fans come and find you, subscribe to you? When you open your trip booking system, we'll support it here on the Kling Connection. We'll put links in the description box and help promote your channels and stuff like that. But where can these fans go to find you, subscribe, follow you, and see your adventures?
Yeah, so you can find me on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram under Traveling Taylor. And that's traveling with one L and Taylor with an ER. Sometimes I wish I would have picked a different name, but that's what we went with. So those are my main channels. I hang out mostly on TikTok. And then I have a bio link on Comey where you can kind of go find. I'm actually currently, if anybody's listening to this and they think, hey, I might want to go travel with Taylor, that sounds really cool. I'm currently running a survey to see where on these bucket list adventures people would really want to go. So you're welcome to go fill out that survey link. And then also I can keep people updated once it launches.
I know. Well, I'll put in my answer to that survey. I want to go to Antarctica at least once.
Antarctica, yes.
Antarctica looks so pretty, and hardly anybody's been there. And you can either take, I don't know if I'd want to sleep in Antarctica, but I'd take those cruise ships that go and they take the little excursions. I ain't all about sleeping in the cold.
Yeah, I have a couple of friends who've done it, and it's a lot of work to get there, but it sounds really rewarding. So it's also on the bucket list, but not an immediate bucket list adventure, I don't think.
So if anybody wants to follow Taylor, go to her social media, support her, give her 100%, subscribe to her channels, comment on her stuff, support her endeavors, and learn from her. Reach out to her. She was really easy to communicate with us, and has been an asset really to this podcast. And we really want to thank her for being on here, especially sharing her experiences in world travel and everything that she does. Make sure to go to the Kling Connection on YouTube, like, share, and subscribe. We're also on Rumble, TikTok, Facebook. We're on Instagram and LinkedIn and Odyssey and everywhere else on social media. You can also follow us on Spotify, Apple iTunes, everywhere you can think of, we are there. And we really want to thank Taylor here. Make sure to click and link in her stuff below. And until next time, have fun storming the castle.
And that's a wrap on today's episode of the Kling Connection Travel Talk podcast. Huge thanks to our guest, Taylor Gill from Traveling Taylor, for sharing her incredible travel stories and experiences. Until next time, keep exploring, one journey at a time. Welcome to the Kling Connection Travel Talk podcast, where the world of travel comes to life through real conversations. Hosted by Sean Kling, each episode explores the highs and lows of life on the road, connecting with travelers, industry insiders, and digital nomads to uncover expert tips, budget hacks, and inspiring stories. Whether you're a weekend explorer, a full-time adventurer, or simply wanderlust curious, Sean brings first-hand advice, destination insights, and honest takes from those shaping the global travel scene. Join Sean Kling.
Welcome to another episode of the Kling Connection podcast. I'm your host, Sean Kling, and today we have an amazing guest by the name of Sergeant Major Stephen Palazzo. I'm just going to call him Stephen at this time, or whatever he wants to be called, I'll call him. And he has an amazing story. I cannot wait to get into his story. This gentleman's story is probably one of the best that we've ever had on this show. And I'm not even going to waste any time because there's just so much here to unravel and to let you guys know about. So without further ado, Sergeant Major, tell us about who you are. Like, where are you from in the world?
Yeah, so I grew up primarily on the East Coast, outside of Charlotte, in a little town called Concord, North Carolina. I joined the Army in 99, and then ended up doing 24 years. Retired in February of 23 was my official retirement date. During that time, I did tours in Iraq, Afghanistan, I did a stint in Syria, kind of the Middle East rotation tour. I had a stationing in Germany as well, just all around the US. When I retired, I didn't want to work right away because so many of my peers and my friends had said that they just accepted the first job that they got. 6 months later, they despised it, wanted to get out of it, wanted to switch. So I wanted to take a gap year. And I had heard and read about the Appalachian Trail and decided that I was going to through hike it in February of 23, which I had never done a through hike before other than just military, rucking and hiking, which really is not the same thing that I quickly learned.
That's what I was gonna ask. I mean, I know in the service, you're doing road marches, you're out in the field all the time, and you spend a lot of time on your feet. And I know you get into the hiking, but wasn't there ever a time you ever had shin splits or blisters in the service or get a profile or anything? And then all of a sudden, I'm doing it for fun.
Yeah, doing it for fun and not having to carry a bunch of crap that you're never going to use too, which was nice as well. Because you're.
I was going to say, in your time in the service, you did a little time in the sandbox. You said, what did you take away from that? As a young guy, we all go into the military, and I know I joined the Army because my father was a Marine. He was in Vietnam, and it was a very big influence on me. And, when you joined the military, what was your purpose? Was it college? Was it a family tradition? Was it, something you just always wanted to do?
Yeah, it was a little bit of both. So my brother graduated from West Point as well. So he was already in the military. My father had served. Both my grandparents had served. So there was a lineage there for sure. And then it was also civic duty, to give back to my country and to do my part, like you were saying, with other generations that had done it. So little did I know that, when I joined in 99, you would have told me I'd be in Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria, 20 years later. I would have never imagined how it would have played out, the way it did. But very happy for the experience and meeting the people that I met. And I miss the biggest thing that I miss is the camaraderie. Of just being around people all working towards the same goal. And in the through hiking community and mountaineering, I've kind of found that camaraderie through these experiences that I've had outside of the military.
Yeah, there's nothing that beats that camaraderie. I mean, I talked to guys that I still served with. Some of them did a career. Some of them did one enlistment, got out. And, nothing beats that camaraderie. And finding it in a civilian life is really hard. Because unless you have served, and we all bust each other's chops, the Army, the Marine, the Air Force, but we're all, we'll stick for each other in a bar fight all the time. But unless you served, you don't really get that sense of camaraderie with other people because there's just something there. And I totally get what you're saying. And, to somebody like you that spent 24 years serving the nation and around the globe, that camaraderie is even harder to find because your life took you to parts of the world that most people would never have even imagined to go to. And then all of a sudden one day you're out and you're like, okay, what's my next adventure? And I can sense that you're an adventurous type of guy.
Yeah, you hit on it. It was really a culture shock because it's not only you're missing the camaraderie and the unity and whatnot, but you're also taking off this cape that you've worn for so many years for the most of your adult life. Like the transition in retirement from the military is big. A lot of people, I think, downplay it. But for me, I know I had to go back and find out who I was, who Steven is, not Sergeant Major Palazzo. And that's another reason why I wanted to do the Appalachian Trail as well. So you get out of the Army, you retire, you head home and you're like, I don't know if I want to get a job. I don't know what I want to do. And then all of a sudden now you're like, let me go hike the Appalachian Trail. What sparked the interest to start with the Appalachian Trail? And what got you there? The nostalgia of through hiking, AT is, I'll just refer to it as that. AT is the one. That's what most amount of people want to do. What really got me there is Bill Bryson, his book, Walk into the Woods, which he really gets a lot of flack about that one. and then Earl Schaefer, who was a World War II veteran, and he was the very first person to through hike from Georgia to Maine the entirety of the trail. And he came back from the war and he said, I want to walk the war off. And that's what he did. And I figured with what I was going through, the transition, also dealing, with some PTSD issues and things of that nature, I thought that would probably be the best way to use it as a gap year and to through hike the Appalachian Trail. And there's a lot of veterans on that trail, that do it in section hikes. They do it in day hikes. They do a through hike. There's tons of veteran community, not just on that trail, but also the other big two, the Continental Divide Trail and then the Pacific Crest Trail as well. Veterans, I think, find a connection to it, with being back to your roots, the camaraderie of it, kind of living in the dirt, that type kind of thing.
Yeah. So when you first started hiking the Appalachian Trail, how did you know what kind of gear to get? How did you know what to do? I mean, obviously you read the book and stuff, but I mean, did you follow things online? Were you a member of social media groups? Was it a trial and error thing? Like, hey, what do I put in my backpack? I mean, obviously in the Army, you're packing things that you don't really need. You're carrying an M16 or whatever, and you don't need that stuff on the trail. So, like, how did you prepare yourself for this first thing that in the mountain of things that you've done since?
Yeah, it was interesting because originally I had no clue about through hiking and gear that you use and whatnot. So I found 3 mentors. One just out of a whim, someone who had through hiked the AT back in 2008. Another one that I met on LinkedIn who had done it in 2019. And then one that I met that was working at REI who had done it just previously, like 2022. So they had very different experiences in the years that they did it, and just started picking their brains and just started asking them, like, what kind of gear, what about food, sleeping, pads, R values, tents, all the stuff that goes into it. And really started collecting the gear around October of 22. Started training then, and then moved to Colorado and Colorado Springs to be at elevation because I wanted to train at elevation. I thought it would help as much as possible. And then, did hikes around here, got familiar with my gear, did some overnights, and then just full send it, February 16th, 2023, stepped on the trail and just started off.
That's an amazing time of year, too. February is winter.
It was cold. It was pretty cold to begin with. Yeah.
Wow.
Not as cold as I thought it was going to be, but my Ursack, which is my bare canister device that I use to carry food in, froze to a tree in the Smoky Mountains. And I ended up having to cut it off to get it back.
So you get to the bottom of the summit. You're getting ready to go up the Appalachian Trail, and you've already trained. You're ready to go. What's the first thought that says, are you getting there and you're saying, hey, Steven, are you ready for this? Or, hey, man, what am I doing?
Yeah, it was a little bit of both, actually. It was a little bit of like, can I really do this? And then there's also the adrenaline that you're stepping off. This is going to be so much fun. It's a great adventure, that kind of thing. Because I started on the approach trail. Most people, they can start at Springer Mountain, which is the official southern terminus of the trail, or you can start at this portion down below Amicalola Falls, where there's like 800 steps. You walk up this waterfall to the top, and then it brings you out to the Springer Mountain terminus. So I started at the approach trail, around 6 a.m., walking up those steps, which was some people do it the day before the steps and then they start up higher. But I was like, I'm going to start, full off. I'm going to do the whole thing. So finally I got to Springer Mountain Shelter pretty early too, which is the first shelter on the trail, around 1 p.m. and kind of sat around and waited because everyone that I had talked to mentors wise said you want to keep your mileage low when you first start. You don't want to just start doing 15, 20 mile days right off the bat. You want to keep it, 8 to 12, somewhere around there, at least for the first week. Your body get adjusted to walking that type of gain of elevation every day and the mileage. Because most people, they're lucky if they get 10,000 steps, a day. And I thought I was in, fairly decent shape, having been in the military for so long, but we don't ruck 12 miles every single day. That might be once a quarter that you end up doing that. So doing it day in, day out, it is an adjustment that your body has to get used to. And I was very thankful that I kept my mileage low in the beginning, because other people that I saw that were crushing 15, 20-mile days right off the bat, they ended up with injuries and had to get off or take time off. Or it's definitely, if you're not used to doing it, that's the best thing that I could recommend is just keep the mileage low in the beginning, let your body feel it out. And then eventually your body is going to tell you when it's ready. Like first, I just woke up one day in Virginia and my body was like, let's go. And just started doing marathon days every day, like 26 miles, 30 miles, just crushing big mile days back to back without taking zeros a day that you don't hike. You just you go into town, you sleep in a hostel, you get a shower, real town food, stuff like that. But I think my longest stretch without a 0 day was between Pennsylvania and Massachusetts. And I did like 53 days in a row without taking a 0. Yeah. And crushing some big mileage days throughout that too. So my body just felt great.
People don't realize, you're talking about when you went to Virginia, how far of a walk it is from Georgia to Virginia. Like, it's like we drive in a car and we're getting anxious and you're walking this. And then you're saying about 53 days between Pennsylvania and Massachusetts. I mean, that's insane. That's almost 2 months. Some people can't go 2 hours.
Yeah, I remember crossing the 1,000-mile marker in Virginia right before you exit it, and you get to Harper's Ferry. And Harper's Ferry is kind of the unofficial halfway point on the AT. And then the real official waypoint is in Pennsylvania, kind of right outside Carlisle Barracks, actually, around that area. Yeah. But I remember getting to the 1,000-mile marker, and I was like, man, that's a long way to walk. But then you still have 1,100 miles left. You're not even at the halfway point at that. And you have some of the toughest sections left up in the, upper states of New Hampshire and Maine. Those were the hardest areas on the AT, hands down. So you haven't even gone through.
What makes them so hard though? Like, what makes it different in Georgia and Virginia and that versus like these harder areas?
Yeah. So New Hampshire is hard because you have to go to the Whites and the presidential range. The White Mountains are they're another beast. The people that made those trails did not make them for friendly hiking. There's sometimes you're going straight up a mountain. Other times it's hand over hand climbing. I remember descending off of Mount Garfield, which is a presidential, and it was basically a waterfall. Like I was climbing down a waterfall, which made it very dangerous too. And it rained almost every day when I was going through the Whites. So then you have that mental aspect of it too. You're just always cold. You're always wet. It's boggy. You step in a lot of mud. It's rooty. It's rocky. It's not an easy trail to follow. It's definitely the hardest of the AT. And then you come out of New Hampshire and you finally get to Maine and you think, oh, I'm in the last state. I'm in Maine. I'm almost there. And then southern Maine in some aspects is even harder than the Whites. So it's kind of back to back mental resilience and perseverance that you go through. And physically at that point, my body was starting to break down a little bit. I had lost so much weight. You can't, there's not any way that you can keep on caloric intake while you're through hiking 20, 25 miles a day. You're buzzing through 3,000 calories and you're barely eating maybe 2,200, 2,500, depending on what type of food you're carrying. So I had lost maybe 30 pounds at that point. Wow. My sweat was starting to smell like ammonia, which is a key indicator that you're burning muscle now and not fat because your body has no more fat stores to burn. So I would just get into town and crush 2 liters of soda and a whole pizza and just try and put on some weight as best as possible.
So I know I got a question for you that I know that everybody's going to want to hear an answer to this. How many pairs of shoes do you take with you, and how many did you go through?
Yeah, this is such a good question too, because I originally had thought I'm going to find the shoe that I love and buy, 8 pairs of that shoe. And then I have that shoe for the entirety of the trail. Rookie mistake. That's the worst thing you can do, because your foot is going to change. My foot flattened and it widened because I was walking so much. So I lost a little bit of my arch, and I gained 2 shoe sizes. I went from a 10.5 to a 12.5. About around North Carolina. Yep. Wow. So definitely do not buy the same shoe size that you're wearing right now, because it will change no matter how long or how old you are, it will. And I ended up going through so many different pairs of shoes until I finally found the one that I loved. And it ended up being Hoka Speed Goats. I went through Topos. I tried Ultra Lone Peaks, which really destroyed my feet because my foot just cannot handle the zero drop that type of brand has. And once I found Hoka's, I never looked back. I still wear them today, honestly. And I use them on I did a through hike of the Arizona Trail this year. I use them on the Continental Divide Trail. I use them when I do, 14ers in Colorado. I love that shoe.
So, I mean, this sounds like such a magical trip. And I mean, like, you even talking about it, I'm envisioning in my head, because growing up in Pennsylvania, Appalachian Trail was not that far away. And in history class, they always told us that the West started west of the Appalachian Mountains, and that's where all the natives had lived. And, Pennsylvania is like 2 different states. You have the Philly side and the Pittsburgh side, and they're not the same. And the thing that separated us was the Appalachian Trail, the Appalachian Mountains. Listen to all this, and I'm sure it's hard to narrow it down, but what was probably your most memorable, magical moment that you had on the Appalachian Trail? And I know it's going to be tough.
Yeah, that is tough. The summit of Katahdin was definitely magical. And just that climb itself, once you get up there, it's like a culmination of the entirety of the trail that's prepared you for that last climb to get to the top of Mount Katahdin, which is the northern terminus of the trail in Maine. Some other magical moments that I had was, there's a thing called trail magic, where people will come around and provide food or drinks or rides, a free place to stay. There's a lot of trail angels that do that as well, which is awesome. They really, really help the network and infrastructure of the trail around the trailheads and whatnot. I did get trail magic from a famous AT guy called Fresh Ground. He drives around in his van. He's done it for over a decade now, and just sets up and feeds hikers at different points along the trail and will stuff you. Like, you will not leave hungry. That was an awesome experience. Just sometimes I would come upon a vista and I would just have to sit down and reflect and think, a lot of mental, emotional, spiritual aspects of it that really stood out in my mind. One day I just burst into tears while I was hiking. I don't know why. I still, just thinking about stuff and connecting to different things, and, had a really emotional moment. But I got caught in a thunderstorm in Connecticut where I saw the brightest lightning strike. It had to have been 10 or 15 feet away. I mean, it lit up the entirety of the sky. That was a dangerous, kind of scary moment, but that one definitely sticks out. Yeah, there were so many different times. I mean, I had so many falls as well. It's a miracle that I didn't break anything going through that trail at the same time. You need a lot of luck. There's a lot of luck involved to get through a through hike. It's not just about physical will or strength or resilience. There is some luck involved. People that I know got Lyme disease from ticks, in PA. Other people had severe injuries, ACL, MCL. Somebody got a concussion from a fall. There's a lot of stuff that can happen to you on that trail. So there's definitely an aspect of luck involved as well.
So when you finished the Appalachian Trail, you get to the end. How did you get home?
Yeah, it was kind of cool because my brother came out to summit Katahdin with me, which was an awesome experience as well. So we summited Katahdin, we drove down to Portland, Maine, and then we went to Boston to see a game at Fenway for the Red Sox and sat on the Green Monster. And then he flew back to Colorado and I flew down to North Carolina to see some family and whatnot. But typically you hitchhike out of Baxter State Park to get back to some sense of civilization that can get you out of there, because it is about an hour and a half from the nearest town to Baxter State Park in Maine, where Mount Katahdin's located at, where the northern terminus is. Yeah.
So you're sitting at home, and then you say to yourself, "All right, I'm ready for this again." What's the next big place that you go?
Yeah. So I had goals at that point of climbing Everest, and I met a mentor on LinkedIn that told me, hey, you got to get above 15,000 feet and you got to go on some glaciated stuff to get some experience. And he recommended a trip down to Ecuador, where you basically climb 5 extinct volcanoes. 2 of them are active in being Chimborazo and Quiambe. And they're upwards of 19,000 feet. Glaciated, snow travel, ice axe, crampons, roped, all the good stuff. So that was my next trip after the AT. Went down to Ecuador, climbed Pasachoa, Rucapincha, Ilanitza Norte, Quiambe, Chimborazo, and then came back from that and decided I'm going to start the 7 summits now. So the first one I did was Aconcagua down in Argentina, which is the tallest point in South America. It's about 23,000 feet. And it's a 2-week expedition as you go through acclimatizing and then finally getting to the top of that summit. That was the next big trip that I did. When I came back from that, I said, you know what? I'm going to do the Continental Divide Trail. And in this process, I came up with trying to researching and figuring out if anyone has ever done all 7 summits, all 3 long trails, the Pacific Crest Trail, the Continental Divide Trail, the Appalachian Trail, and then summited all 58 Colorado 14ers, which 14ers are peaks that are 14,000 feet or above in Colorado, and there's 58 of them. So no one has ever done that, all 3 of those. So that's kind of the quest that I'm on right now, is to finish the 7 summits, Triple Crown. That's when you do all 3 of those trails, and then 58 14er finisher. So that's the process.
What was it like going to not even a different country, but a different continent to climb mountains with people probably from all over the world? I'm assuming it wasn't just people from South America. Was it a vast difference in that versus the Appalachian Trail? Did you find the camaraderie and was the difficulty there?
Yeah, the camaraderie is definitely there. The difficulty for sure is there. In some aspects, it's harder. In some aspects, it's easier because it's shorter. There's a lot, differences, whatnot. But all around the world, people from all around the world. And the same thing on these trails as well. I mean, there are a lot of Europeans, British, French, German, that want to come out and do these trails in the U.S. because they are so long and they have a nostalgia that's attached to them. On Aconcagua, there was a Swedish group of friends that was with us, and they trekked with us all the way to base camp. And when they did one of the peaks around there, 16,000 footer, and then they went back. Before that, we had a group of Argentinians that just wanted to go to base camp, or not base camp, but the Confluencia, and then trek to the south face of the mountain, which is the most scenic view of the mountain that you can get. So they were there for maybe 3 or 4 days, and then they just went back to, their lives in Argentina. So it was definitely a mix of people. We saw Kuwaitis, Israel, a lot of different nationalities that were there trying to do that peak. It was me primarily, and then another female from the U.S. named Jordan, who was on that final expedition to go up to the top with our guide Diego. So it was just us 3 after base camp that kept moving forward and going up.
So how about wildlife? Like, obviously on the Appalachian Trail, you're going to see bears and deer and stuff like that. But how about
I never saw a
wildlife?
bear. I never saw a bear. I never saw a bear. I saw one bear, and that's because you have to walk through a zoo in New York. Like the Appalachian Trail goes through a zoo in New York, and there was a bear in a cage. That's the only bear that I saw.
That doesn't count.
It's got to be wild.
So how about in South America, though? Like, what type of wildlife did you see there?
In Ecuador, I saw more than I did in Argentina. Just because on that peak, there's not in Argentina on Aconcagua, there's not a lot of wildlife. It's very dry. It's in a rocky valley that you're going through just to get up to base camp. And then at that point, it's so high that there's nothing up there really. But Ecuador, we saw a lot of different wildlife. They actually, believe it or not, they have guinea pigs on a stick when you're driving around the different towns. Yeah, it's a delicacy. It's considered a delicacy there.
Okay,
and I really wanted to try one. Yeah, I wanted to try one so bad, but the group that I was with was, they advised against it because you could get a stomach bug and then it can ruin your entirety of the trip. I mean, they do not follow the same USDA standards of protocol that we have for preparing food. So definitely, I would love to go back though. Ecuador is such a beautiful country. It's rainforest. There's glaciated volcanoes. I mean, the political situation there is a little tense right now, but it's on the US dollar. Like they use the US dollar like we do. It was an easy flight from Atlanta to Quito, and the people were wonderful. Everyone I met, I had, no qualms with. Great time. Loved climbing there. And I would love to go back and climb some more as well.
Wow.
Argentina is Patagonia, which is just an amazing, beautiful area of that country. And it's huge. It's over 800 miles, which a lot of people don't realize how big Patagonia actually is. And I have plans to go down and trek some mountains down there. It's a bucket list trip. It's not, one of the big ones that I'm trying to do, but it's definitely on my radar for sure.
Do you find that in the hiking community, there's a lot of people willing to share their knowledge, and help novices out? Like if I'm a new guy and I want to, obviously you're doing stuff now that's, senior level stuff that you have to have a lot of experience doing. But if I'm a new guy, do you find that a lot of the people that you work with or just in the community are a great helping hand to say, hey, if you're just starting out, maybe try this trail or get this piece of equipment, or hey, join us for we're doing a 2-day march. I want to call it a march, a 2-day hike or something like that. Do you find that there's a lot of that?
I find that more in the hiking community than I do in the mountaineering community. The mountaineering community, I think, because there's such a level of risk that's involved with it, people want to vet who they're going to go with and do things with. There is a lot of figuring out on your own or gaining your own experience in that community. But in the hiking community, it's very welcoming. It's very sharing of knowledge. There is no gatekeeping. There is a niche of purists who think that, you have to do the trail a certain way. You shouldn't sleep in towns. You should cook over a fire. Connected footsteps. You have to follow every white blaze or every piece of trail. I mean, so there's differences, there's definitely differences in how people view it. At the end of the day, it's really hike your own hike, however, what you're doing out there, what it's for. If you're getting what you want out of it, that's great. I'm happy for you. I don't have qualms with different varying levels of how they complete the trail or slack packing or sectioning it or whatever. There are some unwritten rules, that purists say that you have to do the through hike within a year, the calendar year for it to be considered a through hike versus doing it, sections at a time. I don't really get involved in all that because it's hike your own hike, It's how you want it. Yeah. It's what you want to get out of it. And that's what I believe.
So then you leave South America and you go to the Continental Divide. You hike the Continental Divide. Like, tell me a little bit about that. Like, where does that start? I'm not I've heard of it, but being from Pennsylvania, obviously I know the Appalachian Trail, but I'm not from that part of the country. So like, for those people that don't really know, like, what is the Continental Divide Trail and like, where does it start? Where does it end?
Yep. So it starts in the boot heel of New Mexico, on the border of Mexico and New Mexico. There's a monument out there commemorating it. and it is out in the middle of nowhere in the desert. There is no fence, no anything out there. It's just a monument out in the desert, and it goes from New Mexico through Colorado, through Wyoming. You can either follow into Idaho, or you can take a different route into Montana, and then it goes all the way up to the Canadian border in Watertown, Canada, with Montana. So it goes through some very differencing of terrain. You know, you go from deserts to high altitude peaks in Colorado to the Great Basin in Wyoming, which is pretty much flat and there's no water out there. Through Wind River Range in Wyoming, then Yellowstone by the Bridger Teton National Forest area. Then in Montana, you go through a place called the Bob Marshall Wilderness. And then finally it ends in Glacier National Park up in Montana. So you traverse some amazing areas.
Would you say that the skill level for the Continental Divide is the same as the Appalachian Trail, or is it a little bit tougher, or about the same, maybe different?
I would say I would not do it as a first through hike because logistically it's very forgiving. A lot of the areas are remote. They're far out there. You're not going to cross roads very often. So if you're not dialed in with your gear, your food, how to be out there for 5-6 days at a time without any help, it's not a good through hike to start with. As far as hiking wise, a little differences from the AT. The AT was really easy to follow because you just look for the white blaze everywhere. On the Continental Divide Trail, there are areas that you have to navigate through where you have to kind of find the trail yourself in a way, especially if you're going to take alternate routes. The good thing about the CDT is that it's choose your own adventure. You know, you really can choose your own adventure. There are so many alternate routes you can take through different mountains and passes, through different parks. You don't have to follow just one strict route, which is the AT and the PCT. There's one route that you can follow, and that's pretty much it. On the CDT, yeah, as long as you're within 50 miles of the trail, you can make your own route, however you want to make it, which is awesome. And it's a very lonely trail as well. It doesn't get as much as the AT does by far. The AT, I think 5,000 to 6,000 people attempt it every year. The CDT, I would say less than 500 probably try that trail every year, whether they're going SOBO or NOBO, which is southbound or northbound, depending on the direction that you're going. But yeah.
So did you have a group that you went with on that, or did you do that by yourself, or
I started by myself. Yep, you meet people along the way. Yeah, all these trails I've always started by myself, and then you just kind of meet people along the way. I met up with one guy in New Mexico, and then we stayed together pretty much the entirety of the trail and ended up finishing together. So it was cool. Wow. Just me and him. Yeah.
So as far as like safety on the trails, I mean, I've heard nightmare stories of different things. Obviously, you said people were injured, hit their head, break their leg, get knocked out, whatever. And there's obviously, wild animals, especially if you get out, west is a little bit more than the, Appalachian Trail where, you have wolves, you have bears, you have more exposure to bigger game type of animals that can get a hold of you. As far as safety on these trails, like what do you do for safety, and what would you recommend for somebody to, that's doing this stuff to bring with them or be prepared for?
Yeah. Once I started in Wyoming in Wind River, I carried bear spray with me, and that's pretty much required. Definitely a bear resistant proof for your food storage, whether that's a bear canister or an sack, or you're going to hang your food. The majority of people that have problems with wildlife are ones that are careless with their food. They have wrappers in their pack that they're keeping in their tent. I mean, a ranger told us a story that they caught a black bear in the Smokies using just one peanut M&M. That's all they had to put in the cage, and the bear smelt it from miles away. So their senses are that keen and are on another level. If you have anything that smells within your pack, bears are gonna be attracted to it. Not only them, but raccoons, possums, chipmunks, bunnies, any type of forest freeloader that's out there that's trying to just get a meal from you. So you have to be very cognizant of every day. At the end of the day in my pack, I take out all my wrappers of food that I've used. I take out anything that smells, hand sanitizer, toothpaste, all that kind of stuff. And I put it in my earth sack. And then I hang that on a tree that's, away from my tent, generally 20 to 25 feet, because you want to actually hear if something is happening to your food as well. So you don't want it to be so far away. And I've never had an issue with wildlife. I did have something brush up on my tent when I was hiking through Colorado at one point, and I was sleeping and I felt it come along the side, and it was big, whatever it was, and it just brushed all the way down my tent. And I laid there for a minute, tried to see if I could hear anything, and then just went back to bed. I don't even know what type of animal it was, but it did kind of alarm me. It woke me up.
I don't think I would have been able to go back to sleep. I wouldn't have been able to go back to, I would have like, where's my gun? Where's my gun?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I've never carried a gun. I don't even carry a knife. I carry a small Amazon pair of scissors. That's probably like that big. That's it. That's all I carry. Yeah.
Wow. Now, what about like for first aid injuries and stuff? Like, I injure myself, or I run across somebody that's banged up on the trail. Like, what do you got for that? And what do you do to, in a situation where somebody needs more than just first aid attention and you have to call an ambulance or call emergency services or a ranger or something?
Yeah. So I carry what's called a Zoleo. It's similar to a Garmin InReach that has an SOS function. So if I ever needed some type of search and rescue, or, definitely a medical asset while you're out there far away from civilization, you just kind of hit that button and then they'll respond to you. As far as medical stuff that I carry personally, I might carry Leuko tape, which is good for blisters and your feet. Definitely on Denali, I taped up my feet all the time. A small pair of scissors, some moleskin, maybe a Band-Aid or two, and that's pretty much it. Like, that's all that I'm carrying. I will carry Excedrin for like acute mountain symptoms, for something severe headaches, stuff like that. But that's pretty much it that I carry. Yeah.
So it's just interesting. You brought up Denali. Tell me about Denali. This is interesting because most people, you read about Denali, you see the pictures, you see it on YouTube, you see it on TV, but you're one of the few people I actually ever met who's been to Denali.
Yeah, Denali was, the journey was what the prize for that one, for me, is what it was. I decided to do Denali this year after hiking through the Arizona Trail. And I used that as preparation for Denali. I also did Mount Adams, Mount Hood, Mount Rainier before I flew out there. So you get into Talkeetna, which is the town where you meet up with everyone else before you fly out to the glacier. They check all your gear. You get some extra food. You pack all your stuff. You get some group gear, because I went guided with a company called Alpine Ascents. And then you start rigging your sled, because you have to pull a sled on Denali.
Oh,
because there's
really?
so much weight. Yeah. There's so much weight that you have to carry, because you're carrying everything. You're carrying your tent. You're carrying all your own food for 21 days. So you go through a process of what's called caching, where I'm kind of getting ahead. So we're in Talkeetna, do the gear layout, and then we fly out to the glacier. And you fly out on this plane that's, modified so that it can land on the glacier. So while we're flying, you can see the mountain, above the clouds. And in my mind, I'm like, man, this is probably a bad idea. Just seeing it, looking at it from a distance, because it's massive. It's huge. And it's just completely glaciated, snow covered. There's a few bits of rock here and there, but not very much. So you land on the glacier, download all your gear right away, and then the plane takes off. And it started snowing as soon as we got there. And that's when it really hit home, like, okay, this is it. This is the next 21 days, however long it takes, we're out here. So they split up all the group gear, and you get your gear ready, and you rig your sled. You tie everything down so it's a low center of gravity and whatnot. and then it gets hooked to the back of your pack, and then it also runs along on a rope. So you're all attached to a rope because it's glaciated. There's the probability and possibility of falling into crevasses where you could just get stuck down there. Yeah.
And
so
for the people that don't know what that is, could you tell them what a crevasse is?
Yeah, crevasses basically. So when you're walking on a glacier, there's that section of ice, and every once in a while you'll get cracks in that section of ice that go up to the surface, and they'll shatter and they'll create this huge pocket within the glacier. And if you're stepping on it, you can fall into one of those pockets if you're on a thin portion of the ice. Yeah. Okay. Some of them go all the way down. Some of them stop, at a certain point and whatnot. But there is a risk of it. Anytime you're doing glaciated travel, crevasses is the biggest risk that you have while you're out there. So you're all roped together on a rope team. You're carrying your pack, and then you have your sled that's getting towed behind you. So how you get through that mountain is really you have to climb it twice, is what they say. So you go up to a certain altitude, you'll cache gear, you'll go back down, you'll go up to the next camp, come back down, pick up that cache gear, and then go back to the next camp. So there's a process of how you're climbing it, as well as trying to acclimatize at the same time. The first 7 days were all snow-filled, 3 to 4 feet of snow at a time, no break from it, cold, windy, whiteout conditions, never saw the sun, didn't see my shadow. And then finally, once we get above 14,000 feet, it kind of broke through the cloud cover, and then we could start seeing the sun again. I remember one day it was so windy that we were getting hit in the face with ice that was coming off of the glacier while we were trying to go up to a cache at 13,000 feet. It was the windiest.
You have to wear those lenses, like the glare proof lenses and stuff like that when you're up there?
Yeah, I have a pair of glacier goggles that kind of protect the sides of your eyes. And then I have an actual pair of goggles for really, really bad weather. Yeah. And that day I was wearing my goggles for sure. And then a full face mask, so any exposed skin that gets hit in that wind, it'll immediately freeze, because it's already 5-6 degrees ambient temperature with the wind speed 20, 30 miles per hour. You're looking at -10, -9, 15 right away for frostbite with the wind. Yep. So then we get to high camp at 17,000 feet, and this is about day 12 is when we got to high camp. So through the process, you have some days off. You have a lighter day where you don't carry as much weight and whatnot. And you have to go through a portion called the fixed lines where you're linked in. You have an ascender where you're pulling up on the line, similar to Everest. If you've ever watched the video about Everest, it's similar to that.
Green boots, what they call them, green boots, is one of the guys that died up there. One of them they use as a landmark or something.
He's the terrain teacher. Yeah. Yep. Unfortunately. And there were 2 fatalities on Denali when we were out there. One was in an avalanche, and then another fell in a crevasse. So
in your group?
Not in our group. Not in our group. No. But other climbers that were on the mountain at the same time. Yeah. Wow. And it was actually, now that I think about it, it was really not that was discouraging, but how many teams that we saw turn back that never got a chance to summit because of the weather. The weather was the real discouraging part. I mean, it was pretty bad for the first week and a half that we were there. The guides dubbed it the Cold War season because every time we went to a new camp, they're like, I've never seen this much snow here, or it's never been this cold at this point in the season. So it was definitely a different weather season. When I left, after we had summited and checked in with the ranger station, they said that the summit rate at that point was at 27%, which was one of the lowest years that they ever had weather-wise. Wow. So it was definitely fighting through, bitterness of cold, just constantly, having to wear layers all the time. It does warm up sometimes when the sun hits you, but the ambient temperature is still 10 degrees. It might feel 60 because of the sun and you're at that high of altitude, but it's no more than 10 or 15 degrees at any given time. So
what was the view like when you got there?
Views were incredible. I mean, it is just such a magical, special place. Some of the views from the fixed lines, and I posted them all on my Insta and my Facebook. If anyone would like to see some of those pictures, Some of the views from high camp were just awesome. The views on the summit, they were good. You know, you could see where you came from the start of the airstrip all the way through the glacier, walking up. But on the summit, it was the culmination, like I said, of the journey, you know, just the prep, the training, the anticipation. And it was one peak that I really questioned myself if I had enough to do it, you know, to get through it. Because everyone that I had talked to, you know, 7 summit finishers, they all said Denali was the hardest, hands down, just because the amount of weight that you have to carry day in and day out. And you can't really have a bad day on that mountain. On other commercialized mountains, you know, you can get to a point where you can say, I just can't carry this weight anymore. Can I hire a Sherpa or a porter? Can someone carry the weight for me? And it's there. You know, you never set up your own tents. Someone's setting that up for you. On Denali, it's a blue collar mountain. You're doing everything on your own, even though you're guided. You know, they might cook the meals for you, melt the water for hot or cold water, but that's pretty much it. You're doing everything else yourself. And there is a level of skill that's somewhat expected of you when you show up on an expedition, you know, to know how to work on the fixed lines, to know how to rig a sled, to know how to travel on a glacier. Yeah, there's some self-doubt when I started that journey, for sure. If I had the experience level to do it. And then standing on that summit, it was kind of a culmination of it. It's like, I actually, you know, I did it. I made it.
Not You're one of the few people on the globe, one of the few people in the world that have done it. You know, that's amazing.
It's starting to set in a little bit. I want to go back though. I definitely want to. I want to do it unguided next time I go back. I think that would be even more of a challenge and funner in some aspects, because with a guide, they're making all the decisions of when you're going to move, weather windows, things of that nature. When you're doing it unguided, you know, you're the boss. You're making those decisions for you.
And so you went to Kilimanjaro as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did that one last year in October. Kili was an awesome mountain. I love that mountain. It was so enjoyable. I don't want to say it was easy because no summit is ever easy, but it was very enjoyable. I would definitely go back and do Kilimanjaro again. I did the Mashami route, which was a 6-day route. You start at Mashami Gate, and then you go up to different camps along the way. And then you finally get to Barafu Camp, which is the last camp that you stay at before you do the summit push. The summit day was long. We started around midnight, and then me and my guide, Galitzin, we were the first ones on the summit. We passed everyone on the way up, which was kind of awesome. And then we sat up there waiting for the sunrise, hoping to get a cool one. But it was all clagged in. It was clouded. We didn't get a really good one. So then we just decided to head back down. And then once you get back down to Camp Barafu, you still have to go to Mueca Camp, which is like another 6 miles away from that point. So summit day total mileage was maybe 12 or 16 miles. But it's also the elevation gain because you start at like 15,000 feet up to 19 and then descend all the way back down to about 12,000 feet. So it was a long day on that, but just the people, Tanzania in general was a great country to visit. I felt fairly safe there. Never had any issues. The guides were all nice. The porters, you know, they love that mountain. And it is very, very beautiful. It's so cool to start in a rainforest and then you come above tree line and then you're on this kind of like lava eroded peak because it's a freestanding mountain. It's the tallest freestanding mountain in the world. And the glacier really isn't there anymore. It's retracted a lot in the past 25 years from what the guides told us and pointed out, which is unfortunate, but it was snow covered. When we went up to the summit. So that was kind of cool. And it's just so beautiful. The views were amazing. There's a lot of wildlife. I saw colobus monkeys, you know, tons of wildlife out there, these huge birds. The food was good. You know, I loved the food. Some people complain about the food, but I didn't have an issue with it. And it was just me and the guide. So it was a very small trip and really bonded with him. You know, I told him about my mountaineering experience. He told me about his, and we made a plan to come back. There's a peak called Shira Needle, which is a really nice. I really want to go back there and climb that peak and do another climb of Kilimanjaro as well. If anyone is looking at it from a bucket list trip adventure, I highly, highly recommend it. It's a very safe mountain to do. The trail is easy to follow. It's not very technically difficult, except one section called the Barranco Wall, which the guides will help you get through that section. You don't carry a lot of weight because the porters are going to carry the majority of it for you. So you pretty much carry like a day pack every day. And it's just an amazing, amazing experience. You know, a lot of people, I think that's a bucket list one for them is Kilimanjaro, you know, to do that. And
do you find that going to other countries, because I know that, like you said, the Continental Divide goes into Canada and, Kilimanjaro and obviously South America. Do you find that other countries are very welcoming to the mountain climbing and backpacking, hiking communities?
Yeah, from what I've seen, I think so. Yeah, it's a source for their economy as well. You know, it's a huge, huge tourism portion for Tanzania is Kilimanjaro. I think they realize and recognize that. As far as the people that you meet, though, all very nice. I mean, I throughout all my travels, I've never met anyone that I was like, gosh, that's, mean person or brought bad on their country or things of that nature. Yeah. Just great experiences all around. Maybe I've been lucky. I don't know. Maybe people have bad experiences, but I've had good.
So we're halfway through the year at this point. And if I'm a fan and I want to watch you and follow along on your adventures and make sure, where can fans find you on Instagram or any other social media platform?
Yeah. So I'm on Instagram. It's Paul_Bunyan_214 on Insta. That's where I primarily post. I'm also on Facebook, and it's just my first last name on Facebook, Stephen Palazzo. Yeah, they're more than welcome to follow me on there. And if they have any questions about some of the climbs or stuff that I've done, please reach out, DM. I'm not a gatekeeper. I'm all about sharing knowledge and experience because it's useless if you're not sharing it with people.
So what do we have forward to looking for your next adventure? Where are you going next?
Yeah, so I'm back in Colorado now, and I'm finishing off the 58 14ers. So I have about 27 of those left. So that's what I'll be doing this summer. After that, I'm either going to do Cartson's Pyramid, which is the Oceanic 7 summit in Papua New Guinea, or Kosciuszko, which is in Australia. So I haven't decided between those two yet, but that's kind of what I have on store for the rest of the year. And then a lot of skiing this winter in Colorado.
You're definitely a physical guy. I mean, I try to walk 7,500 steps a day, and you got me beat, man. Going skiing and then mountain climbing, and wow, it's just so much. And when you meet an extraordinary person like you, and we were talking a little bit before the show, I'm going to say it out so that the world can hear it. I think you need to write a book. I think this is a story that is 24 years in the U.S. military, traveling around the world, and when you were traveling around the world, the first part of your life as adult, it was not for recreational purposes. It was for defense purposes and stuff. And now you're traveling the world and doing things that, I can honestly say, I maybe 1-2 other people in the entire world history that are doing everything that you plan to done and have done already. It's an inspiration not only to people that are getting into, the hiking and the mountain climbing, but also to your fellow veterans, and sometimes when people like, yourself that were in a leadership position, hang up their uniform and they go out and they live their life and they think they're not inspiring their soldiers. But you know what? I think somebody like you is still inspiring these young men and women today that, you're still a sergeant major, even though you don't wear the uniform, and you're just doing it in a different way and showing them that there's a life beyond the military and there's a life beyond war, and there's a peace of mind. And you should really take a bow for the work and the inspiration that you're doing for millions of veterans worldwide, not just American veterans. So, I'm a big proponent. I think you should write a book, but you do what you want with it. And, if I could cap this interview off and say, what is one thing that you would want to tell people about your experience that would frame you in a light and a picture that, if I can do it, you can do it too?
Yeah, it just takes one step. It's so cliche to say that, but it only takes one step at a time to get through a lot of these experiences. That's it. And just take it one day at a time, one breath at a time, one step at a time, one problem at a time. That's all you got to do. Just focus on today. Don't worry about tomorrow. That's a tomorrow problem. It's not a today problem. And I love living in the moment like that, because in the military, it was so future focused about problems that might happen down the road. But now it's more in the moment focused, if that makes sense.
It totally makes sense. And for the Kling Connection fans out there, this has been an honor to have Stephen Palazzo, former Command Sergeant Major, U.S. Army, mountain climber, hiker, inspiration to lots of people. We're going to leave the links to his social media platforms below. We're definitely going to follow his adventures and be some of his biggest supporters here on the Kling Connection. And, we'll try to give some updates. Click on the links below. Follow Mr. Palazzo on all his adventures. Give him a big thumbs up. And we really want to thank you for being on the show. And it was quite an honor.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks for everything that you do as well.
And until next time, have fun storming the castle.
And that's a wrap on today's episode of the Kling Connection Travel Talk podcast. Huge thanks to our guest, Stephen Palazzo, for sharing his incredible travel stories. Until next time, keep exploring, one journey at a time.
Are you tired of business coaches who promise the moon but deliver, well, nothing? Then it's time to meet Sean Kling. He's not here to tell you what you want to hear. He's here to tell you what you need to hear. With decades of real-world experience under his belt, Sean cuts through the noise and delivers sharp-witted insights that get results. He's built for leaders who are serious about scaling and dominating their industry. Stop settling for sugar-coated advice. It's time for the straight truth that fuels success. Work with Sean Kling. Visit SeanKling.com to book your power call, coaching session, or explore partnership opportunities today. Outwork them all. Outthink, outsmart, outlast.
Welcome to the Kling Connection Travel Talk podcast, where the world of travel comes to life through real conversations. Hosted by Sean Kling, each episode explores the highs and lows of life on the road, connecting with travelers, industry insiders, and digital nomads to uncover expert tips, budget hacks, and inspiring stories. Whether you're a weekend explorer, a full-time adventurer, or simply wanderlust curious, Sean brings first-hand advice, destination insights, and honest takes from those shaping the global travel scene. Join Sean Kling.
Welcome to the latest episode of the Kling Connection. I'm Sean Kling, your host today, and we got a great treat for you. We have Miss Letitia Johnson, a Texas native that is a vlogger and does a podcast with her daughter and travels around the world. She has been involved in various different industries, everything from the airline industry to the cruising industry and everything in between. And we are excited to have her. This is going to be a great show, and she's got a wealth of knowledge that she wants to share with everybody around the world. So welcome to the show, Letitia.
Well, thank you so much. I really am flattered that you reached out and gave me the opportunity to be here. So thank you.
It's our pleasure to have you. And I mean, we've checked into you. We've looked at a lot of your stuff, and you have an amazing story. You sounds like you have an amazing family. I can't wait to hear about your daughter. You said you had triplets, which is interesting. Can't wait to hear about your travel experiences and the things that you do as far as working in the airline industry and the cruise industry and everything like that. So first of all, let's start off with the place that people can find you. Like, where are you at?
Okay, well, it's kind of unusual, but we have so many different avenues over here. I'm an entrepreneur at heart, honestly. So I used to have my own advertising agency, and that's long gone, but that used to be called the J3 Group because I had the 3 kids. And currently, my daughter, she wanted to do a podcast. So we have a podcast called Mother, Daughter, God. It's just mother.daughter.god. God. And then, in addition to that, I have some fun stuff sometimes on Etsy. I've written a devotional book out there for some kids, and that's out on the Home Little Home. I also have an Instagram, both with Mother Daughter God and an Instagram with the Home Little Home. So I am so diverse and out there. It's just crazy. I have too many ideas, I think, for myself or others. So there's lots of places you can find me.
That's cool. I mean, like, I'm kind of the same way. I've written a book, and we're all over the place. Shayna and I have done all sorts of social media. We have this channel, we have a history channel, we have all sorts of stuff, a business channel. So that's really cool. So Mother Daughter God, obviously, you said you're a devout person, but that's very trifecta sounding. What made you guys go with that name?
Well, my daughter actually approached me. So I do have triplets. I have 2 girls and a boy, and the youngest one is Avery. She graduated from the University of Arkansas, and we're pretty, tight and close. And she's is one to want to come to me all the time for advice or some kind of information, what I think about topics, which is rare. I think, when you hit about 22, 23, usually kids don't really care what we have to say. And she just said, Mom, there's so much information you give me, and I pass it on to my girlfriends. And I just feel like there's not a lot of relationships like ours. And so I think that if we did a podcast, we could give a lot of really great information and advice out there to others like her in her age group and maybe beyond. And so she wanted to start the podcast. And I thought, well, that's great. But, I never want to give the advice thinking that I'm the sole say on anything and that my way is the right way. So I'm always clear to say, like, this worked for us, maybe not for others, but really the direction that I've always tried to guide my kids on, the way I parent them, and my any way I try to do things is usually founded by a biblical base in my relationship with the Lord. So I just wanted to add that in, that anything or that we say and talk about and the advice we give is probably going to be influenced in that direction.
I support that 100% because in today's world, I think we need a little bit more of that. I think people need to reel themselves back in and become a little bit more wholesome in what they do. And that's really great that you have a great relationship with the daughters, your daughter, because, a lot of parents don't know how to work with their kids, or they don't know how to communicate with their kids, or they don't, as they get older, they get a little bit more distant from their kids because the interests change for them. That kind of brings me to my first couple questions here. You're in Texas, yes. And that's the middle of the country. So you're probably just as far from California as you are from, say, Atlanta, Georgia in flight time. And you actually worked in the airline industry. Is that correct?
That's right. I did. I was born and raised here in Texas, but after college, I met my husband in college, and he was from the Fort Worth area. So not much to do in my small town of about 600 where I grew up to do. So I knew I wasn't going to get to have a career there. So I followed him here to North Texas. I'm literally like 6 miles away from the DFW airport. As you know, that's a major hub for the United States. You can't really do much traveling if you're not hitting somewhere in Dallas for a lot of connections. And American Airlines is in our back door, as well as Southwest Airlines. So at the very young age of, I think, 22 out of college, I started my career with American Airlines.
Okay, and what exactly did you do? I mean, if American Airlines, were you there a long time? And what was the career path that you took there?
Well, gosh, the economy was really terrible back then. It's kind of like it is today. Was difficult to get a job. And so American at the time had only 2 real options for you to enter into their career force. You were either going to be in the actual airline, like stewardess, at the time is what we would call them, flight attendants, and pilots, co-pilots, etc. Or you could go into the corporate side as a provisional. Unless you had your master's degree. And so a provisional was kind of like a temp agency within American, and you were just placed kind of anywhere. And it was actually kind of, now looking back, a cool option to do because they tested the waters with you and kind of saw if you're going to be a good fit. And if you were a good fit, then they would hire you on full time. So that's what I did. And I went into the sales organization. And now looking back, my span of 30 years here, my career, it's always kind of been helping that sales portion, doing marketing and events and those kind of things for our sales team in the travel business. So I worked in the sales department and supported the sales group across the nation. And then I shortly moved over to the corporate advertising and marketing department and did a lot of direct mail to our Advantage customers. There with our premium customers as well. Back in the day when we really spent a lot of time and money wooing people to be in our premium classic, first class, business class, and we cared about those platinum Advantage members. And then I did a short stint over in AMR Investments and got my Series 6 and 63 license, which is totally random, but it was a mutual fund company that American owned. And then I missed the airline, so I came back over to AA Vacations, worked with the all-inclusive vacation world, and handled the marketing for that line, where we would work with third-party vendors like a Sheraton or a Hyatt or someone like that, and we would put a robust promotion together. Say like, we're going to give you 10,000 Advantage miles if you book with Sheraton, put your flight with American, just one of kind of these all-inclusive that we would build, and then you'd get the Advantage miles if you book through us. So that's kind of where I ended my first round with American, was there. And then I had my family quickly, I say to people, because I had the triplets, and thought I might want to try this whole stay-at-home mom thing. And that really was not my cup of tea. I applaud all mothers that can be with their children all day. So that was really, honestly, at about the same time that we had 9/11. So in 9/11, of course, the world stopped for a little bit, especially for the airlines. And it was a very difficult time with American Airlines, losing planes, people, staff, all the things. Was just a terrible situation. So a few weeks after that happened, I reached out to my VP of sales and marketing for AA Vacations. And I was like, hey, I was kind of running this department with what we needed to do. I know what kind of copywriting we need and the printers and all the vendors. I know what we were paying. And I was actually at the time making a profit for them on the bottom line. So I just kind of pitched out that I would be happy to try to continue to do that work for them. I would do it at a 20% discount than they were paying, and I'd give them 90 days on the books if they would take a chance on me. And they called me 2 weeks later, and they let me have the business. So that's how I started my advertising agency with AA Vacations as my first account, which was super great.
That's really interesting. And being, you and I are the same generation. My mother always told me, never ask a woman her age, but I'm going to assume that you and I are the same generation. Being somebody that worked in the airline pre 9/11 and then post 9/11 associated with the airlines, I can personally say, and I didn't work with the airlines, I had just gotten out of the Army at the time, the world of travel changed overnight. I remember being able to go to an airport, being 20 minutes before a flight,
for sure,
shoes off. You could take a bottle of shampoo with you, and everything. And the airlines changed overnight, and it's now been 25 years, almost 24 years, 25 years. And a lot of the ways that we used to get into the airline to get a plane have not gone back, and I don't see them going back. What type? In your opinion, what type of, outside of the TSA type of things that we all experience, unless you get pre-TSA, then you don't take your shoes off, and you're 85 years old, you have to take a sweater off. What type of things did you see change on your end as far as, from pre 9/11 to post 9/11? That's really interesting. I've actually never talked to somebody that was involved in the industry at that time.
Yeah. Well, first I would say the biggest thought I had was pre 9/11. I worked at corporate headquarters right here in Fort Worth. It was very easy to walk into our building, walk straight into corporate headquarters, go up the elevator, and walk in anywhere in our building. And prior to this happening, I did have the thought a couple of times, like, wow, it would be really easy for somebody who's a little crazy to just walk into this building, go to the 6th floor, walk into Mr. Crandall's office, and demand pretty much anything he wants, and he has the entire fleet in his hands. So I did have that thought a few times, but then I thought, well, that would never happen. So then, yes, right after 9/11, they shut all of that down, even from a corporate standpoint. We all had to have badges. We had secure doors. not that you couldn't still probably tailgate if you wanted to at the time when I was doing it, but now they've even tightened that up even more. If I go and visit friends or if I have a meeting there, certainly they're even more cautious about that. They're not going to let you tailgate into the building. So that was one of the things I thought was interesting that they changed on the corporate side. From the airline and airport side, I think that it's really more personal, and the fact that we non-revved, like you said, we could just decide at the last minute to hop over to the airport, run in, grab a flight 20-30 minutes beforehand. You're going to be the last person on that plane anyway. It didn't really matter if you were there an hour before or not. Yeah. And one of the things I really miss about it, and I get a little emotional because I get sad when I see other people get sad. I don't know why. I guess I'm an empath, but I just remember the days of you could just walk into the airport and wait for your people to come off the plane, right? Or you could go with them and sit with them until they got onto the plane and hug them goodbye or greet them hello. And there's so much emotion and so much love that you see just being a bystander, when we call it people watching, I suppose. But I would just sometimes sit at the airport waiting for a flight and watch moms and dads kissing their kids goodbye and maybe sending them to college or greeting someone they haven't seen in so long and the happiness of saying hi to them when they come through that, door after they've been on the jet bridge. So that is gone. You don't get to see that anymore. And rarely do you come out, maybe you see a little kid holding a sign like, "Hi, Mom, welcome home," at the baggage carousel or something like that. But I think that's missing for me personally. And I just loved those little emotional touch points that we used to have.
Yeah, you used to see pictures. I mean, this is a little bit before my time, but men would wear a business suit. Women would get dressed up on an airplane.
Oh, yes.
I remember people used to be able to smoke on airplanes when I was a kid. Yes. The little ashtray thing on the armrest, and you would
yes,
like, stop that. I remember going to Disney World in the mid to early 80s with my parents, and I was playing with the ashtray, and my dad was a heavy smoker at the time. Like, stop,
yeah, I think the smokers always had to be in the back of the plane, and now I think, what did that really matter? That's kind of funny that we actually did that. It was crazy, but yeah, just different times, and all things change and everything evolves and we move forward. So here we are today.
So I mean, you worked in advertising. You worked with the airline for a number of years, and a lot of our listeners are world travelers, and we know that you worked in other industries before, but with the airline, is there any secret hacks or any type of things that people may want to know about, maybe points or how to get trips, or if they miss a flight, or if a flight's canceled, or this type of stuff? Any of that type of stuff that maybe our viewers might be able to listen to?
I probably don't know as much as you think I do because I was on the revenue side, but I think a thing that people don't understand, and maybe if you're very worldly travel, you do understand this, but, talking about points and all the things, but we just called them buckets. The seat was a bucket, right? And you would have these different buckets, like a K seat or a B seat or whatever they would want to call it, with the letter. And so a lot of people don't understand is that, why did I get on the plane and I paid $350 for my seat, and the person next to me says they spent, $189 or something like that. So, that happens in all the industries. It happens in the cruise industry. And I think people just need to understand it's a revenue management situation. You have your premium seats and you want to get those sold as quickly as you can at the highest prices you can. Of course, they have to make money and stay in business. And then every airline has a dedicated amount of seats that they've contracted out, and they kind of dump them off to be wholesale. So that's your Expedias or your Travelocities, your Pricelines, things like that, where you go on and they want to buy your airline through, those people. So they're buying it at a discount. They're barely making maybe a little bit of a markup, so that you will buy that airline and package it with a hotel, make it kind of your own little all-inclusive, and they know that they will probably hold on to that booking longer if they can always attach airline to it. We've just seen historically with the booking patterns that if you have airline associated with your booking, that you're not probably going to cancel that trip as easily. So I think people just need to understand that it can work for you and against you on how far you book out. I think if you're going to go to Europe, traditionally the last few years, the longer you waited and the closer into booking, you're paying a much higher rate than you would if you would have done it about 18 months before, or I don't even think you booked that far out, like a year out. But then, conversely, if you're with the cruise industry, if you wait till the very last minute, they're dumping those cabins and you can get them pretty cheap. So it just really comes down to revenue management. And I thankfully didn't ever have to work in that world, but they've really gotten to be experts as you will see, because I don't know how many times I've been on the airplane and there's an empty seat, because they have got it just so fine tuned to exactly where they need to sell seats into which, buckets they need to put them into. So the days of non-revving, I think, are gone, honestly. Like the benefit of being able to work for an airline and non-rev somewhere, I saw it trending to be less and less of a benefit. And I would say today it's got to be, almost non-existent, because it's very difficult to get one of those empty seats.
Yeah, I was on a plane this week, and you see a lot of stuff online where now people are fighting on airplanes,
Yes.
getting taken off. And we were on a plane, and a lady was sitting in the seat in front of us. And a man that I think he had throat cancer or something. He had a hard time to talk, and he had one of those like wands that helped him talk. And he wanted to sit in his seat. And the lady's like, "Well, why don't you just make it easier and sit over there?" And he's like, "I'll wait," And like it was like almost this fight on the plane, and I'm just like, "Come on, lady, just give the guy his seat." It's you see now a lot of stuff on TV and on the internet about the
For sure.
fighting on the airline, and it's not really worth it too, because people get you banned for life, you get arrested, go to jail. You
Oh,
pay a
yeah.
fine.
Terrible. They'd have no idea how serious it can be, right?
Oh yeah, the airline industry does not play, and
No.
you're not dealing with just municipal things. You're dealing with federal things at that level, and it's not the same.
That's for sure.
So, but you're in Dallas Fort Worth, and I'm a big history geek, and I have been to Dallas Fort Worth, and I absolutely I love the Fort Worth stockyards. I think they're really, really cool. We actually shot a video in the Fort Worth stockyards, and I've also been to the place where John F. Kennedy was assassinated, and the little X's on the road and stuff like that. And as a world traveler, as somebody that's worked in the airline industry, and we're going to get into the cruise stuff here in a second, but what are some of the coolest places that you got to see while flying?
Oh, gosh. Oof. Oh, man. You're really putting me on the spot. Some cool places. I think flying over the Alps is just actually something that's really beautiful. One of the favorite things I love to fly, and it's not worldly, is going into Chicago, honestly. I love flying in there in the wintertime because you can see still the ice on the lake, and that's kind of a cool situation because they have to fly way over on the water before they come back into land. Recently, I just flew. We were in Alaska, and we were flying to Dawson City, which is way up north in Canada. I think we were like 180 miles south of the Arctic Circle. Just flying over, that was cool. When we were coming in, I will not know this proper name, but basically there's these, they look like ridges in the ground. And I was like, what is that? And I was told that because of the gold mining, that was where they would dig all, the soil and dump it. And so it's like just tons and tons of little long mounds. If you can just imagine people digging, and pulling up the soil and sifting and then throwing the dirt over and constantly doing that from both sides of like trudges. And then you have this like little ant mound that's, going down long. And there were hundreds of these, thousands of them. It was amazing. And they're probably 100 years old because of people that were, going back 100, 150 years ago in the gold rush. So that was super interesting lately as well. But you put me on the spot. There's just so many great things to see. But unfortunately, sometimes you don't see anything at all, right? Because the weather's not good and you're just like, bummer, this, it's terrible. One of the best sights is when you're flying home and you look out and you can say, oh, I can see, that car dealership sign, or I see that water tower, and that you're about to land and you're going to be home, because it's always good to come home.
Yeah, the trip home. And it's kind of cool that you flew over the Alps, and then now you're talking about Alaska, the gold rush. And which brings me to, we were kind of talking and when we were setting this up, and you work with a Alaska cruise line in Alaska, or you went to Alaska or something?
Yeah. So I work currently for Holland America Line, which is a cruise line that is under the Carnival Corporation. So I used to work for another competitor of Celebrity Cruises, but I do currently work for Holland America. And we are the first in Alaska and the best in Alaska, we tout. We were sailing there before Alaska was even in a state. So we've been selling for over 150 years, and we're super proud of our product in the Alaska market.
So Alaska, Seward's Folly, everybody calls it that. But my grandfather, my late grandfather, he's been dead for 26 years, something like that. Always wanted to go to Alaska. He loved animals. He loved the wildlife. He always wanted to go see, at a distance, obviously, he's not going to run up on a grizzly bear, but he wants to see grizzly bear, moose, that type of stuff. And, a lot of people have been seeing that Alaska has been really growing in popularity, and a lot of travel vloggers, YouTubers, podcasters are going to Alaska. When I think Alaska, I think of barren wasteland outside of what I've seen on documentaries and travel vlogs. And, my ex-wife's grandfather built the Alcan Highway during World War II from the United States to Alaska. He was an engineer in the Army during that. And I saw pictures of what it looked like in the 1940s. And it obviously probably doesn't look too much like that today. But Alaska is really growing in popularity. And you work for, Holland. Tell us a little bit about Holland's cruise to Alaska and where they go or
I'd be happy to.
Years. I mean, I'd love to hear about this because Shane and I have debated on doing an Alaska cruise, and any information would be amazing.
Oh, sure. I would love to have the opportunity. Well, first, I think, the popularity is just post, 2020. Everybody's traveling. Everybody wants to get out and see. And we're realizing the world is not as big as we thought, right? We always think like, oh, I can't go all the way to Alaska. So that is one of the reasons I believe it's in popularity. If you live here in Texas or where you are in Florida, it's a lovely place to go in the summer because it's going to be nice and cool, but not miserable. And so you're going to enjoy the reprieve from the heat. But I always tell everyone, if you're going to fly and go all the way to Alaska, then you need to do some experience on the land. And however much that is, as a personal thing, I know people don't have a lot of PTO or they don't have a lot of funding perhaps. And so you got to do what's good for you. But some options on that would be, we personally sell what we call a cruise tour. So a cruise tour is where you can put land either before the cruise or after the cruise. You spend some time on the land, and typically on the short end of 3 days, we take you up into the Denali area, and we have a lodge there. And so we will take you by, it depends where you're going to start, but let's just say we start in Anchorage. Well, first of all, Anchorage is lovely in itself. You could just stay in Anchorage for a couple of nights. They have lots of great things to do. You can do like sea-doos and those crazy things out with a wetsuit and go out to a glacier. You can hike. You can see, you can see a lot of Alaska and see what it's about right there in Anchorage. But we will put you on a beautiful train from Anchorage and take you over to Denali. And our train is a beautiful glass dome train. So the ride is about 8 hours, and you're just going through this beautiful countryside. You can imagine, everywhere you look, it's just a glass encasement. And during the ride, we take you downstairs and we'll feed you breakfast and or lunch. And it's just a great experience. There's a bar on there, an open bar. You've got a lovely seat. It's just super enjoyable. You think it's going to take forever. It just goes by way too fast. So you get to see a lot of the countryside through that train ride. And then once you're in Denali, if you're staying with Holland, you would stay at our lodge. And there is so many fun things there to do. Like we have fire pits. We call it the Denali Square. We'll have musicians out there playing, sometimes just like on their guitars, and everybody's singing along. There's several restaurants that are there, and then we have beautiful accommodations to stay. And then we will work with the National Park, and it is over 9,100 acres, I believe. No, square miles. I get that wrong. 9,100 square miles of. It's huge, a very large national park, and they. The people that we work with, we will put you on, it's really like an old school bus, but it's about a 5-hour tour, and we drive you up into the national park. Now, what's interesting is if you go by yourself and you use your own car, you can only go in 15 miles and then they stop you.
Except for safety reasons?
And they're just really, really strict about preserving the park, and they don't want people to disturb it. It's just very much untouched. And the reason we even go in there is so, one, you hopefully can see Denali, and two, you want to see the wildlife, which there are what we call the big five. So you want to be able to see a Dall sheep. You want to see the grizzly, the moose, the caribou, and then what we say, the elusive wolf, because no one ever seems to get to see that.
I think I'll steer clear of the grizzly bear and the wolf. I mean, but I heard moose can be kind of dangerous too.
You know, they're actually more dangerous than bears because they can trot 35 miles an hour, and more people think that they are fine and get hurt by them because kind of like buffalo in Yellowstone, it's just not a good idea to probably try to get your picture with one. But with our the buses and the people that we work with, we can take you all the way into about 35 miles of the park. And so you really get to go in and everybody's, on there trying to spot animals and look. And this last time that I went, I did see 4 of the 5. I didn't see that wolf. But we had gone in and seen caribou, we saw a moose, and we saw lots of Dall sheep. And we were turning around and leaving, and I was kind of getting a little bit down in the mouth. I was like, I've never seen a bear here. And literally like 10 minutes later, we had a mom and her 2 cubs that looked like they're about to be booted out of the nest because they were quite large. They just came up from the cliff. They walked up in front of our bus and they started trotting right in front of us. So we had to, slow down. And they kind of looked at us like, you can take your time because this is our road and we own it. And then they kept going a little ways and there was like a little turn off on the left-hand side. And they went over there and they literally put a show on for us. They played with each other. They stood on their hind feet. They were just adorable. And then they got right back in front of us and kept going again. So for 20 minutes, we were just following these bears. And I think finally they got bored with us. So they went off and disappeared. But it was super cool to see and so fun. It was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we saw this. So that was a great experience. So with that, you would get to experience that. It's about a 3-night experience. And then we get you back depending on where you're going to get on a ship, if it's Seward or wherever we're going to, get that line is going to take you. And then you would then sail. And that's called an open jaw cruise. So for people who are going to start in one port, say Seattle, and end up maybe into Seward or somewhere north, that is called an open jaw when you only go one way. And then, of course, the traditional is round trip. If you started in Seattle and you went all the way around.
Most of the cruises leave from Seattle. You're mentioning Seattle. Is that where most of the Alaska cruises head out of?
For us right here, you're going to either do Seattle or Vancouver for sure. So those are going to be, the 2. And then, you just really want to look at itineraries and see what you're going to see. Holland provides you a glacier guarantee, and we have so many more permits that allow us to see glaciers. There's a lot of places where they only offer cruise lines as a whole, like so many tickets a day that they can go in and look at, these glaciers. And we're offered that before every other because we have been sailing there the longest. So that's something to consider. And being able to say, do you want to see, the Glacier Bay, or do you really want to see a particular, glacier? So, work with the travel agents, what I always say, and tell them what you're really wanting to see. On the trip I just did, after we left Denali, we took a bus to Fairbanks, and then from Fairbanks, we flew to Dawson City. And then from Dawson City, we took a bus, which is going to be replaced next year with an air flight to Whitehorse. And then I'll tell you, we took a bus from Whitehorse to Skagway, and I think that is probably the most beautiful drive I've ever had in my life. It was my first time to do that drive, and it's just absolutely breathtaking. I've never seen anything quite so lovely. And then Skagway's a great town. It's super cute and fun, and offered there is the White Pass train, which is as great of an engineering feat, they say, as the Statue of Liberty. So if you want to ever experience that, it's super cool too. It's an old-timey train car with the benches, and it just hugs the side of the mountains, and you are going all the way up, and great sights of beautiful waterfalls, lakes, scenery. It's just really, really amazing experience to get to do that.
You hear a lot of that about Alaska, and you're reinforcing what I've heard. A lot of trains, a lot of seaplanes getting around.
Yes.
And auto travel while there is limited. Was it Juneau? You can't get into without a ship or a seaplane?
I think you're probably right. Now you're going to start testing me on all the things. I'm not sure. But Juneau is known, for you just to know, is Tracy crab legs. Everybody has to go there to get their crab legs. And I would say it's a great opportunity to see whales. So when you think about going on an Alaska cruise, people are thinking, oh, I'm going to be, standing on the side of the ship here and I'm going to see all these whales and they're going to be in and out of the water. Well, that's not really true. You might see a whale. If you do, you're lucky to see one probably. But if you go into Juneau, you will be able to take an excursion where you get on a boat. I don't know how big of a boat it is. It carries about 50 people, and it takes you into the bay, and you are guaranteed to see lovely opportunities with whales. They're feeding, and they're swimming, and they're all around you, and they're literally like 20 feet from you. It's an amazing experience.
What kind of whales are in Alaska? Is that like a killer whale, like orca, or?
Yeah, you'll see orcas. I had friends that went out and they actually went kayaking out of Skagway, and they had orcas just come up right by them. So that's pretty just, like, wow.
The natural beauty of Alaska is I mean, I can't think of a state. Well, every state has its own beauty. Let's get that out. I mean, even places like New York, Western New York and stuff have a great, but Alaska really sets itself apart because you have this area at one part in southern Alaska is forests and pine trees, and then the further north you get more of a tundra type of thing, and oil cities. And from what I understand, the waterways to get there's only certain times of year that you can go because other times of year it's rough.
Must be frozen. You're probably taking sled dogs if you need to at some point. That's for sure.
So these cruises that you guys go on, what generally how long are they?
Yeah, so you can do something with the cruise tour like what we did. I was referencing that. It's really, really a great one because you can do the land for, say, we did 7 nights and then we were on the cruise for 4 days. So it gives you a taste of both. You get to see the glaciers and you get to see the landscape from the water, which is important to see, and you want to see, all of the really cool the icebergs and the whole experience like that. But then, like I say, I just feel like if you don't do the land, you're missing the opportunity to really see Alaska. If you go out of Seattle, you can do a 7-day round trip, and that is easy in and easy out. If you're just like, I can't do the land, but I want to see what I can, well, you're definitely going to see some land because whenever we poured into those different ports like Juneau or Skagway or Ketchikan, you're going to be able to go into the town. You can do excursions. You can go in and salmon fish, go watch bears. You can take an air flight if you want to a glacier. So there's opportunities to still do things on the land. When you do it, it's just a little bit more rushed. But that is an easy way to still see Alaska is just, go over to Seattle, hop over there, spend a day, enjoy Seattle for a day, see the fish market and stay the night, and then hop on a cruise and you've got 7 days of fun ahead of you.
So what is it? What does it hug kind of the coastline? Do you go out to the Aleutian Islands, or does it stop before you go to the Aleutians? Or
boy, you're really just going to get my knowledge here. Well, we try to stick along and try to do the inside passage so that we can, see as much as the scenery that we can and not bore you with just the water. So yes, and then along, as I said, you're going to be able to go into. I wish I could tell you all the different glacier names that you're going to be able to see. But what's really cool about it is they'll take you up into kind of a little niche, like bay area looking situation, and they'll just stop the ship and they'll do a complete 360 turn on that ship. And it's just really cool experience because you can just stand there and then something that we do on Holland is you can even go out to the front or the bow of the ship and take a blanket, and they'll serve you hot chocolate, or what we're known for is hot pea soup. And because we're very, Dutch, and we want to just pamper you while you're out there, and you're just really taking in from the outside of the ship the air, the scenery, the crispness of the coolness. It's just such an experience, and that 360 turn is just kind of mesmerizing. It's almost like you're in a snow globe, and you're kind of like inside of it, and you're like, wow, this is super cool that I'm right here in this very huge world of ours and seeing this.
So how many people are usually can a cruise ship hold, like something like that? I mean, I was on a cruise about a year and a half ago in the Caribbean, and most everybody goes to the Caribbean on their first cruise.
For sure.
there seem to be like a lot of people, but the photos I see of the Alaskan cruises, the ships seem a little bit smaller. Maybe I'm wrong, but how many, like,
No,
besides the
you're
ship, how many
yeah.
people?
Well, you're right. There can be big ships and there's little ships. So the first thing I'd love to address about cruising in general is, I have a lot of people who say, "Oh, I went on a cruise and it was a terrible experience. I'm never going to go on one again." Or I went on a cruise and I wasn't sure about this or that. There was too many people. Or they're scared to go on a cruise because they think they're going to get, ill, or there's too many people on the ship. So let's just address that whole thing real quick.
Okay.
I would like to tell people cruises and cruise ships are like hotels. So it's a little bit easier to say, there's everything, let's say from a Days Inn or a Super 8 motel all the way up to, say, the Ritz-Carlton, right? And the Ritz, right? So there's everything in between. And I think you have to realize that with cruise lines, it's the same way. So you're going to have the cheap, dirty cruises that are going to be what we call right here in Texas, we call it the Redneck Riviera out of Galveston. We're going to take probably the least attractive ship, the one that's just probably old and needs to be retired, but still running. And the people are still going to be great service and you're still going to have a lot of fun, but it's just a quick, dirty, easy trip and it's not going to cost you very much money and you get to taste it. Well, that's good and bad. You get to taste it and you get to see what it's about. But some people think, well, that really was kind of cheap and kind of terrible. So I say to people, give it a chance and think about it as maybe you need to move up to the Marriott, or maybe you're more of a W Hotel kind of girl, or maybe you really want to stay in the Ritz. So you have to find the cruise line that's going to fit your personality. Another thing to understand is that a lot of people don't realize is that there's like these umbrellas. So you have like Royal Caribbean, and they own Celebrity Cruises, and they have Silver Seas. So that's kind of their premium product. So I work with Holland America. We're owned by Carnival Corporation. And so under Carnival, we have the Carnival ships. We have Princess, there's Holland, there's Cunard, and there's Costa. So there's a lot of brands underneath that. And you'll have the same for NCL, and you'll have the same, there's just different umbrellas of different brands. And you're going to have even in that ship. So let's just talk about Carnival. You're going to have a premium top-end, brand new, beautiful ship all the way down to that one that's a little clunky that we're just doing the cheap, dirty, cruises out of Texas.
That's
right.
What it is, yeah.
But it's not going to be comparable if you said, oh gosh, I went on the XYZ, which is the top end, whichever brand that you went on or the name of the ship. So Holland, we have 11 ships, and we're pretty much, we feel like a premium class across the board. We don't really have that really, really low end, or we do have a high end. We love our Pinnacle class. That's our newest fleet, and we love that Pinnacle class. She's a show off. And that's what we typically would suggest, and that's what I was on in Alaska. But we're very much known for our legendary and Grand World cruises. So that's anything where you're getting into 30 plus days. We have a 160-day world cruise. That's your home. And so we look at like our Zuiderdam. She's a smaller ship. She's probably only going to be holding about 2,200 people. And we really make it like a neighborhood. In fact, on those world cruises, they really divide the ship as like a neighborhood, and they'll have block parties. People decorate their block a certain way. You kind of decorate your room just like home. And it's just a complete different experience. And so that's not something like that maybe you would see on Icon of the Seas, who has 10,000 people on there. I think it holds like 75 or 7,300 passengers, and the rest of its crew members. Wow. So you always have to think whenever you hear like, oh, a ship carries X many people. Well, perhaps it does, but it's not all going to be consumers. You have to think there's going to be that crew deck. So Holland, we're very proud because we have a 2-to-1 ratio for our guests to our crew, and we're just all about our service. And we've won the Cruise Critic Service Award for 3 years in a row, and we think we do cruising very well, and especially to Alaska.
6 months living on a cruise ship is a long time. I've seen a lot of that on the internet. I don't know, man. That's some people, that's their thing. I mean, like, that'd be great, but 6 months might be a little bit long for somebody like me. But the one thing I did notice when I was on a cruise, and Holland, I'm assuming probably follows the same, guidelines as everybody else is. The diversity and international internationalists of the crew. I was I've met so many people from the Philippines, and I met people from Germany, and I've met people from Mexico and all over the world that work in various aspects of the crew, whether it's laundry services or people that work in the food service or what have you. I mean, do you guys have a lot of that on your cruise ships as well?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I think that is probably the best. It is such a huge provider for income for families. There are so many working people, like you said, in the Philippines, and we're supporting maybe 2 or 3 families by one person being able to work for us. So they are as dedicated to us as we want to be to them. And we really value the fact that they're taking sometimes, 6 months on a contract of their life to spend on a ship to serve our guests. And, they're just really across the board, no matter what their nationality is. They're just all beautiful people. And there's a huge science, I think behind that. I wish I knew more about it. It fascinates me, but the amount of hours they work, the shifts that they have, how they set up the roommates, the way that they just rotate, even, not only the guests, but our crew members, so that there's just harmony. Because if you can imagine having to live with that kind of people in such tight quarters at 6 months at a time on a contract, that it's not always going to be pleasant. So, I think they do a really, really nice job on how to keep happiness between them. They forge great relationships. I've seen some times where then now there's a husband and a wife working because they met on the ship, and they're decided that they're going to marry, and they work the same contracts, and one's housekeeping and one's working a bar or something like that. But yes, and I would say, one, you don't see many Americans, and I think it's sadly to say, because we probably don't want to work that hard. They are working, 12-hour, 14-hour shifts. It's a hard job. It's hard work, and I applaud that they can do it, because I'm not sure I could. But one way you will see probably more Americans is in our entertainment. So we do, have our own production shows, and a lot of dancers, singers, and the musicians. You kind of see them there. And I actually tried to get my daughter Avery after high school, because she was a dancer. I was like, gosh, take a year, go dance on a cruise ship, do the production shows, see the world. It's a great opportunity. You make all this money, throw it into your banking account. You're getting your food and your room for free, basically. And she was like, there's no way I'm going to do that. And today she would say, man, I should have done that when I was in great shape, because what a great opportunity it would have been. So, but you're absolutely right. We do like to employ just a ton of people, but really it's not about their nationality. It's just about their servant heart and how they want to serve our guests.
I remember being on a cruise ship, and when I saw this one taller gentleman, he was bald, not like me getting thin. I mean, he was bald, and he had a very thick Eastern European accent. I want to say like maybe Polish or something along that line. And I sat back and I said, man, if I had to hire somebody to work for me, it would be this guy, because not only was he, when his people were falling behind or maybe couldn't keep up or they had a big workload, he was putting food out, he was putting off tables, and I'm just like, this guy is a machine, and he appreciates the work. Which brings me to my next thing. I mean, we're talking about staff. Let's get down to the meat and potatoes here. Literally, tell me about the chefs. Tell me about the cuisine, because a lot of people go on these cruise ships to try the culinary stuff, the big food, the world famous chefs.
Absolutely.
And I'd love to hear about it. And I know that the fans would love to hear about food on a cruise ship.
Yeah, I'm a foodie, so let's talk about it. Well, I really love the fact that, probably 5 years ago, you could go on a cruise and it was very disconnected. So you could be going, say, sailing into Rome, somewhere on the Italy coast, and you're being served up a pot roast or, some tacos or something for dinner, just something crazy like that. And there's a huge disconnect. You're like, wait, I'm here in Italy and I'm not going to get Italian food offered to me. So we have really worked, in the last 5 years, and really, the past 18 months or so, to bring the cuisine to be more local. So that doesn't mean just only serving food that resonates with the area, but we also are sourcing our food locally. So we're bringing on those fruits and the vegetables and even the fish. We have a really fantastic fish program. It's called the Fresh fish program. It's a hard one to say, but we are guaranteeing that we're bringing fish from port to plate in 48 hours. So wherever we are in that region, we try to source the local fish for sure. And then we're making those dishes to be where you're experiencing. So in Argentina, you're going to probably get a great piece of meat and some, lovely vegetables. If you are in the Med, you're going to definitely see those fish in lighter fares. So I think that's something that we've really strived to work on, and we're just really proud of our cuisine now. So we always have the main dining room where you have that experience, and we have recently also partnership with Chef Morimoto, who is a fantastic, Asian chef-inspired, lovely sushi opportunities there to work into. And so sometimes we will have on our menu like an entree that just says it's been endorsed or like he's influenced that cuisine. That it's like a Morimoto special. But then we also have our specialty restaurants, and so those will break off, and we have like a steakhouse. We have a really great French restaurant, and we have an Italian restaurant, and then we have an Asian restaurant, and we'll have either the Morimoto at sea, and some of our ships, we don't have a designated restaurant for him, but we'll do a pop-up. So one night in the Asian restaurant, it's dedicated to him and his menu. So that's one of our chefs that we definitely lean into for his inspiration. But you're absolutely right. When I worked at Celebrity, we really leaned into our relationship with Daniel Boulud, and he really took us from James Beard over to the Michelin star inspired menu, and they were able to put the first Daniel Boulud restaurant at sea, which was a huge feather in their cap at the time for sure. So I think cruise lines are getting smarter about that. We can't just put out the food that you think is like a buffet style. Even our buffets are just fantastic. Yeah, you gotta step it up. And we're really proud of the fact that we make all of our pastas, all of our breads, the soup bases, everything is made fresh on board.
And I can't imagine the mammoth undertaking that you guys have to get when you get to the port, not only for food, but for cleansers and paper products and, medical supplies and everything. I mean, the logistics of just running a cruise ship, it's like being in the U.S. Navy. It really is.
For sure. Yes.
The logistics of it, and people don't really understand the logistics that go into these cruise ships. And the cruise industry also hurt. We talked earlier about 9/11 and the airline industry, but the cruise industry also hurt. And I remember hearing stories about people that were stuck on cruise ship for like a week or two during COVID. They weren't allowed to land, or if they were American, they were allowed to come to the U.S. But if they weren't, they had to stay on the cruise ship. And I know you weren't in the industry at that time, but I'm sure you heard stories.
I was in the industry. I worked, for 2020. I did in COVID. I was with Celebrity. Unfortunately, a lot of times we were trying to get into ports and we were just told, no, you can't come in here. And they pushed us away. And so we kept going and going. We had most of our ships kind of land where they needed to, but we had one that was just kind of out at sea a little bit longer than we wanted to be. I think it took about a week for them to finally come back into a U.S. port, and we got our passengers safely off. I'll tell you, that was a really terrible time, but also a really great time to see humanity. So one of the things I would have to just shout out to is our crew stuck with our guests, and they didn't hop off at the first chance. Kind of like the pilot doesn't get off right until everybody else does. So we had a lot of our crew, as you mentioned, in the Philippines. They needed to get home, and we couldn't get them into a port to fly home because nobody really wanted to take the chance of like, what are you bringing on land, and what are you going to take into the air? And rightly so. I suppose I was a little frustrated at the time, but looking back, maybe it was the right decision. So we literally took our cruise ship and we loaded it up with our personnel, and we cruised them to go home. We took them home. So I don't think a lot of people see the humanitarian side of what cruises do. So
a story that did not make the news.
It doesn't.
I didn't realize Holland did that. That was
and on the backside of yes, it's amazing. And on the backside of that, whenever the vaccines were starting to be available, we also were the first cruise line that we took a staff over, and we inoculated the Philippines and their family, and we took care of them because we wanted them to be first safeguarded, because we knew we couldn't do business without them coming back. So we provided all of those vaccines to that community, and and made sure that they were all going to stay healthy and, protect them as best as we could. That also didn't make the news. In addition to that, we try to help whenever there's hurricanes. A lot of people don't realize that whenever there's hurricanes and these islands are hit, they'd have nothing. There's no electricity. They don't have water. They don't have ice. They literally have nothing at times. So many cruise lines do this, where they will offer up a ship, and they'll take water and food and personnel and Red Cross members, and we will just go over there and bank, and we'll kind of be like a hub for them, so that we're providing them food and we're providing some safety. And if there's Americans that are stuck on the island at the time they need to get home, well, then we'll bring them back home if we need to, and port them back into the Florida ports. So there's a lot of great things that I think cruise lines do that don't really make the press, but it's just knowing that they have a good heart at the bottom of it and they're doing the right thing.
I had no idea that the cruise lines did that. Because going across that big, vast ocean like that from the United States to the Philippines is nuts. You see all the time where ships are attacked off the coast of Somalia by pirates.
Yes.
That's the first thing that would come to my mind is, piracy. It's no laughing matter. And some of these cruise ships have like sonic sounds and stuff like that. Or water cannons they put out. And
yes.
Wow. I'm blown away. I didn't know that. I was today years old when I learned that. That's my hat's off to Holland.
Yeah, I think, and not just Holland. I think, there's several that do it out there, and it's just the right thing to do. So I really think that, sadly, we don't say that. We always hear about the bad experiences, right? Like, oh, a ship, ran out of something, or it's like 100 people came off with the norovirus, or, some terrible news. It's like 1 in a million that makes the news, but you don't always hear about the great things that we're doing behind the scenes.
As we kind of wrap up here, Mother, Daughter, God, tell us a little bit about what you guys post and your mission with this.
Yeah. I don't even know what I always talked about. At some points, it's just a conversation, honestly. It's just Avery and I chit-chatting, and sadly, you get the benefit of sitting with us, and that's good or bad. But we have kind of, tried to start out with just some really good basics of things that maybe girls in their early 20s or mid-20s might need to know about just starting out in life. Etiquette in some ways. We're learning, there's not a lot of people that know some etiquette styles and things that they need to know of when to write a thank you note, when to take a hostess gift. Perhaps we have one on do you date to marry or do you date for fun? And that can be controversial, but, we touched that little topic, and we went through some, Avery had a boyfriend, she had some heartbreak, and now she's got a new boyfriend, and she just recently got engaged. So you get to experience that. Yeah. So you get to experience that whole drama of, the ups and the downs and the in-betweens and how to handle those kind of things. We've talked about in-laws. My other daughter was married, and we celebrated her first year of marriage, and she got on and talked about what she experienced as a new bride and kind of things that were maybe a disappointment or things that she thought were hyped up that didn't happen, and then the things that she didn't expect to be really great, how awesome they were. We've had my son on there as a guest speaker and his girlfriend, so we just kind of cover the gamut. It's just kind of whatever we want to talk about. Sometimes we talk about fashion and what's hot. And we've spoken a few times about travel and kind of dug into a bit of, what are the benefits of doing an all-inclusive versus land travel versus cruise. So, you could go and dig into that a little bit if you wanted to, but it's all over the board, honestly, but it's just a fun time for a mother and a daughter to be chatting.
And what places can they find your podcast? You on Spotify? You on Amazon?
We're everywhere. Yeah, we're pretty much on all the sources. When we load it up, it just kind of pushes out to all the different platforms. I think we get the most, obviously, from Apple, whenever people are listening on their Apple device. But it was really cool the first year that we did it. We literally were just kind of doing it for fun. We didn't expect it to be any big deal. But at the end of the year, we got kind of a little analysis of what our reporting was. And we had hit 8 different countries, one of them being Somalia, which was super cool. Wow. And I think we had 1,400 downloads. And I was like, wow, that's pretty cool for our first year. And we haven't advertised it, and we didn't really do anything but other just throw it out there. So it was, all that was people just finding it or word of mouth. But it's really fun. It's just honestly more than anything a special time for me to be able to get to sit down with her and chit chat and have some one-on-one conversation with her.
And Somalia is a Christian country too. Most people don't realize that. It's, they think just Muslims and the Muslim religion, but they're Christianity. They actually have a different kind of a different Bible, and I won't go down to that road, but there's a different Bible, and a lot of the old Christianity stories. And Somalia is a Christian-based country. A lot of people don't realize that, and it's great to see that you guys are reaching out to the youth, not only as a mother and daughter figure that are, hey, look, we're normal people just like you. We live through this stuff, but also traveling, seeing the world, living life that really that God gave us to go out there and experience and be mom, be daughter, be world travelers, do everything that God put you here to enjoy, as well as work. Most people get sucked up into work, and then they realize they're 80 years old and they've never been anywhere in their life. And you and your daughter are living the dream. And as we wrap this up, if you could give one message to your fans and to my fans, what would that be?
Oh, I think you kind of hit it. I mean, life is short. In the last, 3 years, I've lost more friends at my age than I care to, and I am 55. You asked my age. I or didn't want to ask my age, but I will tell you, I just turned 55, and it's really unbelievable how many of my friends I have lost in the last few years. So it's just really been a wake up call to me to just say, what is the purpose of where we are and what are we doing? And of course, for me, my first purpose is to live a life that, shines to others, and I can hopefully, emulate the love of Christ. But beyond that, I want to be caring, and I want to help people. I try to network people to make them successful or help them, broaden their reach in their life, no matter what it is, whether it's culinary or floral or travel or whatever they enjoy. I'd love to just, help them move along in that passion. But, the world is really a very small place. If we think it's just this huge thing, and growing up in the 70s, I thought I'd never get to see, Europe. I never would be able to go to China. It's so much easier today. And especially with the cruise lines, it's so easy to hit so many places in just a short little bit of time. So I would say get out of your comfort zone, push yourself, find somebody that loves travel as much as you do. And if you don't, go by yourself. You'll find a friend, and just see what is out there, because not only does it let you appreciate what's out there, it might also change your mind of your views, because you might realize that your little perfect world is not like the rest of the world. And there's a lot of people out there that live in poverty, and they don't have the wonderful American life that we have. And we take things for granted, honestly, that how great we have it here. And so it might just open up your eyes a little bit, and you might want to be, a little bit more cautious in how you think about things and how you say things. So that would probably be my mission statement there.
The world has definitely changed. And when I was a kid, I mean, you had East and West Germany. You couldn't go to the Soviet Union. I mean, thank God our kids don't live in that world where you're hiding under your desk at school. But the world's definitely changed. And for our fans out there, I'd like you to go out, find Mother, Daughter, God, and go and subscribe and listen to their channel. I know we are going to definitely follow them and follow Letitia and her family's adventures around the world and see what's going on and just hear maybe a different aspect of things. And if you are a godly person or just interested in just life in general, how mom and daughter and sons and family work, go and subscribe to her. Look for her up on her Instagram, on social media. Definitely give her a shout out and give her an opportunity. And for the Kling Connection, we'd like to thank you for tuning in today. You can subscribe to us on YouTube. We're also on Rumble. We're on Spotify. We're on all the social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. You can find us anywhere. Go there and subscribe, like, share, and go out and find Letitia. And until next time, have fun storming the castle.
Thank you.
And that's a wrap on today's episode of the Kling Connection Travel Talk podcast. Huge thanks to our guest, Letitia Johnson from Mother Daughter God podcast, for sharing her incredible travel stories and experiences. Until next time, keep exploring, one journey at a time.
Are you tired of business coaches who promise the moon but deliver, well, nothing? Then it's time to meet Sean Kling. He's not here to tell you what you want to hear. He's here to tell you what you need to hear. With decades of real-world experience under his belt, Sean cuts through the noise and delivers sharp-witted insights that get results. He's built for leaders who are serious about scaling and dominating their industry. Stop settling for sugar-coated advice. It's time for the straight truth that fuels success. Work with Sean Kling. Visit SeanKling.com to book your power call, coaching session, or explore partnership opportunities today. Outwork them all. Outthink, outsmart, outlast.
Welcome to the Kling Connection Travel Talk podcast, where the world of travel comes to life through real conversations. Hosted by Sean Kling, each episode explores the highs and lows of life on the road, connecting with travelers, industry insiders, and digital nomads to uncover expert tips, budget hacks, and inspiring stories. Whether you're a weekend explorer, a full-time adventurer, or simply wanderlust curious, Sean brings first-hand advice, destination insights, and honest takes from those shaping the global travel scene. Join Sean Kling.
Hey, Kling Connection fam. Today we have an amazing guest. Her name is Katie Parker Magyar. And I'm going to tell you what, this lady has seen it all. She has been around the world. She is all over social media. She is an awesome writer, photographer, you name it. She's been around, and I am just so impressed to have her on this show today. And she's going to share a lot of her knowledge about travel hacks, places to go, things to see, things to do. I mean, we could probably talk to her for about 3 hours, so we're going to have to try to narrow it down a little bit. But I'm going to tell you, we're really blessed to have her on the show. And without further ado, I'm going to say, hey, Katie, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
Thanks for coming on. And where can people find you on the internet if, during this process of the show, they want to look up and see, a little bit more about you and your life experiences?
My full name is Catherine Parker Magyar. So that's my website, my Instagram handle. And then I have a newsletter that you can sign up for via my website too. And that I share recent stories on Instagram, Twitter, and my newsletter.
Oh, awesome. Okay. So Katie, like we do with everybody, I'd like to know, what's your upbringing? Where you come from in the world? What got you traveling? What got you interested in traveling? Were you into it as a little girl? Did you go to college? I'd love to learn about what sparked this dynamic and this extreme amount of travel.
I feel like you really have to blame my parents because growing up, I'm the oldest of 4 kids, and both my parents loved to travel. And when they had kids, they sort of really just brought us along. I was at all 50 states by the time I was 13. I was above the Arctic Circle in Alaska when I was 15 months old. But I think that a lot of my love for travel started as a kid, doing these cross-country road trips from New Jersey, which is where I'm from, to California and back. And I just remember being 9 or 10 years old, and you're in the car, and, there was a line they had that we're not going to stop until we're past the Mississippi River. So I learned a lot about, you see the world, the country unfold outside your window. It gave me a huge appreciation for how vast and different the United States are, each state. And also learning that travel isn't always comfortable. I'd be like, are we there yet? And my parents would be like, you're going to fall asleep. You're going to wake up. You're going to fall asleep again, and you still won't be there. So just sort of learning to appreciate the journey. And I think I do credit my parents a lot because I think that your parents teach you what to appreciate in a way. So my dad is a huge history buff, and we would visit a lot of sites of we'd visit Native American preservations, cultural festivals, cultural events. I learned a lot about, Native American history and then the history of the West. But then I think we did our first trip abroad. That I remember being abroad was probably when I was 13, 14. We went to Europe, and that was just so eye-opening. And I guess I've always had this feeling that I just want to go everywhere. I don't remember ever not being curious about a place. and a lot of places we visited were sort of beyond what would be like stereotypical travel. Like I remember my dad's family, he's 100% Transylvanian. And when I was a freshman in college, we did a trip. I joined them for part of it because I think I was working as a reporter at the time. But we went sort of Serbia, Bosnia, Bulgaria, saw Turkey, Istanbul for the first time, which was spectacular. And just learning about the history of the place and how big the world is. And I think it's just a base level curiosity. I want to know what the sky looks like. I want to see what people are eating. How does the city smell? Like there's nowhere, and to this day, there's nowhere in the world I wouldn't want to go. Like any place I haven't been is on my list, just from that baseline perspective.
That's really cool. I mean, and you've been to all 50 states, right?
I have. That was really exciting for me because my mom is a writer and my dad is a writer. And my mom was, she was president of the National Newspaper Association, and they would have different press meetings at different states around the country. And I was in middle school when they had their meeting in Maui. And I remember it was a big deal because my mom pulled me out of school for several days, and that was heaven. But just being her plus one, and that was my 50th state. And as a journalist, Hawaii was actually the first destination that really brought me on a press trip, brought me on a work trip. Felt like a full circle moment. And yeah, I felt like from a very young age, I knew I wanted to travel a lot. Every book I read, I think books, my local bookstore, I'm in my parents' house right now in New Jersey. I live in New York, but it's called Bookworm in Bernardsville. And they were like, books, reading is the only way you can travel for free without delays. And I think that's a huge reason that I wanted to travel was reading books. And now I know social media can also inspire people. I hope my travel writing inspires people too, because I've had stories, like I've read a story about Tasmania when I was 20 years old on a JetBlue flight, a Ryanair flight to like Porto. And I just made my way to Tasmania earlier this year. But I'd wanted to go for a decade plus ever since reading that article. I think of this Henry James quote where it's like she had everything that she wanted, but she had a feeling that there'd be more she wanted if she only knew about it. And I feel like with travel, the more places I go, the more I'm like, oh, what's going on in Namibia? Like you go to, it's almost like it shines a light on a part of the world. And
so you're a journalist, and like as a journalist, you get to experience things you're embedded with. Not only, most people think of journalism and they go for politicians and stuff, but you're embedded with the everyday people. You're learning about their life and the world. And like, who do you write for, and who are you associated with, and over the course of your career, who have you worked with?
Yeah, so I've written for like National Geographic, Architectural Digest, Forbes. Like I'm writing for Global Traveler magazine, Business Insider, Matador, etc. A bunch of different places. And I think it depends on the subject matter for the kind of pieces I'm writing. For example, Global Traveler can do a mix of like leisure and business travel. So I'll sometimes be able to spotlight destinations like, I don't know, like Costa Rica or something that can accommodate both. For Business Insider, I've got a 50-state series where I'm focusing on, I've been to all 50 states. Here are the 10 best ones for food or art or national parks. And then for Nat Geo and New York Observer, I'm doing a lot of like East Coast travel. So like particularly in the summertime, New England. I started writing for the Opry Chronicles because one of my beats is really skiing and the American West. So it totally depends on the trip I'm on, and that will dictate sort of what magazines and what editors I think it will work for, because obviously every publication has like a different angle.
So you've been to all 50 states, and I got to ask, if you had to pick your top 5 favorite 50 states, like all inclusive, like they have good food, they have good entertainment, they have good outdoor activities, the people are nice, the traffic is good, what would be your top 5 favorite and why?
Yeah, so I've written this story before. I was luckily given like 10 maybe, but I do have to caveat that travel is always subjective. Like I can say what my top 5 are, but so I like writing narrative stories because you have to put yourself in it. But I think my top 1 would be Wyoming, because I really believe that it's that Jackson Hole, Grand Teton, sort of the western part of the state. is one of the most beautiful places on the planet. Like I've been to places in the world that can remind me of it a bit, like Wanaka in the South Island of New Zealand reminds me of Jackson Hole, but it's just it's a majestic landscape that is just surreal because the Tetons are the teenagers of the Rockies. So, there are snow-covered peaks and it's so flat, and then just out of nowhere, they're rising from the land. I think it's what people think of when they think American West. And I love Colorado. I love Montana. But Colorado, you're at a higher elevation, like even in Aspen, the other mountains aren't as dramatic. And Montana has gorgeous parts, but I don't think there's anywhere that's as stunning. So Wyoming would be number one. Number two, this is tough because emotionally, I want to say Rhode Island because I think the Ocean State, Rhode Island is absolutely gorgeous. And there are so many cool towns you can visit there, like beyond like Newport, like Narragansett, Little Compton, Weekapaug, Watch Hill. Yeah, I'm going to say Rhode Island emotionally, but I also think Massachusetts. If you haven't been to New England, so I don't know if you could put them as the same, but I would say these summer towns. I'm going to have to swap Rhode Island for Massachusetts because I think Massachusetts is better as a visitor because you can do Cape Cod and then you can go out to Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket, which I feel like you don't need to belong to a club, particularly like in Cape Cod and all those places, actually. The beaches that are free are gorgeous. Third would be, New York City. I know Truman Capote has that quote, it's the only real city in the world. And I do believe that. Like, it's the only place I feel, and I've been to cities everywhere that, you can be out at 3 a.m. and everything is popping. It's the most diverse. I know London is technically more diverse, but when you're on a subway, and particularly now I've traveled the world, like I'm always amazed at how many different languages I'm hearing and it's really a melting pot. I think it's like the best of America. Then number 4, I would say is Hawaii. Like, I don't think Hawaii, we stole Hawaii kind of, but you can barely imagine it as it's Polynesian. And going to Kauai, I think, I've been to all 7 islands. They're amazing. They're all very different, but I think you'd be hard pressed to find a more beautiful landscape on earth than Hawaii.
Hawaii's beautiful.
Yes. Really the most isolated island chain in the world too. And then 5, I would have to go with Alaska. I've done Alaska in the winter and I've done Alaska in the summer. And again, I don't know, I count, they're not part of the continuous states, but I think there's a reason for that. Alaska is truly just the vastness of the wilderness there. I went heli skiing and it was only a state park, but anywhere else in, the country, I'm like, this would be a national park. And just that it feels wild and definitely untouched, but then there are such cool cultures and history there. Like I met with the Tlingit tribe when I was in Ketchikan, and Fairbanks is this cool artsy little city north of Anchorage. Anchorage in itself, I went to the Iditarod there, is so cool. So yeah, Alaska, California, New York, Massachusetts, and Wyoming.
So you were at the Iditarod. That's really cool. You're the first person I've ever met that's been to the Iditarod. What's that like?
It's fantastic. It feels like an Alaskan, it is an Alaskan holiday. It's like a celebration of the culture and heritage because, mushing, that used to be the way that you got around.
Yeah.
There's still places in Alaska that the reason that it has more plane ownership per person is because there aren't roads,
Right.
It was super fun. It starts early in the morning and then just becomes sort of like all day revelry. It's like very exciting because it's sort of, they say to go for the beginning or there are different places you can see the Iditarod, or you can like see the mushers. But I think the kickoff is the best because it's called the, oh my goodness, there's a reindeer festival that's associated. Like there are just all these different events. And all I would say is just get crazy socks and serious cold weather shoes. That was the coldest place I feel. And I've been to Antarctica and the Arctic. And that morning at the Iditarod, I was in LL Bean duck boots that aren't even fleece lines. And I felt like I was going to lose sensation in my toes. But thankfully, it's a drinking holiday too. So you sort of drink and overcome it.
Yeah, that keeps you warm.
So awesome.
So it's kind of cool though. You've been to the Iditarod and then, I just heard you mention that you were at the complete opposite end of the world in Antarctica.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was my continent with my mom. Mom and I went together.
Antarctica, I would love to travel to Antarctica. And that seems to be like kind of gaining popularity. It is an expensive trip unless, you're working for somebody. But some of the stuff I've seen in Antarctica, like when you land there, you have to wear like booties over your boots, and you can't handle certain stuff because of potential sicknesses that can get into the animal population or into the snow and the ice and stuff like that. So what did you do in Antarctica?
Yeah, so I went with my mom on a Viking expedition on Polaris, and it was just, it was the dream trip. There's no way to really even describe how beautiful Antarctica is, because it's beautiful in its starkness. Like, you've never seen more shades of blue and white in your life, and the sun doesn't set in the wintertime, but it will cast, like, it almost feels like it's a perma sunset. And then in 2 a.m. it casts this golden glow, and it's so changeable. It can go when it's blue, when it's a sunny day, you feel like you're in heaven. You can still get a sunburn down there because you are still close to the sun. It looks like heaven. You've got these white, pristine mountains. Like, there are mountains higher than Wyoming in Western Antarctica. I did the Antarctic Peninsula. And then when it's overcast, it's unbelievable how quickly it can turn. You feel like a true explorer, and you're treated like one. I know you mentioned the precautions. They have extreme precautions to maintain the purity of the landscape, because it's integral to, like, the existence of the planet now at this point.
Yeah.
But I would really recommend and caution travelers, really look at IATO, make sure that the cruise or the expedition that you're going on is compliant with IATO, which is International Antarctic Treaty Organization, maybe something. Don't quote me on that, but it's pretty much making sure that it follows specific regulations. So yeah, you have specific gear that you're given that you wear if you go and have a landing on an island, and then you're hosed off when you get back on the boat, and you get everything approved, from like your hats to your mittens that you're wearing on the islands, so that you don't you can transport diseases to land very easily. And it takes forever to get dressed, for sure. Like, my mom and I feel like it was a 30, 45 minute situation. But the thing is there's no place that's too cold. You just don't have the right gear. And one thing that was great with Viking was that, that we were able to keep our jackets, but they gave us 2 layers of jackets, the overall pants, the boots. So you were really comfortable when you were.
What was it like going through the Drake Passage? Was that pretty rough? Like, the waters there, everybody around the world knows how rough the Drake Passage is.
So it's either called a Drake Shake when it's tough, or a Drake Lake when it's easy. And I think I got a Drake Lake on the way down and a bit of a shake on the way back. But I will say, don't stay in your cabin. Like, my friend, who's another travel writer, was doing work, because we were all like, okay, we're losing Wi-Fi soon. Like, I remember when we saw the last bit of land in South America, so we were obviously on deadline, because what writer does not procrastinate? Right. And I remember being like, do not work in your cabin, and she ends up getting really sick, because the secret is you want to be in as open a place as possible. This is where it comes in, where I do think you want to invest a bit more in a bit more of a luxurious ship, because unlike other cruises where you're disembarking, maybe you spend an overnight, there's no like port city you're landing in. You are going to spend a lot of time in the ship. They had this cool Explorers Lounge, which was like a great bar with like the floor to ceiling windows. And my mom and I on the way down just like drank Baileys, and we felt good. We were fine. It was fun. I was hesitant to do the Dramamine pack, but those were sort of like drugs on the boat. People were like, who's got more? Who's got more? And you could, you put it behind your ear. And it seems like that's the move. I don't, knock on wood, I don't really get seasick, and I didn't get seasick on the way down or the way back. We would go down to one of the cool lounges on the first floor to see how high the waves were, because it is shocking. But if you start to feel weird, go outside and look at the horizon. Right. Like, it sounds like counterintuitive. Maybe you're like, I'm going to try to just fall asleep in my bed, but that is going to make you more sick. Like, go outside, look at the horizon, decide if you're going to drink through it or not, So right. It really wasn't that bad.
So if I'm a new traveler, and obviously we have so much to talk about today, but if I'm a new traveler and I say, okay, I want to go to Antarctica, if you could give us some tips and maybe some ideas on, if I'm a novice, somebody that's brand new, like one of our listeners, not an experienced world traveler like yourself, if I'm a novice and I just don't know anything to do, who would you recommend? Who would you, what are some hacks that you would give to somebody to go to Antarctica?
Personally, the reason I would recommend the Viking cruise with the Polaris is because I believe that if it's a trip like Antarctica where you're spending a lot of money, it makes sense to go with someone that feels the same way you do, is close to you. Like it's a bonding for life situation. And often what I saw a lot of, and I think this is a part of travel that's undercovered, that's under discussed or, underrepresented, is parent-child trips, but where the child is sort of leading adult children with parents. Like I saw so many mothers and daughters and fathers and daughters and fathers and sons. So I would recommend a trip that is a blend of luxury and adventure, because you are going to spend way more time on this boat than you normally would. Like there was a cool spa and like there was like an outdoor hot tub. Like you're not going to be spending as much time on land as you would in like another cruise. So I would identify if there's anyone in your life who wants to do it with you, partially too, because then you're going to be sharing things like, if you're getting a cabin for two, I mean, it's easier usually if you're like splitting it down the middle. And then I would decide the angle for the trip. Like, do you want to do a crazy adventure Antarctica expedition? Like there are different companies and outfitters that do specialize in that, and that's the overnight camping. And that is, sometimes you could do a polar plunge. And then if you're going with someone, with a parent or a grandparent or a kid, like I think finding a good, well-rounded trip that accommodates, like the Viking was, I feel that accommodates both. And then they only go in Antarctica summertime. So, December through, I believe the last one is mid-March. And I think it starts either mid-December or I think it does start late November. I kind of recommend January because you want to go for like the best possible weather, because whenever there's inclement weather, you can't land. So yeah, I would say January because I think that has max sunlight. And then I would say the third thing is to like travel is in itself a surprise. Travel in Antarctica is almost like going on safari. It's not a zoo. You know what I mean? You're subject to, this iceberg is floating this one way. Like you're going to get your itinerary. Don't be married to it because it's going to change. Like we were so far south, people were using maps, it wasn't even digitized where we were. But some of those changes can be beautiful. Like we ended up in Crystal Bay, south of the Antarctic Circle, partially to avoid this hurricane that was coming through. But then as a result, we didn't land in the exact same places. And there were some travelers on board who were getting so upset. And it's like, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. You wanted to go to the most, the most remote part of the world. Come at it with the perspective of gratitude. I think in general with travel, you're excited to be there. If you let an itinerary change or an inconvenience impact your trip, then you might as well not have spent, the 20 grand to do that. I think that's just a general travel rule.
So you said it was a hurricane?
Yes, there was a hurricane that formed. So we sailed north a day earlier so we could avoid what would have been an insanely, it's still dangerous down there. So an insane Drake shake. But because of that, we got to spend a day in Patagonia that wasn't on the itinerary, which was also very cool. So that's just try to make lemonade out of it. You can't, places that are Antarctica, Alaska, when you're in the African bush, when you're sailing the Mekong, you're in the Amazon rainforest, you're no longer in charge, or the Arctic and Lapland. Mother Nature is the dictator for it. And that's part of the pleasure and joy of it. So you really have to go and approach it like I'm a traveler. I'm not a cosseted tourist.
I remember watching a documentary on a company out of, I want to say it was South Africa, that booked these cruises, and they were very regimented, and it was very expensive. It was not a cheap cruise to start out with, but it was very regimented, very regulated, and out of South Africa. And speaking of Africa, you were just in Africa, places like Botswana and stuff like that. And we see a lot of stuff on TV that makes Africa look scary and dangerous and stuff like that. But based on your pictures and stuff that I'm seeing, it might have been a little bit of that going on, but it seemed like most of the people were really great and that. But I'd love to hear about Africa because I've never been to Africa, and Africa could be anything from Egypt to South Africa and anything between.
Completely. I think my favorite country I've ever visited is Kenya, but I've done a significant amount I mean, there are 54 African nations. So when you put it in perspective, I have so much more I want to see. But I visited Tunisia with my sister, who was based in Jordan at the time. And that was spectacular. And and Morocco, and those places feel very different. Northern Africa, it reminded me a lot of my travels in the Middle East, which is another region that I've really loved traveling in, and the most gracious, kindest people. And I think similarly suffer from bad stereotypes in the US media, just like parts of Africa do. And then Kenya was my first time in sub-Saharan Africa. And that was a revelation. I cried almost every day. Kenyan culture is so rich and beautiful, and the people are so friendly and self-deprecating. And the sense of humor feels very similar to being from a large New Jersey family, where you're sort of, right. You get teased, you get made fun of. And the landscape was just anything beyond my wildest imaginations. Just I think it's what you think of when you think of like an African safari, like the orange sun, the skies in Africa. Paul Simon was on something with Under African Skies, because they've got these huge conserved swaths of lands. And a lot of it, they call it the Masai Mara, the spotted plains, because the clouds from above, the clouds make it look like there are spots all over the place. And you see these beams of sunlight come through the clouds, and just the guides at the national parks were so knowledgeable, and sleeping in a tent, falling asleep to the sounds of hippos, and going and visiting Nairobi, which was epic and so cool, and Nanyuki. And I just went back to Kenya for a second time a couple months ago. And then I did Rwanda, which I loved, so beautiful and very safe. Kigali is one of the safest cities for solo travelers in the world. And I feel like because of the horrific genocide, I think people still think just Hotel Rwanda. And they're shocked. I mean, it's gorgeous that for such a small country, I think it's the size of Maryland, maybe bigger. They've got the Big Five and these mountains, and it's the Great Lakes region. That's amazing. And then I went to Tanzania for the first time, which East Africa is my favorite region. I loved it. Seychelles, which is off the coast of East Africa, which was gorgeous. The island, my first African island. And then I did Botswana, which is another like apex safari destination for sure, but looks very different than Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, because it's almost like, so much of Botswana is desert because the Kalahari Desert is there. And it's the Akavanga Delta was named because there was a river that flowed through. It was called Kavanga or something, but it's crazy because it's so lush. So all the animals from all the countries are just sort of congregating there. Palm trees, so green, so many beautiful water deltas. It's a completely different landscape. Looks like the Garden of Eden. And then South Africa for the first time, which was amazing. And people in all the countries I visited, I feel like the hospitality is unparalleled. I'd never felt unsafe. I think that there are ways that you can insulate yourself from feeling unsafe or nervous in any country in the world. And if you're going somewhere that you don't speak the language and you haven't been before, booking a local guide is huge. And I think that goes hand in hand with booking a safari company that, if you're going to do safari, that benefits the local people, like Natural Selection, which is the camps I worked with in Botswana. They employ, it's like 70% from the local areas, and they have funds that every guest stay will go towards building a school. I saw this great it's called the Elephant Express bus that helps kids we were in Tuludi, so it was near Tuludi, that helps kids be able to go from their village to school when usually they couldn't, because the elephant crossing in the wet season would mean that it was too dangerous. So yeah, that's such a long-winded answer, but I do feel that they're amazing. It's less expensive than you would think with the exchange rate. It is expensive to go on safari. You pay per head in the national park. If you're a first-time safari goer and you're looking about costs and you're really not sure, the Four Seasons Serengeti is a great option, because then you're splitting a room with someone. You have the Four Seasons luxury. You're not in a tent in the middle of the wilderness, but I don't know. I think it's one of those trips that you got to cross off in your lifetime. And I would recommend Kenya, probably, or Botswana. But every country I've been to is amazing.
if you're coming from like another place like we are, from the United States or Canada or even the EU someplace, do you recommend like, or do they require you to get certain shots, not drink the water? Are there certain things that, you want to take for your safety and health, for your physical health?
So I went to Kenya and China around the same time for the first time, and I got just like a bouquet of shots, like 5 or 6 years ago. But definitely like the yellow fever shot you want to get, the hepatitis shot you want to get. If you go to, I don't know how national it is, but Passport Health I find is a great resource because you can go. I went to Passport Health in New York City, gave them my itinerary. It's like, here are the required shots. Here are the suggested shots. I mean, I know people are freaking out about getting the COVID vaccine, but I'm like, I've been to countries where people are still dying of measles and polio, and you don't want to risk it. So the good news is a lot of these shots are good for about a decade plus.
Yeah, so you're not getting them every trip. You're getting them once, if at all. Right.
And I really recommend when you get it, take a photo of your shot. Same with your passport. I've been stuck places where I've lost my passport. Like I had it, but I knew the number of it. I could show a picture of it, get a passport card, just tangentially tied to that. But yeah, there are usually, they'll have a list of recommended shots, but the only place I feel that I've been that really and truly checked was the Amazon rainforest. Like when I landed in Manaus, like I actually showed my shots. But I don't know. I've stopped taking my malaria pills because I'm not as worried about it where I've been recently. But I know some people, you can do that. I don't know. Just stay. I think when you stay on top of it and you get your shots once, keep the contact where you got the shots. Because when I lost my passport and I was going back to Kenya, I was able to email Passport Health, or I called them and they had me still on file.
So you went to all these countries. Were you doing journalism there in Africa as well? Were you writing a story, or was this more of a pleasure trip? Or
for work? All these stories that I've talked about have been for work. Tunisia was for pleasure. My sister was living in Jordan. We were like, what's halfway? But the trips I've taken in Africa have been for my job. I wish I could tell you that I was just going on safari every couple months, just like with a huge crew of friends. But I want to do like a big birthday party or something in Kenya. Like I want to organize it because I think it's on a lot of people's bucket lists, but they're very overwhelmed by the prospect.
Yeah. And
visit. They don't know.
One thing that and a lot of people see on social media, whether it's YouTube or Instagram or Facebook or whatever, people see that, people such as yourself or people like Shana and I with the Kling Connection, or there's other people that do travel. They often think that we have this unlimited amount of disposable income that we can fly around the world and go, to Antarctica this week and Kenya next week and New Zealand the week after. And that's generally not the case. There are probably multi-millionaires that do that. But, when we do these things, a lot of times, there's a purpose where we're working, whether it's on our social media platforms or working as, in your case, as a journalism, or, in my case, I own an insurance company it allows me to travel. So there's different things. And you get out and you still have to perform a task. You still have to work, but you get to enjoy this nomadic lifestyle that a lot of people don't get to enjoy. And, I'm hearing about this great stuff in Africa and Antarctica. You stole my heart with Antarctica. That's like, that's on my bucket list. But with Africa being so big and so diverse, and, when people say, oh, you're African, well,
yeah,
I could be Egyptian. I could be Somalian. I could be Kenyan. And the people are different. It's no different than any other continent. People are different. But what would you say, if I'm booking a trip to Africa, say, give me 3 really, and I know this is going to be tight for you because I can hear the love of Africa in your voice. But give me 3 really great locations, like a mountain or a jungle or a historical site that you would think that you've been to, and obviously you haven't been everywhere, that I should visit if I'm jumping on a plane and going over.
The first I would say is if you want to do safari, I would go to Kenya. Kenya has, I mean, it's the favorite country I visited, but Kenya has such a diversity of like landscapes, cultures, people. It's also a nation where the tribes own the national parks. So the Masai Mara are the stewards, the Maasai are the stewards of the Masai Mara. The Samburu people are the stewards of, Samburu National Park to the north. And I think it's the best combination, cultural, landscape, just experience. And you can go direct on Kenya Airways from New York. So, and when I'm going to Kenya, I would say, when you get there, spend a couple days in Nairobi. I love the Fairmont. I love the Tribe Hotel. I mean, the city itself is very cool. Don't just hop in and just take a Safari Link plane, because I mean, the culture and the people, in my opinion, are more fascinating and interesting and integral than the wildlife, and it gives context and history of where you're going. So I think Kenya is just amazing at that. And they've also got the Kenyan coast, which is like super glamorous and chic. Like European jet setters, my fanciest friends are going to Lamu, and you can have a great city, safari, beach experience. So Kenya, this is tough. So if you haven't, I would say Morocco for number 2, because I mean, Northern Africa, Morocco is spectacular because you've got Marrakesh, which is, I think, one of the most enchanting cities in the world, can be overwhelming. So, but there's nowhere like it, stay in Riyadh. And then the Atlas Mountains are just breathtaking. So I would say I loved Casbah, do Tukbal was one of my favorite places I've ever seen in the world. Go do that. And then Aswaria, the coast, you can go to the Sahara. I would say Kenya, Morocco. And then this is really tough, I guess, for the third, because I'm inclined to do something in Southern Africa. Like I love Botswana so much. I can't even express how much I love Botswana. But I really love Rwanda. I think I would maybe say Rwanda as my third, just because I think that the history of Rwanda and the genocide is not so many years ago. And, they have the genocide memorials and the people, the history of the people. It's very inspiring. Like you can learn about the human heart and forgiveness. And Kigali is so cool. The city, it feels almost like Singapore meets Beverly Hills, like with the palm tree lined roads. And you can do the Big Five if you go to the east side of the country. You can go to the Great Lakes region. You go to Lake Kivu, and then you go to the Virunga Mountains. You could do the gorilla trekking, and it's called the Land of 1,000 Hills. So every part of the country, like you can road trip the country, but every part has got these beautiful overlooks and like the best sunrise and sunset I've ever seen in my life. It's like has its own name. It's its own pink color. People name their kids after it. Mojitos, oddly, I've ever had. So for diversity of landscape,
you would think about mojitos.
I love mojitos. I'm a big cocktail lover, but I feel Kenya, Rwanda, Morocco. But I love Botswana too, so it's hard. And South Africa. I feel like I'm cheating, but
it's not cheating. It's just kind of like a little close. Yeah. So, and then you talked about the Middle East. And a lot of people look at the Middle East and they say, okay, it's dangerous. And there are parts that are dangerous. There's things going on. Just anywhere else in the world is like that as well. But the Middle East, most people don't realize most of the Middle East is Asia, or what they used to call Asia Minor back, 1,000 years ago. And, Dubai is really starting to pick up in a lot of popularity. You're seeing a lot of people, especially people from the United Kingdom, are going to Dubai a lot on vacation. You've been to Jordan. I believe you said your sister was stationed there in the military. Jordan is
not in the military. Thank God.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I thought maybe she was stationed there in the military. But Jordan is a big ally to the United States and stuff. Like what, where have you been in the Middle East and what have you experienced?
So my favorite country I visited in the top 5 is the Kingdom of Jordan. When my sister was a Fulbright scholar there in college, and then she moved there and she was like working. She worked closely with Palestinian refugees. I've spent time in Palestine. I'd be really remiss not to just declare on this podcast that as someone who has been to Palestine, and Israel, it is the most heartbreaking. It's an apartheid state. There is a genocide happening there. Like I've been there. I was pulled over by the EDF. My brother was arrested in Jerusalem for if you're not a Jewish person, you're asked why you're there. If you're an American in Palestine, you're interrogated. You had the IDF pull us over in the middle of the desert. It was terrifying. I've spent the most time in Jordan and Palestine. And I have to say that Arabic hospitality, like Middle Eastern hospitality, is unparalleled like anywhere else in the world. You don't realize your own prejudices and stereotypes until you go. This is why travel is important. And all those Anthony Bourdain and Mark Twain quotes, and it's travel is fatal for hatred, bigotry, narrow-mindedness. You don't even realize some of these internalized racism and prejudices you have. Like when I first got to Jordan, I remember the call to prayer would sort of startle me. I mean, even when we were in Jerusalem and Palestine, because you don't realize like the depiction of Middle Eastern people in the United States is horrific. People are silenced, they're killers, everyone hates America. You would think that everyone in the middle and I think part of this was Bush saying, we're attacking Al-Qaeda. Now Iraq has weapons. It just became I feel like it got solidified as one, not even individualized nations or an individualized people, just as one terrorist entity. And it's one of the most heartbreaking and enraging things in the world. Because when you go there, like there is like a lot of kindness. People, I stood out like a sore thumb. People are always like, oh, do you have to cover up? Like, no, I have light blonde hair. I was walking around. I was the only American in a lot of places. And my sister was like, you're coming from New York. So this is a culture of recognition. Like people will speak to you on the street. There is just that level. Right. Where are you from? And I'd be like, I'm Rika. And it's like, oh, welcome. Like everyone knew my sister in some of these places and would give us like free DVDs. Like Biff is the Rose of Jordan. Like just gifts. Like there's a Palestinian expression, eat as much as you love me. Like we went and stayed at one of the houses that one of Biff's colleagues, like his entire extended family was there, and 10 rounds of food. And Jordan was just the best because you've got Wadi Rum, which I'm an ocean person, but this is the best, most spectacular desert I've ever seen in my life. Oceanic, the sky turns purple. We made friends with our Bedouin guides who led us, actually, just me, my sister, my mom and dad, like almost, half a mile through the desert to meet his family. And then who was camping out in that one spot. And when you're in someone's house, it's a very matriarchal culture. Obviously, there are different levels of like, I've discovered leggings, period, don't really work anywhere. Don't wear them in Europe, they're sloppy. In the end of the day, they're essentially tights. So I wouldn't be aware of how you're dressing. And also usually the locals know how to dress for the heat. Obviously, I think people are aware of this in the Middle East. You don't need to be in a top and denim shorts. But I would caution to add that you were talking about how Middle East is part of Asia. I was shocked in parts of like Southern Asia where you're not supposed to have your shoulders or your knees exposed to go to a Buddhist temple, and people were doing that. So
traditional.
Yes.
Some things are very traditional.
And things are changing. And at the end of the day, I think the more I've traveled, the more I realize how much on a person-to-person basis people have in common. And people really hate their government, like all around the world. I was in China before COVID, right before COVID, and nobody liked their president there either. I don't like the current president. Like this, people aren't their governments. And also I think what keeps you safe somewhere keeps you safe everywhere. Like be kind, say thank you, learn how to say like marhaba, or hola, aloha, anything. Just learn. I always have in my notes app like hi, please, thank you, bye, I'm trying to speak XYZ. It just is a sign of respect that goes a long way.
Yeah.
And if you get frustrated or angry, people are not going to be inclined to help you. Think about how you treat someone, and think about how you treat someone on the street who would come up to you speaking only French.
Right.
I do believe
you wouldn't like it. You wouldn't like it. I mean, they do it in Canada, I guess, but just parts of Canada. But
and so there helps. Like my sister helped because she was fluent in Arabic. Like you always want to have someone who knows the place, Yeah,
the local languages and some of the customs, definitely. My sister-in-law is from Thailand. She's an American citizen now, and she took the test, and she's lived here for years. And my niece is half Thai and half American. And she's always telling me, like, when she goes to Thailand, because her father's still alive. Her mother passed away a number of years ago. And she says, when we go to Thailand, she wants to go with us. And I said, why? She goes, trust me, you're going to want to have me where I'm going to take you and not the tourist area, because she speaks the language. And She said, you got to kind of watch. Some people will try to take advantage of you, but she goes, ultimately, it'll just make your life easier. So when we go to Thailand eventually, we'll be paying for her ticket and she'll be coming along. But getting back to the Middle East, there's a lot of history in the Middle East, ancient history, modern history, just so much going on. And did you get to see any like cool old ruins or old, historical sites? I mean, I'm a history geek, so I love that stuff.
I mean, Petra was just, I think it's one of the wonders of the world. Petra, I would put up there with Machu Picchu in terms of just like breathtaking, and the Taj Mahal, and the Great Wall of China. Those are on the same level. Like Petra, it just looks like this kingdom, this castle. It's like the facade of a palace carved into these great red mountains. And it's just jaw-dropping, unbelievable, worth the hike, like one of the most breathtaking places I've been on the planet. And obviously going through to Jerusalem, which I wouldn't, it's visiting Israel is a heavy experience and I wouldn't go again, but seeing the Dome of the Rock and obviously the Wailing Wall. And then I was in Dubai, which is crazy because it truly is like Las Vegas of the Middle East. But then
that's what I hear.
Really cool. We're also in Qatar. I really want to go to Oman. I know Saudi Arabia actually just opened to visitors, and there are places in Saudi Arabia that sort of rival the Egyptian pyramids that, few people have seen until now. But it's interesting, I think, as an American who had a great private education, I feel like I learned so much about Henry VIII's wives. But one of the joys of travel is I feel like it's a constant history lesson because you realize the Caribbean is actually an amazing example of this too, beyond Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa and parts of the Caribbean, Central America. There are whole peoples and histories that I didn't learn about in school. And I feel like it's a way of keep growing as a person in a way whenever you go to a new place. And I really feel, as you mentioned, going with, your relative who's half Thai, booking, it may feel boring, but I hate when people are like, I just want a day and I'm just going to explore by myself. Like, I know how I'm going to do it. And it's like, okay, but you might be on Instagram scrolling on your phone. You're going to end up at a cafe that likely is like, can like appeal to an American, defer to the experts if you're out of your league. I get doing it if you've been to Paris a million times. You're in Paris. Oh, you're going to go for the day. But I hate this like purity of, I don't want an itinerary, because it's like you by yourself are not going to be able to know like the spots to go to. So particularly when you're in a new region.
So you've been to China, and that's kind of interesting too, because is the visa process tough for an American to get into China? I've heard so many mixed reviews about that over the years.
I found Thailand was harder because I filled out the wrong Thai visa, but the ladies were really nice at the visa app. They were like, well, this is wrong, but I think it might have been easier because I'm in New York. So I find if you can speak to a person, it's going to be easier in general. I don't know if you have a dream trip and you're overwhelmed, but no, it wasn't. It was harder than say like a Cambodia where it's like, I'm here, or a Kenya, and a Seychelles was pretty. Did I need a Seychelles visa? Yeah, I think I did. But it's in between, I would say, of the visa process. I think I got it in that. I think in general, you're supposed to apply as early as possible. But I feel like for both China and India, like I didn't have more than 2 weeks, and I was 2 or 3 weeks.
That quick. Wow.
Well, China, I think I was getting my ducks in a row. Yeah, a couple of weeks before. But I was I went to the embassy in New York.
So what's some of the places you went in China and some of the cool things you might have seen there? I mean, it's such a big country, and China's another one. It's so diverse. It's so different from if you're a Chinese and you live on the border of Vietnam versus a Chinese person that maybe lives near Mongolia. It's
like the United States. Like there's the Deep South. There's the, the American West. There's the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, completely. China is one of my favorite trips of all time, and had probably, the pinch me moment I was talking about, like going to India and the Taj Mahal or Jordan and Petra. I really felt that in China. The second I landed, we started in Xi'an, which was really cool. And they have the terracotta warriors, and
Yes.
that was spectacular. And Xi'an, it's almost like landing. You're on another planet because you're in a country as big as America, but the architecture is so different, and you're a minority in the sense. But I remember the second that I landed in, I landed in Beijing. My cab driver, he turns around and he goes, American? And I was like, yes. And he was like, I love Britney Spears. Like, people were really, I don't know. I really loved the people that I met throughout my trip. Like, I found that, there are different like cultures with different approaches to things. Like, Kenyan people are super chatty. People in Botswana can be a little more reserved. People in China, I found are really direct, and I'm very direct. And I loved it. Like, it's sort of like you went to real talk almost immediately. And I thought I would be a minor celebrity because I studied abroad in Japan in high school and was treated like I was Paris Hilton. But people weren't that. I wasn't really swarmed at all. India, I was a big deal. One of the most fascinating countries I've ever visited in my life. Beijing, the city, is so cool. Just the people, the fashion, the food, the best food I've had. I would say the best cuisine I've had in the world. It's like China, Vietnam, France, and Italy. China's number one. Everyone's like, oh, you like Chinese food? Like, you're not going to like Chinese food in China. It's so different. And I feel like that's so pretentious. If you like Japanese food in the US, it's going to be different in Japan. But if you like the general ingredients or things, China obviously has different like regional cuisine. But I went to Xi'an in Beijing, and the breakfast, like, give me an Asian breakfast for the rest of my life, like dumplings, and I want to have street lo mein, best food. Being on the Great Wall was a dream come true for me. I cried. Like, I felt oh my God. And then I went to the Forbidden City. I cried again, but you feel the history. Like, there's no way of explaining it. Like, you feel it's so tremendous.
And that's old history too. Like, in the United States, like you can say, let's just say American history. You go back 250 years, maybe if you're in a place like Salem, you might be able to go back a little over 300 years. But, and then you get into like maybe some ancient Native American history in the United States, various Mexico or South America, United States. But when you're talking about, the Forbidden City, the Great Wall of China, I mean, these things were built hundreds of years, thousands of years before the United States was even thought about.
It's insane. And like if I die, I'd want to go to the Chinese or the Mexican afterlife, because I feel like in Mexico, you're like relevant all the time. You're celebrated, your spirit. China, it's like the afterlife there looks very fun, because it's like you can bring it with you. Like, people will they have the terracotta warriors that are like pretty much bringing to the afterlife. They have the whole museum where they have depictions of the Chinese afterlife, which looks more fun than my regular life. But just hearing about like the history of China and, how the Great Wall came to be and how it was protecting different provinces, and the mountains of China are gorgeous. And they've got amazing, like really amazing, like nature areas, nature regions. Like, I know skiing's taking off in Japan. I wonder when that will happen with China. But if you're someone who loves to travel, just period, I would say that has to be top 5 on your list. You want to, I feel like China, India, Jordan, Peru. I don't know. I'm just thinking like there's nowhere it's spectacular. And also you are forced to confront, like, there are different ways of life. And I find that a lot of times people will get so judgmental about things that are first world luxuries, which is like, honestly, like garbage disposal and removal, like having toilets that have toilet paper everywhere that, aren't, or having the way when you can use it when animals are pets and animals aren't, I find that people can pass a moral judgment on areas that range from like Molokai in Hawaii to like, I don't know, Bolivia, to China. And I think with travel, you're supposed to realize that they're like different. You can't impose your own Western viewpoints on everything. Yeah. The sooner, I think the more you travel, the more you stop doing that. But yeah, I feel like I went to China and Kenya back to back. And I feel like those were maybe two of the most impactful. I've been to like 99 countries now, like two of the most impactful trips in my life.
So 99 countries, 7 continents, all 50 states, all over the world, cruise ships. If anybody ever wanted to live vicariously through somebody, you are the person. I mean, you've seen it. You've seen more than 200 people together will probably see in their lifetime. And it's an there's so much amazing stories. Like I said, we could be here for hours and hours. And I'd love to have you again on the show just to talk about this. But what do we see now? We're halfway through 2025. What do we see as your next trips? Where you go? Where can we look and follow for your next adventures?
So definitely like Instagram, Twitter, my website. I am trying to take a break for like a couple months because now I've got a million stories to write. So I spend a lot of time in New England in the summertime. I'm America first on summer. I think a New England summer is amazing. So, but that being said, I mean, I really want to go to Egypt and Namibia are top of my list, like absolute top. There are so many places that I have never been to Greece, which is very weird. I want to go to Greece.
That's weird. Places that most people don't go, but not to Greece. Like Santorini and stuff.
I really want to go to Romania because I'm Romanian, half Romanian, and I didn't go on my family trip because I went with my college boyfriend to Bermuda. So maybe that's why I became a travel writer. I was like, I need to expand. This fall, I have trips I'm discussing that are in the mix. Like I really want to do more of, I think I want to go to Bali. Like some of these places, I want to go, as mentioned, everywhere I haven't been, but there are some places that as a journalist, you feel like you need to go because the more places I've been, the richer my storytelling is because I can actually know what makes this one part of East Africa unique, for example. So I really want to go to Bali because I know people are obsessed with it. But then, Laos, we'll see. What's great is that we'll see. Like last year, I was like, I'm going to take a break unless it's Africa. And then I went to like 6 different countries in Africa. I guess I'm manifesting Western and Northern Africa right now. I don't know.
So if you could say anything to the new traveler and somebody that's maybe following into whether it's work or hobby or a little bit of both and wants to travel the world, if you could give them one big tip, one big thing from probably the most experienced traveler we've ever had on this show, what would be that one big thing be?
Be kind and talk to the locals. Like do what they're doing. Get recommendations from the concierge. Like I hate to say this. I don't hate to say this. It's just a fact. A smile, which Americans are known for smiling a lot, which is good, but like kindness is so underrated in terms of half of the coolest things that have happened to me on a trip, whether it's personal or professional, have always happened because I made a friend, and then that friend, I went to the second location, and obviously within reason, but if you are kind, curious, and vulnerable, like you make fun of yourself, and you ask a lot of questions and you're nice, like that's going to give you a different window into a location. So I can make friends on the fly now very well too, because I've traveled for so long. So I feel confident doing it. But if you don't, the local guide, like just put yourself out there in that way. The worst things I've ever seen happen are from people being rude,
Yeah. I totally agree. And, we've made friends all over the world and the world's a small place and you don't know when you're going to run into somebody and you're going to need help or you're going to need just somebody to point you in the right direction, or you just might wind up making a friend and stay in touch with them. And we've got friends all over the world and we talk to them all the time. And some of them are even closer friends to us than people that live right down the street.
There's a sign like there's no such thing as a foreign land. It's the traveler who's foreign. So sometimes, they call it sort of the airplane effect where you meet a total stranger in an unknown, unlikely situation. And then you can tell them more than you've told, a friend from high school. And there's something to that where I've loved the friendships I've made and I'm very in touch with people all over the world who it's like, I'm a curiosity to them too. Like, look at this like American girl who I met in the bush in Botswana, in like this local village, like just have like an open mind, be curious. Like the people are the place in my experience. That's why I said Kenya for the trip, because the culture in Jordan and China, like you can go anywhere and like have a nice infinity pool and soak in a luxury bathroom, but like soak in a bathroom. But what's the point of flying halfway across the world for that? You know,
when you could do that right down in your own house in some instances.
Take pictures, but try not to get hung up on taking the best picture of you're not even going to know if you like the picture of yourself until a week later anyway. Just try to be present where you are and get in the mix.
I would really like to thank you for being on our show today. And, we would definitely love to have you back as a guest in the future when you're done your next round of trips. It would be really great to have. Make sure to check out Catherine's website. We'll share at the bottom here. It's CatherineParkerMagyar.com. She also has her social links all attached to the bottom of her website. She's also on TikTok. And go and subscribe to her. We want all our Kling Connection fam to follow her, join in our adventures. And even if you can't afford to go someplace or something like that, reach out to Catherine. She'll definitely answer any questions that you have. She was really communicative with us and just a great person that we made a connection with. And, Catherine, we'd really like to thank you for being on today's show.
Thank you so much for having me. This was so much fun. I'm inspired now.
Thank you.
Do my regular job.
And make sure you go to the Kling Connection, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're also on Facebook, Instagram. We're on Rumble. We're on Odyssey. We're on TikTok, and we're everywhere else, LinkedIn, that you can think of, and also www.klingconnection.com. Go there and subscribe to our blog and check out our videos and shoot us a question and maybe help us out with some Patreon that we have on there. And so until next time, have fun storming the castle.
And that's a wrap on today's episode of the Kling Connection Travel Talk podcast. Huge thanks to our guest, Catherine Parker Magyar, for sharing her incredible travel stories and experiences. Until next time, keep exploring, one journey at a time. Welcome to the Kling Connection Travel Talk podcast, where the world of travel comes to life through real conversations. Hosted by Sean Kling, each episode explores the highs and lows of life on the road, connecting with travelers, industry insiders, and digital nomads to uncover expert tips, budget hacks, and inspiring stories. Whether you're a weekend explorer, a full-time adventurer, or simply wanderlust curious, Sean brings first-hand advice, destination insights, and honest takes from those shaping the global travel scene. Join Sean Kling.
Hey, fellow travelers, it's Sean with the Kling Connection. Welcome to another great episode. And today we have an amazing guest, a world traveler, and a fellow history enthusiast just like me. You guys know that I love history. I love to talk history. I love just being at historical sites. And we have a lady here today with us that specializes in UNESCO World Sites, as well as just traveling the world and checking out history locations. And we'd like to welcome Abigail Vaca to our show today. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you. So tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and tell us a little bit about your history and where your love of history comes from.
Sure. So I am in Connecticut, and I have always been a big history buff. Partially, I think, because my father has a master's degree in American history. And so I grew up hearing all about Alexander Hamilton and just really unconventional things at the dinner table. And when I say unconventional, I mean, I think most families either didn't talk much during dinner or they were just watching the daily news. But my dad kind of used it as an opportunity to school me in historic preservation, because he actually was also a historic preservationist for the city of Newark, New Jersey as well.
Oh, wow. That's kind of cool. It is cool. As I can kind of relate a little bit. My father was a Marine in Vietnam, and he used to tell me stories about when he was in the Marine Corps. And I grew up on stories of my father, my grandfather in the Second World War, who was also a Marine, and my mom's father was big into Native American history. He was really big into that, and they weren't so much preservationists, but they were amateur historians, and they loved it, and their history love wore off on me. And you being in New England, I mean, that's like the hotbed center of American history, early American history, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, all these areas up there. And, your father with a love of history, I mean, you must have seen a lot of cool places and still see a lot of cool places up in the New England area as far as history goes.
Yeah, I feel really lucky that I can kind of travel along the 13 original colony states, if you will, easily. And there is so much to see. I mean, from Maine to Gettysburg up in your area, it is just a treasure trove of learning. And it's funny, I was just talking to a friend the other day, despite being in a close proximity, I've never been to Plymouth Rock. So
Wow.
even though it's not a UNESCO site, I feel like I need to try to get there in the next year.
Wow. So if any of our fans are listening, where can they check you out online to see some of the places that you've been?
Sure. There are a bunch of different platforms. So they can find me, of course, on Facebook or TikTok, Global Treasures Podcast. I try to update as much as possible with the latest information about new UNESCO sites being added, as well as just updates related even to visiting the countries that have UNESCO sites. And then you can learn about when new episodes are going to be released on globaltreasurestravel.com. And then, of course, on all of the platforms that have podcasts. So Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Podbean, iHeartMedia, you name it.
And we want all of our fans to go and listen to some of her shows. I was listening to one of her shows, and I'm going to get into that in a second, but I was listening to one of her shows right before we got online, and I was talking to her a little about it, and I said, Abigail, I mean, you really got something going here. You something very, very unique, and what you have is very special to somebody like me, but it's special to educating the American people, and I want to thank you for getting that education out there and learning it from your dad and passing it on to everybody else.
I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you.
So now we're at the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution. My really good friend is one of these guys that does the reenacting stuff, and he was up at Battle Road in Massachusetts just back in April, and he did the reenactment of Battle Road up there, and they were very strict and stuff. Have you visited Battle Road? Have you ever been there?
I have not, no, but I am very excited about the 250th anniversary as well, because I also happen to be a member of the Daughters of the American Revolution. So we're going to be planning a lot of activities around it as well.
You're a member of the Daughters of the American Revolution. That's kind of cool. My cousin told me that we're actually eligible I'm eligible to be, I guess it would be the Sons of the American Revolution. Apparently we had an ancestor that was in the Philadelphia Navy or the Pennsylvania Navy during the American Revolution that was in the Philadelphia campaign on my mom's father's side. Didn't even know the states had their own Navy force back then, but apparently they did.
It's amazing when you can trace all of the ancestry back. It's a lot of fun. I recommend anyone who hasn't done that, if they can, do like 23andMe or Ancestry.com.
So now I'm going to talk a little bit about one of the episodes that's near and dear to my heart. And you actually enlightened me to something very interesting. Being a Pennsylvania native, we're one of the 13 colonies and the home of the United States capital at one point. I know the first capital, I believe, was in York, Pennsylvania, and then it was in Philadelphia and then New York and then Washington, D.C. But you were telling me that Gettysburg Battlefield is not a UNESCO site, and you're very surprised it isn't?
I am. I know there are so many amazing places in the United States. We actually only have, I believe, 26 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. And when I first found that out, I was pretty surprised. But then I kind of took a step back and I thought about it. And I was like, we're a much younger country, like you said, 250 years compared to thousands and thousands plus years history in like different European countries. So I guess that makes sense. But for me, there are sites like Gettysburg. I think probably my biggest soapbox would actually be Joshua Tree National Park is not a UNESCO site. Wow. There are so many beautiful spots in this country, or just places with such intense history that it surprises me.
Well, and then, like I said, I'm from Pennsylvania, but one place in Pennsylvania that we talked about prior to the show is in Philadelphia is Independence Hall. That's interesting that Gettysburg, I mean, Independence Hall is, obviously the founding of the United States. Gettysburg is not. It's probably the biggest battle in American history fought on American soil, but Independence Hall, is. And, let's talk a little bit about Independence Hall. Like, tell me what makes it the UNESCO World Site, and also, what your draw was to it. You did an episode on it.
I did, yes. So maybe I'll take a step back and explain what UNESCO sites are for anyone who don't know or don't even know what UNESCO is. So UNESCO stands for the United Nations Scientific, Educational, and Cultural Organization. That's a mouthful. And so these are sites that are designated by the United Nations. So they're places like Independence Hall, Yellowstone National Park, the Grand Canyon, the Galapagos Islands. So really unique, one-of-a-kind sites across the world that they believe deserve to be recognized for their cultural value to humanity, if you will. So the sites are nominated by the host country. So like, for example, one year, the United States said, we want to nominate Independence Hall. And these sites can be anything from ancient ruins, historical structures, cities, deserts, forests, islands, lakes, mountains, national parks. I could keep going. And I should also just note, it's interesting that these sites can be delisted, but that's incredibly rare. So I think that's only happened a few times in history. But going back to Independence Hall, I explain that because I think sometimes people visit these sites, and Independence Hall is a great example, where they're like, it's just a building. It doesn't feel important per se when you're just looking at it, but it's the historical contextual perspective, knowing that, our Declaration of Independence was signed in that building. They were deliberating for days over it. So it was really the foundation for our country.
Yeah, it's kind of like, growing up in the Philadelphia area, it's sacred ground. I mean, we went to school trips to Independence Hall. We went to see the Liberty Bell, Betsy Ross's house. All that stuff was down there. And Old City, Philadelphia has a unique charm to it. Now, the city of Philadelphia itself, we can go back and forth about that, but the actual Old City has a very unique charm that very few areas in the United States have. I mean, maybe you might be able to say Boston. There's parts of Boston that have that, and as far as as I'm concerned, I mean, it's up for debate, but Boston would probably be one, and maybe something like Colonial Williamsburg, would be pretty close. But there's just something interesting about Independence Hall in Philadelphia. And what made you choose that episode?
So for the podcast, I just go in order of the year that UNESCO designated these sites. So I cover a new location each episode, and the first group of 12 sites were established in 1978, and now there's over 1,223 of the sites. Although this is interesting timing, they just released the list of new UNESCO World Heritage Sites for 2025, and I haven't even gotten the chance to look at them. Usually the list doesn't come out until, I would say, August or September. So Independence Hall was in the second list for 1979. So that's why I covered it. But I just got there for the first time, I'm embarrassed to say, a couple weeks ago. So I got to go there in the Liberty Bell. And I tried to go to Reading Market, but we couldn't get parking, unfortunately. So I just
the parking's terrible there.
Yes.
But they have great pulled pork sandwiches at the Nick's in the Reading Terminal Market.
Oh, that sounds so good.
But with your father being a historian and you yourself being a historian, really, if you had to name the four, I like to put people on the spot with this question. All of American history, the four most influential people that you personally find as the four most influential people in American history, who would that be?
Wow, that is definitely a question that is very personal, huh? For me, I am going to say number one is Teddy Roosevelt, because I am a huge fan of the national park system, and he established it. And I would say at least half of the UNESCO World Heritage sites in the United States are probably national parks. So again, like Yellowstone, Mesa Verde, Redwood. Number two, I would probably say George Washington. He was our first president. He really set the stage for us not becoming England Part 2 and going back to a monarchy. It's funny, I think of my nephews, I hear them in my head, they'd be like, say Alexander Hamilton. I mean, the Postal Service is really impactful. Think about how that really touches our lives in such a positive way every single day, right? Like we get mail partially because of him, and him really just seeing the future. And then, number four, I would probably say Martin Luther King Jr. And first of all, the civil rights movement was huge in this country. It's something that we all learn about in school for a good reason. And I have a more personal connection. So the town that I grew up in is very proud of this. There are tobacco barns in the center of town, and I don't think that they're considered a historic site, but if they're not, they really should be. And Martin Luther King Jr. worked at these tobacco fields as a kid, well, teenager, I should say. And it's been said that he was treated so well. He would come down here during the summers to work, and he was able to eat at the same restaurants as everyone else, apparently. And he was so moved that it proved to him that big, drastic, violent measures did not have to be taken for us to come together as a country and find peace and harmony. And I just think that's so beautiful.
It is. And I love how you look at things through a historical lens. In today's world, people look at things from one side or another. And I love and I really appreciate how you look at the people that you had suggested. Is they're humans, just like we are. They're humans, and they're flawed characters like everybody else. But the four people you think that would probably be my four people. The only other person I probably would have put in there that I really think would have probably, in my personal belief, would have been Ulysses S. Grant. I mean, that's a really rags to riches story. A man that was selling firewood on the side of the road, and 5 years later he is commanding general of the U.S. Army, and 8 years later he is president of the United States. And he did a lot for civil rights. He was surrounded by corruption, and but let's face it, in a lot of ways, as a military historian myself, you look at certain people in military history, George Washington obviously being number one, but to me, number two is always Ulysses S. Grant when it comes to that. But that's just me.
Excellent choice.
So you don't only just talk about these podcasts and these locations, you go to these locations. So you travel around the world and you check out these historical sites and all that. Tell me a little bit about this. This is interesting because not everybody's going to have a chance to go to all these historical sites. And what's the furthest one you've ever been to, and some of the cool experiences you've had?
So I think I'll start by answering that by kind of taking a step back and explaining how I got my start, because I think it was more unconventional and definitely not planned. So I was inspired to start traveling and create the podcast and kind of, again, share my love of traveling, because during my childhood, I created a bucket list and I sort of forgot about it. And then I found it many years later when I was stress cleaning during the COVID-19 pandemic, as many of us did. And I was laughing about it with my past co-host because, some of the items were silly, but one of them caught my eye. And it was that I had wanted to visit every UNESCO World Heritage Site in the world. I was huge into National Geographic magazine as a kid, probably no surprise. And, being 8 or 9 years old, I didn't understand that there are over 1,000 of these sites worldwide, and that would be really hard to do. And I shared the list again with my co-host at the time, and in doing research, we realized no one was covering these sites. No one was creating podcasts about them, and that was a major gap in the market. Or if I found a podcast that did talk about one of these sites, it wasn't purely the history or travel tips I was looking to learn. The hosts were interjecting like their own political opinion into the mix, or it wasn't necessarily clean in terms of language. And I wanted to create a podcast that was neutral and could be enjoyed by adults in front of their children, with universal appeal, if you will. So a podcast that would get them excited to plan trips together. And dually, I said to myself, well, if I'm talking about these sites, I don't want to put my foot in my mouth. I need to be visiting them too, as many as I can. And I really just wanted to fulfill that childhood mission and dream. And so I started with, I think the first one I ever visited was Vatican City, which is magical. If you get to Rome, you have to go to Vatican City.
I was just there. I just was there this week. Vatican City, the Colosseum, all of that, yeah.
Yes, the Colosseum is amazing. I think I was so enchanted by Vatican City because, I did grow up Roman Catholic, so it was exciting for me in that regard. But I think it's one of the cleanest places I've ever been, unless something's changed since I must have been there like 4 or 5 years ago. Because, Rome is a typical city, right? It can be kind of dirty. And then you walk into the Vatican and it's like white and clean and pristine everywhere with like the flowing fountains. And it was one of the first things I did when I arrived. We went there at night and it was just gorgeous. But then I would say my other favorites, I would recommend if you can only get to a couple UNESCO World Heritage sites in your lifetime, Stonehenge is so unique. I know some people will write to me like on Facebook and say, well, it's just a bunch of rocks. And I'm like, well, no, but it's more than that. It's the history. It's the magic of not truly knowing why it exists. We only have ideas, are just grasping at straws. And I just think that makes a site extra interesting. And then, the number one I always wanted to visit that I'm so grateful I got the opportunity was the Alhambra in Granada, Spain. I don't know if you've gotten there. Granada might just be one of my favorite places in the world, full stop. I love the people, the food, weather, culture. If I ever win $1 million, I am getting an apartment there. But again, the site itself is just gorgeous. So you can see why royals would have wanted to reside there. So it's like at the top of a hill. It's an extensive walk, but totally worth it. Like the flowers are blooming. Again, the fountains flowing. Truly, it is like something out of a postcard. And if you're like me and you like cats, there are like stray cats roaming everywhere. There's nothing like it.
Oh, my daughter would don't tell my daughter that. She loves cats. She's had the same cat since she was a little girl, since her best friend. So if she's listening to this, no, that's not why we go there. So when you go to these locations, how do you like map out your trip? How do you decide which one you want to go to? And are you able to visit like multiple ones because of the proximity of, maybe let's say you're going to go to some part of Europe and you see that there's so many within so many hours of a trip from where you're staying or where you land. How do you set this? How do you set these up, and how do you decide where you want to go?
Yes, so there are so many ways I could answer that. So yes, off the bat, I will look at the map of a country and I literally sometimes will type into Google UNESCO World Heritage Sites just to reacclimate myself where they're all located. Because one of the reasons that some of these sites has remained so well preserved is because they're literally in the middle of nowhere and very hard to get to. That does not deter me though. I will find a bus or however I have to get there. So one example is Andorra. So that is a landlocked country between France and Spain. They have no airport in the country because it's so mountainous. I guess it's too treacherous for them to build one. So I literally took, I think it was a 3.5-hour bus ride each way. And I stayed a couple nights and I'm so glad I did. It's a really beautiful country. But they only have one UNESCO site. So I made sure I was able to see it. But it really depends on the country. So one of the things I've also become passionate about talking about is I'm big into traveling for food. I love food. I love experiencing new cultures through that lens. But I actually travel with food allergies and have some health issues. So I sometimes will have to take that into account when I'm booking a trip. I used to weigh it more heavily. However, I've gotten to the point where I'm like, that's not even going to stop me. I'll bring protein bars. And, I've been so pleasantly surprised with how accommodating other countries are to food allergies. Sometimes better than when I'm traveling in the United States. And there isn't even a language barrier there. And then, of course, being realistic, sometimes price can heavily factor in. Being in Connecticut, we don't have the largest airport. So I'm lucky that I sit between Boston and JFK. And actually, I could even easily get to the Newark International Airport. But if I were to fly straight out of Bradley, it can be pricey or there's a lot of layovers. So as a result, I haven't yet gotten to any UNESCO sites in Asia, but that's definitely on my to-do list.
Yeah, it's we're planning some trips to Asia as well. I was telling you earlier, my father was in the Marines in Vietnam, and I'd love to go to Vietnam. Don't go back to where bad things happen, but Asia is definitely on the list for us. We work with people all over the world, and we interview people that are not just in the United States on this show. And we've been invited to go to Australia. We've been invited to go to the Philippines, Guam, all sorts of places. So Asia is definitely on the list. Now, if you were going to Asia and you had to pick like what UNESCO site, give me a couple sites. Like, which ones would you want to see if you only had to choose a handful of them? Which ones really are like, Abigail, come see me?
Well, I have to say, just in general, Japan is one of the two countries that I'm like, if I don't get there before I die, I will be so upset. I always say Japan and Norway. Of course, Great Wall of China. I can't even, and I'm a really tiny person, like I'm 5'1", barely 100 pounds. And so I'm like, I just want to stand on that massive wall and like stare into the wilderness. That's got to be breathtaking. Have you been there?
I've never been to China, but the wall does look, and the wall looks amazing, and the history behind it is, again, that would be my draw to go see it, would be the history behind it. And there's so much stories in these unique sites that make it, I don't know, I'm a little bit weird when it comes to history stuff. I can almost visually go and stand there and visually see things in my mind as they would have happened. And we talked about Gettysburg earlier. I mean, I can literally stand in, where Lee did his charge on the third day and visualize that type of stuff in my mind. So that would be cool, but I've never been to China.
And then there's also one other site that I will just like go and stare at pictures of it. And I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Ellora Caves. And that's a UNESCO site in India. I believe it's one of the, if not the largest rock cut cave complexes in the world. Like, it's full of just artwork from like 600 AD. Like, so it represents Hindu and Buddhism and just a wide plethora of different types of spiritual beliefs. And I just think that's really special.
So when you go on these trips, how do you know what to pack? How do you know what to bring with you? And, your gear. I mean, are you camping out? Are you staying in a hotel? Are you, a lot of these places you said are really rural. So I imagine sometimes there's not lodging or, that'd be kind of interesting. Like, how do you prepare them? What do you do?
I've never camped. I have camped in the United States. I've never camped near any of the UNESCO sites. I am definitely not opposed to it, though. So if I ever go to like Sagarmatha National Park, which is where Everest is, you don't really have an option. They have, I think, one lodge, but otherwise people are camping because you have to walk a couple days to even get to the park. But in terms of packing, I tend to overpack just because you never know. Like, there are certain countries where you need to bring antibiotics with you. You need to make sure that you have multiple copies of like your passport, for example. And those sound like, oh, they're small things, but they add up quickly. And so I try to travel with just one checked bag at most. I don't think I've ever had more than that, other than a trip that was a couple weeks long. I prefer Airbnbs or just homestay options to hotels because I'll have access to a kitchen, have access to washer dryer. So that allows me to bring far less. Plus, realistically, I end up buying clothing and souvenirs on the way. So I try to always keep that in mind as well.
So when you go to these places, are you going by yourself? Do you have a team of people you go with? Do you go with friends, a partner, a business partner?
A mixture. I am definitely open to traveling solo. I've done it before. I love it. You meet people along the way, especially when people realize that you're by yourself. I feel like they're more likely to, hey, come sit with us at dinner or what have you. And that's the best way to make friends organically. I have gone with my partners. I've gone with my family, like the trip I just took to Independence Hall. I was going to take it solo. And then my family was like, well, that sounds fun. Can we come too? And I said, sure. So we ended up going to Independence Hall. And then actually we hit another UNESCO site too, Monticello, which was another one I had never been to.
Monticello. Okay. Yep. I've been to Monticello. It's interesting. When we think history in the United States, we don't think of UNESCO. Well, first of all, a lot of people don't know what UNESCO is, but I'm learning something very new today being with you. I didn't know that Monticello was a part of that system. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is for the historical, but mostly architectural. I think it's the only, what's the term, Georgian building in Virginia. I'd have to double check that though.
So, okay, so you go into these locations and you're checking them out. You're hiking these mountains and these roads and all this stuff, and having a blast. Is there anything crazy that's ever happened at any of these locations? Like, you ever see a ghost, or you ever meet some strange people, or everybody's got some crazy travel stories. Like, what's your story? Like, what have you run into?
I run into a host of different issues over the years. No ghosts. I used to talk more heavily about the paranormal and true crime pieces on earlier episodes of my podcast, but I found it drew an interesting group of humans to listening, which I'm not opposed to. Who knows? Maybe ghosts are real. But I haven't talked about it as much. I don't want to deter anyone. I would share this story just from the perspective of have fun on your trips. Loosen up, be flexible, but don't let your guard down. So I was almost assaulted at an open air market in Barcelona, Spain. Wow. And then another time, first day I arrived when I went to Italy. It was actually the Vatican trip I was telling you about. Someone tried to pickpocket us. Thankfully, I had my guard up because, that's a thing. You just have to be mindful. Make sure that you have hidden pockets, or you wear one of those pouches with your money in it inside your shirt. Whatever works for you. Belly bags. So just, I've seen the best and worst in humanity for sure. Like, on the other end, I've had people show me tremendous grace when I'm stressed out because a flight has been canceled. That's always the worst.
I know a little off subject, but boy, the airlines anymore is, when we flew to Rome, we just flew actually this week. We left out of the airport and we got to go, and they changed our flight 4 times and they canceled our flight. So they had us book a new flight with a connecting flight in Atlanta. Then by the time we got to JFK, we got our plane to Italy and that was delayed. Then when we landed in Italy, we were fine. But then on the way back, we sat on the tarmac for an hour and a half and then got to JFK to catch our connecting flight. And we sat there for 6 hours. They kept on bumping stuff up and everything was delayed. So the anxiety of travel is definitely there. I don't think, anybody that does any amount of traveling, I don't care if you're a traveler for business every day of the week, there's always that anxiety. Am I going to get that connecting flight? Is that going to happen? And that's something that absolutely drives me insane. That's not really the topic of the show today, but I have some of the biggest pet peeves when it comes to flying at airports. I mean, it just don't even get me started.
I hear that. It's interesting because I get asked that question a lot. Like, do you think that 2 hours is enough time to get in and out of the airport, or like through security anyway? And I'm like, it depends on the airport, and it depends if you have TSA pre-check or global entry. I think those are priceless.
Oh yeah, we have pre-TSA, and was it just announced this weekend that they're no longer making you take your shoes off at the TSA now, the regular TSA?
Mm-hmm.
Thank God, because that was gross.
And I'd always inevitably forget to wear socks.
Yeah. So when you go to these sites and you're spending time there, like, are you videoing this stuff? Are you taking pictures, or, do you put like a montage together of your trip, or how do you handle that? Because I'm always out with my phone every 2 seconds, like everybody else, taking every picture. But we also have lots of camera equipment, and outside of the podcast we do here, we actually have a travel show where we shoot video. Do you kind of do that?
I saw the show. It's excellent.
Thank you.
So I am trying to be better about that. I am really trying hard to balance being in the moment and also recording it for, again, the podcast or social media clips. I'm better about taking photos for sure, and that's more for personal reasons, but I have made it my mission this year to start posting once or twice a week at least.
So are you going anywhere this year? And if you are, where do you have any plans on going?
So I'm actually in the process of planning my next trip. I am either going to do I'm in between. So my goal this year was to go to as many UNESCO sites in the United States as possible. And I'm really torn between going to the Everglades. I've been to Florida a million times and I've never been there. Always say I'll go and then I don't. Or going to some of the national parks out west. So if you have suggestions, you might sway me.
Well, it's funny, if you check out one of the episodes of our show, we did the most crazy thing at the beginning of this year. We had a house and we sold our house in Florida, sold it flat out, sold it to an older guy. We loaded up the car, and when he bought the house, he bought the furniture and everything. And we drove across the country from Florida to California and back without having a place to live. We stayed in Airbnb, which is totally not like our thing. We stayed at Airbnb and then we came back to Florida, and we've seen so many cool places on the way. Absolutely love Sedona. Sedona, if you've never been to Sedona, Red Rocks, all that, it is some of the most beautiful country you will ever see. There's history there. There's hiking there. There's good food. It's very small. Like the town itself of Sedona is very small. I would highly recommend Sedona. The history geek in me went to Fort Worth. I love when I went to college, I did my historiography on the post-Civil War, pre-World War I U.S. military. And in Fort Worth was, a lot of that time period. So Fort Worth at the stockyards, if you've never been there, great, cool place to check out. It's, it looks like it's around the turn of the century, 1890s, 1900. I could sit and suggest places all day long, but driving across the country definitely opened my eyes up to just how big the United States are and how diverse of a people we are. People in New Mexico have nothing in common with people who live in Nevada. People in Nevada have nothing in common to live with people in Alabama, except we're all Americans. And there's so much cool stuff out there to see in the United States.
For sure. And that's actually advice I always give people that I've never actually taken myself. If you can rent an RV, if you're up to driving an RV, you should totally drive across the United States and just hit all of these random spots. Or, of course, I'm going to say UNESCO sites, but there's so much more than that.
Oh, yeah. It was fun. We took a regular car and drove across the country. So Shayna got to sleep in the back. I did most of the driving, which is fine because I would go nuts just sitting in the car. But there were days that we were getting in the desert and we were just like, oh, this ride is taking forever. And other times we couldn't spend enough time. And we got to so many cool places that, obviously a lot of them probably weren't UNESCO sites, but we went to some presidential libraries. We checked out some beaches. It's really worth it. And we saw a lot of these people with these camper vans, these vans that they had converted into sleeping vans and stuff. And we said, man, maybe one day we'll do that.
There's something to that, right? Like you create those once in a lifetime memories by going off course. If you plan out every single thing you're going to do by the minute, I have dated people who literally had an itinerary that planned things out, like 7 a.m. breakfast, 7:25, we're going to get on the train. I'm not exaggerating. For some destinations, that makes sense. Like if you're going to Disney World, I guess you need to do that. But if you have open days just to explore, I hope people don't feel like that's wasted. That's the point of vacation. And I think that we have such a hustle culture that we feel like any minute not filled with activities or museum visits, what have you, that we forget that just looking out the window, people watching, sipping a cappuccino can be just as memorable.
Yeah, I was, we went to London last year. It was our one show that really took off the channel when we went to London. And I went to London with, in my mind, like most Americans that had never been there, I imagine this burned out town that's left over from the Second World War. And, you know, everybody walking around as a chimney sweep and Oliver Twist is, you think, that, you know, that's, and you get there and it's a modern city with old stuff. And, you know, everybody complains today about London, about this is bad, that bad. But, you know, the people in London were so nice. We didn't run into one bad person. They were so helpful. And it didn't matter, you know, if they were from the country, if they weren't from the country originally, they were all great people. But the one thing that I really enjoyed about London, and I'd love to go back, is the pub culture. And I don't even drink. I don't drink at all. But these guys are out watching soccer games. And again, I'm not a soccer guy, but they're out watching soccer games and are hanging out with their friends. And we don't really have anything like that in the United States. And it's really cool.
I agree. You know, I always say to people, you can use sites like TripAdvisor to like read reviews and try to curate a trip, but don't just use other people's opinions as a way of building an itinerary. Those moments, like you said, that's you're watching people build community in their countries. And I just think that's so interesting. And that's such a simple way that we can learn from each other.
Yeah. So if you ever had to move abroad, you ever said, you know what, I'm tired of Connecticut. I don't want to live here anymore. And obviously we talked about Granada, but where would you think about putting stakes in the ground?
A places I've visited or a place I think I would love?
Either or both.
I loved Andorra too. It's just, even being in the bigger cities, it's a quieter way of life. And I mean, I live in the suburbs, so it's not like we're party central, but everyone just seemed happy and content. And I think that's what I aim for. That's why I like traveling. I'm always happy when I'm seeing a new place through someone else's eyes. So maybe Andorra, or again, Granada. The people were just so lovely. It's exactly what you were describing in London. It was nothing like what people told me it would be. And on a side note, people are totally wrong about the food in London being awful. I was told that, and it was not sausages. I was having some of the best pizza of my life. Cake. I mean, I was trying to remember the name of the large market. We were there every day, basically, and we would eat something different. So you just have to find what works for you.
Yeah, it's not all bubble and squeak or whatever. A pig toad in a blanket. It's not all that stuff. But you know, the one thing that I've noticed with traveling, and I'm sure, you know, just talking to you, you've probably noticed it too, is, you know, if you watch television, and it doesn't matter what country you're in, it really doesn't. You're taught to think bad about people in other countries and watch. You can't trust them, or you know, something's going to happen to you. And everywhere we've gone, I have maybe run into maybe one or two jerks. And everybody else has been great. And even those people that were kind of not nice, it might have been a communication thing. It might have been a language barrier. It might have been just a cultural thing. But, you know, you find that when you go to these places, you meet some of the nicest people, and they're really no different in the way that they treat you than somebody else. Matter of fact, in a lot of ways, the way Americans treat some people, and again, this is not political. It's just Americans treat people versus, you know, you go to some of these other countries, they treat you like family. They really do. And they're really, really nice.
That's one of the things that motivates me. I totally agree. I always say, if we stop being so busy picking each other apart, traveling shows you that our food, our cultures, our ways of seeing the world, yes, they're different, but they're actually more similar than you'd think. And I think we'd all be better global citizens and so much kinder to each other if we just explored the world.
Yeah. I totally agree. I mean, have you ever been to New Zealand or Australia?
Not yet, no, but definitely on my list.
I am a huge Lord of the Rings guy. I know, like every guy my age, love Lord of the Rings. So one of our next adventures is to go to New Zealand and check it out. First of all, the landscape is, Shane and I both love beautiful landscape, and it's probably some of the best in the world. The other thing is the film sets. Again, guilty as charged, but I love. I'm looking forward to that. And then also Australia. You have to be careful, though. They said there's a lot of things that want to kill you in Australia.
All the spiders and snakes. That's funny. That makes me think of, I'm a diehard Band of Brothers fan, which probably doesn't surprise you. And there is actually a tour in France that takes you to all of the sites where they either filmed or they were just locations for different episodes. I've always said that the first time I go to France, I think I need to do that.
What a little interesting side note for you, and I've I talk a lot about my family because I'm very proud of who they are. My grandfather's cousin was, I guess so he would be my cousin too, but it was my grandfather's first cousin, was in a parachute infantry regiment that landed at Normandy, and when he was landed, he was captured by the Germans, and him and like 6 other guys were executed. And there's a little monument in France with his name on the monument, last name Kling, same as mine. And you can see the monument, and he's actually buried in one of the cemeteries over there in France. So if we ever get to that point, I'm going to make the pilgrimage to put a flower on his grave, because my grandparents' generation is all gone now. They're no longer around. So, it's up to us to keep that alive.
That's beautiful. I mean, tragic, but really amazing. Again, that you can trace it back. I always say too, another thing that motivated me kind of on the same note, my grandmother now is at the point where she can't really travel, and that side of the family is from Spain, and it really weighs on me heavily that she can't get there. And so when I'm making episodes of the podcast, I think about older people who may never get to some of these places, who might have more limited income or are homebound. So I feel like if they can't get there physically, at least if they can armchair travel with me, I feel like I'm giving them the opportunity to experience all the things that we were talking about, like language and customs and traditions.
Yeah, you and I are definitely on the same wavelength when it comes to that. I when I was in Italy, I was looking around and said, my grandparents never got here, but I'm here. And, I have to suck it all in for them, really. And so, yeah, we're definitely on the same wavelength. So ultimately, at the end of the day, what's your end goal with your podcast? I mean, do you plan to do anything bigger? Do you plan to do anything more once you run out of UNESCO sites? Is there another topic or another angle you want to take your show at some point?
That's an interesting question, one that I think about a lot. I have played around with the idea for a couple other podcasts, so more to come on that, somewhat UNESCO related. And then I am starting to work on a blog. I really should have gotten started on that sooner, because I started podcasting partially because I love writing. I almost majored in English in college. So there's that. I've thought about merchandise. I have a lot of business ventures in my head that I need to just figure out how it would play out. I don't like to take any risks that aren't calculated. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, as a history person, we're given a carte blanche to tell the story of the people of the past, but tell it through sometimes an angle. And what I always find interesting about history and doing research, like you said, about maybe writing a book or something like that, is, we can't judge the people of the past based off of today's standards. We have to kind of look at what it was like in their time frame. And that goes to even people that died 20 years ago or 30 years ago. Things were different in the 90s than they are today, or in the early 2000s. And I always find it interesting when I talk to people such as yourself about, writing a book but that are well read and understand history. And, you can go to a place like Stonehenge and understand things, or go to Independence Hall, or go to, Joshua Tree or wherever. And I always find it interesting that we can tell the stories of the past, but we should try to tell it the way that it happened and without a slant.
I agree with you. I really try, like I said before, never to get political. I have no interest in that. But also, I do extensive research because I want to be as respectful as possible, not just from the historical perspective, but even the smaller pieces like how to pronounce the name of countries or certain words, names of the sites. So I will reach out to cultural centers sometimes and just ask them, hey, can I run some things by you? Because I want to make sure that I am representing their culture in a way that pleases them, because I don't have that lived experience.
So what is the next podcast coming out? What topic is that one?
Ooh, the next episode actually will drop on Wednesday, and I believe that is going to be the Thracian tomb of Kazanluk.
Oh, really? What's that? What is that? I've never heard of that. What's it about?
I would guess most people have not. So the Thracian tomb of Kazanluk is really unique. It's a vaulted brickwork beehive tomb, if you will. That's like the artistic term. And it is from the Hellenistic period. So like the end of the 4th century BC. And because it was, I guess, sort of buried, it's really well preserved, and it's a small site, but really beautiful.
Yeah, I see you do so many things on Egypt as well. You've had a bunch of stuff in Egypt. Does Egypt hold a special place in your heart? Or, I mean, I know you do things based on when they were entered into, the organization and such, but, Egypt seems so kind of cool. And it seems like, I can definitely hear it in your voice when you talk things about Egypt.
I just think Egyptology and Egyptian history is really interesting and unique. And honestly, the first 2 years were very Egypt and Ethiopia heavy in terms of, I'm not sure if those countries just happened to nominate a lot of sites and they were chosen those 2 years. Again, they're older countries, like they have a longer history than the United States, for example. And so I guess they just have more sites that are worthy of inclusion at this time.
Yeah, I saw that you did an episode on the Ethiopian churches, and I'm going to go back and listen to that. But the interesting thing is most people don't think about Christianity in Ethiopia. They think they might be Muslim or something of that nature. But the Christian Bible they have a different type of Christian Bible, I believe, and maybe I'm wrong, but I believe they have a different type of Christian Bible, and it's an older Christianity. But it's a Christian nation, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you're correct about that. So Coptic Christianity is actually widespread in the country. So I'm not sure where the confusion permeated from. But yeah, Ethiopia is a really interesting country. It's not large, but the history is very diverse and rich. I mean, and again, they have a host of sites from national parks to churches, you name it.
Wow. I mean, yeah, that's the cool thing about your podcast. Like I said, I listened to a couple episodes. I am definitely going to go back and listen to more because I learned so much just listening to, the detail, the information you give. I mean, and it's not boring. You have a great voice for podcasting, and you can definitely tell there's a lot of research and time that goes into what you put out, and it's very commendable. There's a lot of people out there that are history hacks. You are not one of them. You are definitely a gifted historian, and you are a gift to the historical community.
Thank you. That's very kind. I appreciate that.
So one more time, if people want to go find where your show is at, listen to an episode of your show, or check out your photos or any other information, can you tell everybody where to go?
Sure thing. So Facebook, TikTok, those are the two prime social media sites, along with our website, globaltreasurestravel.com. And then again, we are platformed on Podbean. So you can find the links to all of the major platforms that work for you: Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Podbean, iHeartMedia, and more.
Well, Abigail, I want to thank you for being on today's show. You've been an amazing guest. And if you had one set of parting words for the listeners here about history, your love of history, and what people can take away, what would that be?
Again, there's always something to be learned about the world around us. I think whether you consider yourself to be an adventure seeker, you like to relax, you vacation just because you want a week of discovery and exploration away from the office, there isn't a wrong way to travel or view history. I just hope that's what people take away from what I bring to the table.
Well, everybody, if you get a chance, go to subscribe, listen to Abigail's show. You will not be disappointed. The Kling Connection will be subscribing and following on all her adventures and listening to all her. And we would love to have her back in the future as a guest on our show to talk about her next UNESCO sites, and to listen to everything she's got going on. So if you like what you heard, make sure to like, share, and subscribe, and click that notification bell. You can find us on YouTube. We're on Odyssey. We're on TikTok. We're on LinkedIn. We're on Facebook and Instagram. We're also on Rumble. And you can also find us on all the same podcast platforms as Abigail and her show. And we'd like to thank you for joining us today, Abigail. And until next time, have fun storming the castle.
That's a wrap on today's episode of the Kling Connection Travel Talks podcast.
Are you tired of business coaches who promise the moon but deliver, well, nothing? Then it's time to meet Sean Kling. He's not here to tell you what you want to hear. He's here to tell you what you need to hear. With decades of real-world experience under his belt, Sean cuts through the noise and delivers sharp-witted insights that get results. He's built for leaders who are serious about scaling and dominating their industry. Stop settling for sugar-coated advice. It's time for the straight truth that fuels success. Work with Sean Kling. Visit SeanKling.com to book your power call, coaching session, or explore partnership opportunities today. Outwork them all. Outthink, outsmart, outlast.
Welcome to the Kling Connection Travel Talk podcast, where the world of travel comes to life through real conversations. Hosted by Sean Kling, each episode explores the highs and lows of life on the road, connecting with travelers, industry insiders, and digital nomads to uncover expert tips, budget hacks, and inspiring stories. Whether you're a weekend explorer, a full-time adventurer, or simply wanderlust curious, Sean brings first-hand advice, destination insights, and honest takes from those shaping the global travel scene. Join Sean Kling.
Hey, Kling Connection fans. Well, today I've got a really cool person that I've known personally for a number of years, and we're having her as a guest today. Her name is Major Jessica Odell, U.S. Army, retired. And she has quite a great story about how she traveled around. She was a military brat. She was all over the world and then finally settled in the great state of Texas. So, we have so much to talk about with Jessica. She's an extraordinary person, and you will not be disappointed in today's show. So without further ado, Jess, could you tell me a little bit about, who you are, where you come from, and a little bit about your background?
Yep. So I was born in Germany to military parents, got to travel all over Europe for the first 4 years of my life and have practically zero memory of it. I have photos. And then once we got back to the States, I was around age 4. After that, we moved just about every year. New York, West Virginia, Tennessee, Texas, Kentucky, Arkansas, Mississippi. I mean, just everywhere. So my parents had divorced, and then I got to go move out to Hawaii and be a high schooler out there for 2 years, then a college student for a year before coming back to the States. And then I just continued to move. I decided to join the military myself and then just kept moving.
So it's kind of interesting because obviously you were born on a military installation, American citizen, and that's kind of cool because you don't really run into that many. I've met one person other than you in my entire life that was born in Germany. That their father was in the army back in the late 70s, and he was stationed at, I think, Ramstein. And he was born in a German hospital. He actually wasn't born on the base. And I said to him, I said, "Are you a U.S. citizen or and a German citizen?" He goes, "No, I don't qualify as a German citizen. I'm just an American citizen." But in order for him to get any birth documents, he had to reach out to Germany as well as the U.S. military to get it. Have you found that as well, or?
So I was born on the base, but my brothers were born off base. So they had that situation. So they have to go through all of that. But no, I was pretty simple right there on the base.
So your father was a 20-year man?
Yes. I think all in all, he did 25, something like that. He retired CW3. Yeah, he did logistics, but his forte was computers. He was building computers all throughout the 80s. But back then, you may see one computer in an entire household, and it was more towards the end of the 80s into the 90s. Man, we had computer parts everywhere, and then by the 90s, we had a computer in each room. I mean, he built all of that from scratch. So he should have been that, but he was logistics.
And you got to tour Europe, which is cool, but no memory of it. But yeah, you can always say you're there. You can put it on a little map or something.
Right. Yeah. I've been to Switzerland. I've been all over the place. I've been to France. I've been to, no memory or recollection of it. But I did get to go back as a contractor, a Department of Defense contractor. I did get to go back to Germany and a couple other places in the world. And
that's really cool, though. But I imagine as a military brat moving from Germany to Tennessee to, wherever, the Fort Campbell, wherever you were stationed at, your family was stationed at. I imagine, as somebody that was, today people live as a nomadic lifestyle by choice, and you really didn't have a choice. You had to go places, but I imagine it allowed you to make a lot of friends, connections, experience a lot of things that, somebody that starts kindergarten and goes to 12th grade at the same school district doesn't get to experience. And honestly, what are your biggest takeaways from that? Because that's a pretty unique thing.
I think it gave me the capability to be kind of like an empath of sorts, where I could be empathetic, sympathetic, and relate to just about anyone, regardless of color, religion, social class, all the things, right? Because when you move, especially year to year, you're always the new person. You're always that underdog. People are always scrutinizing everything you do. You're up there on the shelf in a glass house and people are, so it kind of taught me early, watch everything you say and everything you do because people watch and they judge you. And then it also just kind of gave you that skill set to be able to talk to anybody. You didn't have a choice. Right, and I think it also made my brothers and I super tight because every year we moved and we started off with no friends. We were the only friends we had for several months until people got to know us and, we acclimated or whatever.
So then you go to Hawaii. You wind up in Hawaii, and then you go to college in Hawaii as well as high school. Now, where were you at in Hawaii? Were you at Pearl Harbor? Were you at
no, so in that particular case, my parents had divorced, and my mom, she married a full-blooded Egyptian. And he was a civil engineer, and he got a job out in Hawaii with a construction company. So I got to just be just a kid, a high schooler in Hawaii for 2 years. And then when they came back to the mainland for a different job, I went ahead and stayed out there and just attended my first year of college. And then I was like, I need to go back to the mainland. I need to be near family, because being that far away at 18, 19 years old, completely isolated, I thought, man, if anything goes wrong, there's nobody here. Nobody. that was the first really rude awakening to, family family is important.
Right.
You grow up and you're super independent and you're super self-sufficient because you're constantly moving. But at the same time, that taught me how important being at least in proximity to family was.
Right. No, and when I'm being the history geek that I am, you're living in Germany where World War II ended, and you're born. I mean, sorry, not born. You go to Hawaii where World War II for the United States begins.
Right.
And you experienced this like crazy. I imagine you probably visited like places like maybe Pearl Harbor or, some of that stuff. And, that's kind of cool, especially at a young age. Maybe, now as a veteran, you can grasp a lot of that stuff, but maybe as a teenager, maybe you didn't take it in as much. I don't know. That's
cool. I agree with you because I have gone back and, as a Department of Defense contractor, they would send me TDY, to Germany, back to Hawaii, PACOM, all those things. So I did notice that, okay, I really didn't appreciate it as much, but I'm still thankful that my parents took me anyway, because it still was in the back of my mind. And then as I got older and then went back, it was almost like doubled the relevance. It doubled the sentiment of what occurred there. It just amplified that whole experience.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. We had when I was growing up in Pennsylvania, we had an American Legion that was named after one of the bandsmen. Was on I think it was the Oklahoma, and he was a musician and he was killed at Pearl Harbor, and he's buried in the local cemetery up there in my old hometown, and they named the American Legion after him. So, eventually our show, The Kling Connection, will be making that trip to Hawaii, and, but I always thought that was interesting. But so back to you. I mean, like, you've lived all these places as a kid. Where was your favorite place?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Ooh, that's really tough. I mean, Hawaii was incredible to go to as a child. I was in high school, but let's face it, still child, because I didn't have the pressure of, needing employment full time and all the things. I mean, cost of living out there is crazy. So a lot of people don't even get to enjoy Hawaii for, fully for what it is. Now, what I was able to do was, on weekends or Wednesdays, I remember Wednesdays we got out at like 12:15. And everybody went surfing. And I was like, what? Are you serious? And we'd get on the city bus. We'd get, or somebody, when they finally got a car or something, we'd all pile up. So I got to enjoy all the different beaches. I even got to enjoy some of the different cultures because, there is a little bit of prejudicial treatment to what they call haoles or Caucasians that come to the island. But one, I'm Italian, so I tan really awesome out there. I have really dark hair, and they saw me for who I was, and so I didn't really have a problem. So they wouldn't mind, they being, locals, they wouldn't mind taking me to places where maybe it's not as accepted or it's frowned upon or unwanted. And I got to see indigenous cultures and experience that, just by simply being a teenager who didn't have a full-time job or family, to feed and all the other things. Like, I noticed my parents didn't have the same experience I had because they were always working. So I was incredibly fortunate for that. Outside of that, the other place I liked, and I know it's going to sound so funny because the world's going to be like, oh, what? But El Paso. My dad was, we were stationed in El Paso. This was the mid-90s. Okay, so like 93, maybe 92, 93, 94. I don't remember. It's kind of all blurring at the moment. But the diversity, the food, you had malls and shopping and things everywhere. I mean, it was such a diverse location, even off the base, because sometimes a lot of the diversity you saw was on the base because, as military, we're from all sorts of backgrounds. So I don't know, but it was, again, I was like 4th, 5th grade. So different perspective back then, but I got to be a kid. There were so many things to do. We were scraping knees, climbing trees, all the good things. I had such a diverse group of friends.
And Texas is like, we'll get on Texas here, but I do have to say this one thing. Western Texas and Southern Texas and Eastern Texas are nothing alike. None of that. Nope. It's like 3 different countries.
It really is. Yeah, it really is. And I can say that too, because now that's where we have settled, is what some people call deep East Texas, like basically close to the border with Louisiana. Like I can throw a rock at Shreveport almost.
So
Yeah, it is completely different from the rest of Texas.
so you go and you go to college in Hawaii, and you leave. Where do you finish your college career?
So I ended up in Ohio because, again, my stepdad, so he was a civil engineer. Well, he got a job as a professor. So after he did about a year there, he called me up and he goes, "Hey, I can sponsor you, and you can get free tuition, get good grades," which that wasn't a problem. It was just, yeah, what do you think? And I thought, and that gets me back near family, because my dad and my brothers were still in Arkansas. So, now my mom and my stepdad are in Ohio. What am I doing way out in Hawaii by myself at 19 years old?
Right.
So I took the opportunity. And so I went out to Ohio and attended Bowling Green State University out there. And again, completely different culture. And then not just that, but then there's Dearborn, Michigan, which we used to, frequent because, again, my stepdad was full-blooded Egyptian. Dearborn, Michigan is like a foreign country right here in the United States. The street signs were all in Arabic, the stores, the shop, everything was all in Arabic, which was great because, we got to taste incredible cuisine. We got the freshest fruits and vegetables. I learned how to I can cook Middle Eastern food better than I can cook any American dish.
And that's what I was going to kind of lead into here is, you've brought up your stepfather a lot. So it seems that you and him had a good relationship, and
Absolutely.
he seemed to be a very caring man and somebody that holds a place in your heart. And being Egyptian, that's kind of unique as well. And what did you take away from him? And like, what did he enlighten your world with? I mean, obviously your father moving around from different military bases, got you that experience, but having a person from a different culture, completely different culture and bring up, I mean, how has he played into your life and what has he brought to you?
I kind of give him credit for helping me get through my teenage years. And now that I'm a mom to 2 teenage daughters, I understand how horrible it must have been for my mother. Because we were, at that time, we were butting heads a lot. My stepdad brought a sense of calm to both of us. I mean, he was really great with both of us. And he really kind of held us all together. He's very brainy. I mean, being an engineer, I'm also very brainy and kind of techie and nerdy. And so sometimes we just got to bond like that, where my mom's kind of a different brainy. She's also incredibly intelligent, but just different in different ways. So being a civil engineer, one of the things that he specialized in was it's called underground pipe bursting. So it's a type of construction where you dig 2 pits under, like like say downtown somewhere, or a road, pipe needs to be replaced, where you're not going to dig up the whole road and block everything off. So they just dig 2 pits. They drop this machinery down, and it's got this mechanical head on it, and it goes through the pipe. And then while it's going through the pipe, behind it, it's busting the old pipe and replacing it with a new pipe. It's the coolest thing I've ever seen. And he actually took me on a few real live, projects where it was being done. I was like, oh, this is just so, I nerded out over stuff like that. So I think what was cool was he didn't see me as just, a female teenager. He saw me as an individual with a curious mind, regardless of being boy or girl. He loved that I was so curious. And so he just, I don't know what's the word. He took me out there into the world, with him. Let me show you all this stuff. So as long as I was showing curiosity, he was ready and right there to, capitalize on that and just open my eyes to a lot of things. It was really cool.
He seems like somebody that you are very proud of.
Yes. Oh, 100%. And I'm not downplaying my dad either. My dad is incredibly intelligent. He is very technically skilled. When, mom and dad household were together, I wasn't at that level yet. I was still kind of doing girly things and whatever. I really wasn't showing as much interest in the same things he was interested in. So the ability to really connect and bond over things were, kind of sporadic. But as I got older and got more into those things, and now I bond with my dad over this kind of stuff all the time. Like, for example, my daughters, their birthdays are coming up. One of the things I want to do is sit with them, and I'm going to get my dad involved, and we are going to find all the computer components, and we are going to build our own desktop PCs. I've built my own before. So
you're a tech geek.
Yeah, kinda, like, enough to be dangerous, but I don't know how to code. I can look at code and go, I think this is where the issue is, but I have to start from scratch. It's way over my head. But I want to, encourage that, in my kids, my daughters, is don't, just because you see all boys doing something, if you have the capability and the itch and the dedication to something, do it. Try it. If you failed, then okay, you failed. If not, okay, cool. So that's what we're gonna do this summer is we're gonna build their desktop PCs. But I'm gonna bring my dad in and let him, bond with his grandkids too.
So your stepfather then he teaches you about the Egyptian, I would say Arabic culinary. Yeah. Culinary stuff and tradition and a lot of people don't realize and you and I have worked in the same industry before and we've met people all over. I mean, we're both in the insurance industry. That's how we met. And I've met a lot of people that are from Egypt that are Christians, and people don't think that of Egypt as having Christians. They think it's like, a Muslim country, that type of thing. And, but the culture is a little different. Egyptian Christians are maybe a little bit different than, say, a Christian that lives in France, but they worship the same God. And what type of cultural experiences did he teach you about, and culinary stuff? You said you love to cook.
Yeah, so I'll start with the cultural part. So my mom and my stepdad were actually married in a mosque. She's Catholic. She grew up Catholic, still Catholic. He's Muslim. We went to the mosque. I was in the room with women and children. I went ahead and wore the headscarf out of respect. I was, oh my gosh, how old was I at that time? 16, 17. Yep, is when I received my first marriage proposal. That was eye-opening. So what happened was, obviously, of age, right, in their culture, I did not have a wedding ring on, but here I am in the mosque. And so many of the members of the mosque would go to my stepdad and ask for my hand in marriage because they noticed I did not have a ring. So that was very interesting. And then again, when we moved to Ohio, and that's where they settled, we would go to Dearborn, and every time we would go eat, Lebanese restaurant or any of the other, anywhere, anytime they would see I didn't have a ring. I actually had 3 marriage proposals before I actually had the first one I got to say yes to. And we always joke about that. And I'm not laughing like it's something to laugh at. It's just kind of funny, like to have 3 marriage proposals, from individuals. I mean, I could have been the most psycho woman they would have ever met in their lives. And my heart, I felt kind of sad. I'm like, what if I was like one of those people that would wake up in the middle of the night with a knife in my hand? I mean, just
like the bunny in the pot type of thing.
Right. Yeah. I mean, but anyway, so, but yeah, no, food wise, oh my goodness, I can make some they're called, I forgot what the Egyptians call them, but they're stuffed grape leaves. But I like them Egyptian style where they're hot. I don't like how the Greek restaurants make them cold. I can make a mean, fresh from chickpeas. I can make hummus. I can make baba ganoush. I like falafel, fatouche. I make a mean kosheri. But you ask me to make an American dish, and I'm like, I know how to make chicken nuggets.
I make a hell of a bowl of cereal. I make a great bowl of cereal.
Yeah, I got some frozen meatballs. I'll throw that in the thing, and we'll have some spaghetti. And so we laugh about that in our household too. Is I'm the cleaner in our household because growing up I had no desire to cook, and then when I got to taste other cultures and what they make, all of a sudden I was like, I want to make this. This is what I want to eat.
So now you go to college. How do you start your military career? Like, how does do you go enlisted? Do you go green to gold? Do you start as a commission? How do you start your whole military career?
Back then it was called the simultaneous membership program. So I just always knew, even going into college, I had thought about doing Peace Corps or something like that. I knew I wanted to be part of something bigger than myself. I wanted to serve in some capacity, but I also knew I had to make, ends meet and pay bills. And so I thought, well, how do I do this? And at first I was thinking Peace Corps, but then I was thinking, wait, military to me, and this is how I processed it at that time. And I think it's still a pretty decent analogy. It's kind of like Peace Corps, but you get paid pretty decent. You still get to live in some pretty good accommodations, and you get to, they send you to training, and you put all sorts of skills and training on your resume. So I thought, let me just do that. So at one point, I just kind of went into that. I joined the National Guard in Ohio first while I was attending ROTC. And so there was like a level of catch up there because I came into ROTC in college my last 2 years. So
back in those days too, I'm not sure when you enlisted. I know when I enlisted, women were only trained at certain bases. When I was in Leonard Wood was a basic training for women, and I believe it was Jackson. And then men went to Leonard Wood and Jackson as well, but they also went to Fort Knox, Fort Benning, and Fort Sill. But there wasn't women. Was it the same when you went through?
No. Well, at least not to my knowledge. So when you did the simultaneous membership program, what they did was they sent us to something called LTC, Leadership Training Course, which is kind of like a boot camp, but consolidated into 30 days or 30 something days, somewhere around there. It's about a month and a half. It's not the full blown. So they take all these, cadets, and we catch up on the first 2 years of ROTC and get a little flavor of boot camp, all packed into one. Then you leave, and then that's when they made you at the E5 pay rate while you're doing ROTC at the same time. So there was a lot of two things going on at the same time. And then I did that for 2 years, went into the Intel Corps.
Okay. Yeah. I was enlisted, so it was a little bit different. I did my physical in Philadelphia, jumped a plane, went to Fort Knox. It was all men. I didn't see a woman for about 12 weeks. And, when you see your first woman after 12 weeks and you're 19 years old,
What do they say? You're a real world 2, but a boot camp 10 or something.
Yeah. But I know that when we went through that, there was no women at certain bases. And when I went to AIT later on, we wound up seeing women. And in my MOS, there was women, but still women couldn't be in combat arms when I was in. They had to be a support troop or something like that. And I was what they call a pogue. I'll be the first to admit I wasn't an infantryman or nothing, but it was interesting that the women there today I wouldn't even look at, but at that time I was like, is that my future wife?
Of course.
So then you get your commission. Do you get your commission in the National Guard, or how does that work?
So I did 2 years National Guard, and actually it was going out, to Fort Knox and going through that training that made me say, I do not want to do this part-time. I want to be balls to the wall every day, adrenaline junkie. This is incredible. Sign me up. So right then and there, I switched, wanting to go, just stay in the National Guard to, I want to do this active duty. Something about, we were out there, we were in the field, rucksacks on, everything. We're at the tree line, and the Blackhawks are flying in to come pick us up. I remember looking at I'm covered in goosebumps right now. I remember looking up as we're laying in the grass, like right at the wood line, getting ready to get up and go run to the Blackhawks. I remember as they were coming in going, this is exactly what I want. This is you can't pay me enough to do this.
I'll tell you, everybody has that moment.
That's what I meant. I don't even have to be paid to do this is what I meant to say, not the other way around. It was just I can't believe you're going to pay me to do this. Yes. Where do I sign up? That kind of thing. So,
everybody has that moment. Mine was when I was standing on the hills, and if you've been to Fort Knox, you've heard of agony, misery, and heartbreak. They're the three mountains that are 45-degree angle. And I remember standing up top, and I saw probably 20 M1 Abrams. And at that time, they were still using M60 tanks as well. And they came rolling up the hill, and I said, oh my God, I'm in the U.S. Army.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah.
I don't want to be anywhere else. This is incredible. Yep.
So you go into active duty.
Yep. Okay. After I graduated, I went active duty. I had a summer where, because I was a late comer to ROTC, most people get reassessed between their junior and senior year. But because I kind of I came in late, and I did an extra year of college, by the way, because I had 2 majors. So that's a different story. But basically, my assessment of my performance and all the things happened after I went to the final camp. So for a whole summer, I was just in limbo. I had no idea what the Army was going to do with me. I still was waiting for my branch assignment, all the things. Well, then I finally get it at the end of summer, and they give me 24 hours to pack my bags and get to Fort Huachuca. I kid you not. It was
That's in the middle of nowhere. Fort Huachuca is in the middle of nowhere.
Yep. So I had to go from Ohio all the way. Yep. I had 24 hours to pack my stuff and start that trip. And I was like, welcome to the Army is all I could remember. And then I ended up at Fort Huachuca, and my first duty assignment right after I finished the, basic intel school was South Korea. And I was up there by the DMZ, Camp Hovey, Camp Casey. I don't even know if they're in existence anymore. Had a blast up there. I mean, we were, I'm broken because of it, but we were in the field all the time. We were wrecking and packing and marching and doing and security and all the things all the time.
And back then that was 2nd Infantry Division, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Second
Yes,
ID?
it was.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. So I was in the
So
field.
you were there.
It was almost like,
Go
go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
No, so it was like and at the time, so it's funny because in the Intel Basic course, that's when I met my husband, and I met my husband through family. I had come home for the Christmas break, part of my, Intel Basic course, and I will never forget this. I flew in, and my dad comes to pick me up. I call my stepmom. I'm like, Mom, I can't wait to see you, all that stuff. And she's like, I've got somebody for you to meet. And I remember, I don't even know why I thought it was going to amount to anything. I was like, I don't want to meet anybody. I'm independent now. I want to make sure I'm financially taking care of myself. And, the whole boss babe, independent woman, whatever. That was on my mind. And her famous last words were, I'm not asking you to marry him. I'm just asking you to meet him. He's my husband 19 years later. So I meet him, and about 7, 8 days, 9 days. Well, I don't remember how many days it was, but very too soon after meeting him, I remember having a conversation with him on the phone, and I felt panic, sheer panic, because it hit me. I was talking to my husband. Now, I was the type of girl that if I dated somebody, it was 3 years, 2 years, like long. And I'm thinking, if I dated people in the past that I had known for years, didn't end in marriage, how in the world am I supposed to know this after a week? Like, right. It didn't make sense. I was mad. I'm very, I'm a Christian. I believe I have, strong faith. I was having conversation with God, and I was mad at God, not like in the literal sense, but I was like, what are you doing? I'm going to Korea. I'm about to be, independent, all the things. And now you drop this guy on me. Like, what am I supposed to do? I was so mad, but I just let it go. I just kept the faith. God knows what he's doing. And eventually it got to the point where instead of me waiting to come back from Korea and then getting married, we ended up halfway through going, you know what? It's inevitable. Get your butt out here. And so he did. He came out there. He started working on his bachelor's at that time. Even if I was in the field for like 2 weeks, and the 1 week that we would come back and do reset, we'd have some time off. He and I would hop on a train. We went snowboarding. We'd go to ice skating rinks. We went to, random, markets and stuff. We ate local. We just immersed ourselves, and both of us had a blast. He had such an open mind. We had the time of our lives out there in Korea.
It's interesting, listening to your whole story, because, you're born in Germany, at a military base. You tour the world. Your mom marries an Egyptian. You're living in Hawaii. You go to Ohio. You go to Korea to meet your husband in Korea, not even in America.
No. I met him in the U.S. I flew from Arizona back to Arkansas, where they were.
Oh, okay.
And that's when they were like, "Oh, hey, cool, you're here for Christmas. I've got somebody I want you to meet." And I was like, "No, I don't want to meet."
It's now.
But I took him out there. Can you imagine being a guy and being uprooted and moving out to a foreign country? He was such a trooper about it, and just he was so open-minded. He's like, heck yeah, like he's down for anything.
So you wind up in Korea. Did you get to go to the DMZ, and at least as a tourist, and check that out? That building that people can walk in and check it out. And
No, No, we didn't. We never got to do the tour or anything like that. And as much time as I kind of spent in and around there, we were more like, let's go see the rest. Let's go see the rest of Korea.
So what did you like about Korea? I mean, was the food good? Were the people good? Was the country interesting? Was there anything cool there that you
I would say all of the above. I mean, the locals were great because I did get to actually live off base. I had to fill out a packet like Bible thickness kind of, but we got that whole thing, finalized, and I got approved to live off base with my husband. So we got to live off base. And so, I had Korean neighbors, we had the shops right around us that we went to, instead of just being isolated to shopping on base, and then of course, because we traveled all the time and didn't have problems, just, picking a different train station, getting off and exploring. I mean, everywhere we went, everybody was so great. We weren't judged just because, we were military. And I'm sure it was because he looked like a normal, civilian man. He didn't have high and tight and all that. And then I looked like a normal, woman because in the military, I don't have to have a certain haircut or anything. So to them, we probably just looked like normal tourists. But, the food was also incredible. But I think it was just the diversity of things to do. I mean, there's so many different places to hike. Like I said, I learned how to snowboard, and then there's things you can do on the water. I mean, just the diversity of it all. And it's all within train rides away. You just hop on a train. And the other thing that was crazy was your cell service. This is 2006, by the way. You could just be talking to somebody on your cell phone and you go underground in a tunnel while you're on a train and never lose reception.
Wow. I never knew that.
They're so technologically advanced over there. It was incredible. I mean, it really just opened my eyes to, man, I love being an American, but there are some other cultures out here that are pretty darn, ahead of the game.
And so in 2006, you're looking at, it's, almost 20 years ago now, that you're looking at, that's the height of the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, really, yes. where people are being deployed to Iraq like crazy. I know that in 2005, I lost a friend of mine in Iraq, and he was a kid I coached football. He was younger, and I coached Pee Wee football when I first got out of the service. And I'll never forget, it was my birthday in 2005, and I go into a gas station. I look down on the front of a newspaper. It says, local boy killed in Iraq. And I was like, I didn't even he joined the Marine Corps. And, you see this going on in 2005, 2006. And what happens to you when you leave Korea? What happens
So that was right around the time the military was completely restructuring and reorganizing the brigade combat teams. So before that, it looked slightly different. I wasn't a part of that, but when I got out to Korea, they had pretty much established the brigade combat teams. So then when I got to Fort Hood, they were doing that. So I got put into a unit that didn't even exist, stood up, ground up. I think at the time, the brigade commander was like a senior captain. I mean, because we all had to do stand-ins while everybody was getting assigned and flown in and, moved. So, I mean, it was really funny, like just watching people hold, positions 4 and 5 times above their pay grade and rank. But, it was all temporary. So I got to watch how a unit was built from zero. That was a pretty cool experience. And then they told us we had 1 year to stand up and then deploy. It was unheard of at the time. And right before we actually left, several of us were feeling really uneasy. And it's not because of the capabilities or lack of. It was just so unheard of for a unit to go from zero to deployed in 1 year. There's so much readiness that has to be done. And we just weren't sure we were there. So we got sent out to the NTC, National Training Center. They said, nope, you guys are kicking butt, taking names. You're passing everything that we need you to do. So next thing I know, we're on a plane to Afghanistan.
And that's kind of a cultural shock too. I mean, you again, the history hat in me tells me that, you hadn't seen that type of deployability probably since the Second World War.
Yeah.
They were pulling guys in, drafting them, and 6 months later they were in Europe or in the Pacific.
Yep. You only read about that stuff in books.
Yeah. And then you're in Afghanistan,
Yeah. There were a lot of really long days, but I'll tell you, I can't think of a quicker and more meaningful and lasting camaraderie building than something like that. I mean, because you really are a family. Because, you know, you go around to other units, but that unit, I mean, I still to this day have so many family members, so to speak. And it was because of that. Like, we did something that was almost unheard of, or, you know, only in the history books.
Right. So then you jump on a plane and you're in Afghanistan. What's that like?
It was the best time of my life. And unfortunately, about 90% of what I want to say is all classified. And I'm not saying that to be because I think I'm cool or anything crazy like that, but literally that's where I got to be an intelligence professional, because as you know, stateside, we can't do any of those things. The Department of Defense that's not their role and responsibility. We can't do collections. We can't train and do, meaning though we're not wanting to collect on US people. It was, how do we train as we fight if we're here? And it was very challenging. So to be able to finally get somewhere where that is what we are designed to do, that is what our military command wants us to do, is our job. It was like, oh, okay, cool. And so you still had quite a bit of red tape, but like you just got to do your job. And so that was collecting intelligence. And I'll tell you, at that time, knowledge management was such an issue. In fact, it was such an issue that they made a whole profession called knowledge manager, like a position called a knowledge manager. What was happening at that time is we deployed into the field right before I got there. We, the government, had deployed so many new cool toys that would collect information, and they collect from the soldier, collect from the, command post, command to the head, collect from the headquarters, collect from strategic. We were collecting so much information all at one time, but we didn't have enough people trained and experienced in analyzing all of it, looking at it from the 10, 15, 20 different angles, synthesizing it, packaging, and then giving it to a commander and saying, this is what all of this information means, and this is what I recommend we do next. So that was the most challenging part of that job, was even though the red tape was lifted and now we get to collect and now we get to do the things that we were trained to do. Holy cow. It was so much. It was so much. And then we were trying to find information that the previous unit had and the unit before them, because you don't just want to take what's in front of you at face value. You want to pair it with the history and put it into context before you start talking about stuff. And it was wild. It was really wild.
So you see a big rotation of in Afghanistan of active duty, National Guard, Reserve, Marines, yes, Air Force, Navy, even Coast Guard. So you're dealing with a lot of the inter-service connectability, which is kind of a newer concept at that time in the military, because the Marines went and did the Marine thing, the Air Force did the Air Force thing, right, prior conflicts. And now, you as and I'm assuming you're probably a captain at this point, or yes, maybe a major.
Yep. I was a senior first lieutenant, and then I did get promoted right there on the border with Afghanistan and Pakistan. I got promoted, and it was by our local police chief. I asked him to, because he is kind of like another one of those gentlemen that I came across in life that didn't just see me as a gender. But he just saw me as a human being and a smart, caring person. And that's all I've ever asked of anybody to really think of me as, is if I'm not capable, I'm not capable. If I'm capable, then I'm capable. But he was very proud of me, and it was very rare for an Afghan to be that way. So I did. I asked him to be a part of that promotion ceremony to captain.
So what was the weather like? I've had friends that were there. I wasn't there. I had been out of the military at that point. But, my friends told me that there were times that they were in the mountains and it was really cold and stuff like that. And, when you see video of Afghanistan, it looks very rocky and dirty. But I'm sure that that's not the whole country. And for generations, the Russians were there, the British were there. It's kind of like Afghanistan, they call it the graveyard of armies or something like that. What was it like? What was the terrain like? The weather like?
So where I was located was pretty cool. It was so I was in Nangarhar province, Jalalabad, and that's that's where a lot of the old warlords kind of retired. It has, the Kabul River that goes all the way to Pakistan. And because of that, the parts of the province were very lush, very, lots of greenery, palm trees. I mean, landscape wise, it was beautiful. And then we had the Torgar Mountains to our north, and then we had the Tora Bora Mountains to the south. So we got to see a lot of, the mountainous terrain there. The snow in the winter was beautiful. And then kind of everywhere kind of in the center and out towards the west, was kind of that rocky, dusty, but kind of where we were located though, right along the Kabul River. Man, it was just lush and beautiful. And I mean, the mosquitoes were awful, but I mean, weather-wise, that part was very nice. Out towards the west, I mean, it was just so dry, so hot. I mean, the sun's just beating down. There's no shade.
So you wind up spending how long in Afghanistan? Were you there for a year, 6 months? Yeah, a year. And then you rotate home. And then, one of the things that is, and I'm not sure they were doing it at this time, but it was definitely different in Iraq and Afghanistan, was that, like when my father came home from Vietnam, he literally was on a plane and he wound up in California, Los Angeles. One plane, and he was sent home on leave, no, cooling down period. He was given so much time, and my father was on convalescent leave because he was wounded. So, he came home and that, like, but when you guys come back from Afghanistan, is there a cool down period? Did they send you guys to some place and try to try to tone you down as best they could?
No, what I can't remember is on the way back, did we have like a 1 day or 2 day? I can't remember. If I remember correctly, we stopped over maybe in Kuwait for a couple days. I think maybe it was 3. And then we got sent home in waves. But then once we got stateside, yes, you basically were, and maybe it was 2 weeks. I'm wanting to say it's 2 weeks where you couldn't like just pop smoke and go on vacation or go take a trip to Mexico or whatever. You came home, the equipment started coming in, you started accounting for things, and then you had to go through like a medical review, so you went station by station. Are your finances still in order? Whose spouse left them high and dry. Let's help those folks before they go, so they really wanted to keep us like in a bubble, decompress and then send us out. So, and I think that was actually pretty smart. At first I was fighting it. I was like, oh my God, everybody just wants to go, not do anything military, like just let us go. But the more I thought about it, I was like, no, I see why they're doing this.
Especially like as an officer, enlisted people are looking to you for the answers, and you can give them the answers, but a lot of times you don't know the answer either, but they're like, hey, Captain, what's going on here? When are we going to get this? And you'll know when it's time. You'll know when it's time,
Right.
So you're stuck in the middle.
Right. What was cool though is they knew, the troops knew, hey, this captain, this major, they're in the middle. It's not like we're top brass and can make decisions like that. So it was more of a bonding time because we were in the suck with them. You know what I mean? Yeah. Guess what? I don't get to go anywhere either, no matter I'm a major or a commander. Yeah, we're all stuck here for 14 days. So it is what it is.
So then you're done your time in Afghanistan. You get your cool down, your deprocessing and everything from that. Where do you wind up next?
Well, I went back to Huachuca. It was for the advanced intel course. And then I ended up back at Fort Hood. They always joke about the Fort Hood Korea rotation. And I was thinking, then just send me back to Korea. But I was like, no, they sent me back to Fort Hood. So ended up back at Fort Hood. And then I exited active duty at that point because my husband has decided, we both decided me being the breadwinner was no longer fun and cool for, us. I kind of wanted to look at being a mom for the first time because it was so easy for my brain to stay focused on just intel work. I was recruited to go dark side twice. When you go back to intel school, they always scan and see who would be good candidates. And so twice I was recruited and it was so tempting, but I declined because I knew that I was the kind of person where if I went into a program like that, I'd never come back. either one, the enemy outsmarted me and I'm no longer on the planet.
Around, right?
Right. Or two, my brain would not be able to turn it off. It would be full immersion and nothing else. And so I was like, I can't. So we decided to go ahead and start a family. And he was also like, I'm sick and tired of my wife being the breadwinner. This whole me going to school thing sounded great at first. He's like, but he's like, as a man, I am not okay with this anymore. He's like, it's time to swap. And so we did. And I got my master's and he went to work and then we finally started a family.
So how many years total did you do in the military?
So active duty was 6, but in total with guard, then active, and then going guard again is 15.
Wow. Okay. That's so close to that 20. So close.
Man, I know, but I developed an adrenal issue, and apparently, if your adrenal glands don't function properly, it can be fatal, and therefore they said you're non-deployable. And it was at the time the military was downsizing. So because it was downsizing, and they needed to downsize quick. I mean, this was 2018. So they were drawing down from everything at that time. So they were looking for any reason to cut people. And it was just, at first I was so angry. I just had 5 more years to go. I wanted to give all of it, and continue to serve as long as I could. But, is what it is. So I went through the whole medical, board and all of that. And they said, yeah, we can't keep you. It was so
That's
crushed.
a difficult thing too. I just completed my medical boards and it took me 2.5 years to get approved for stuff that they knew about. And the VA definitely, needs a work, but that's a separate podcast. But the VA definitely needs some work. Over 2.5 years for provable stuff is just too long.
100%. Yep. It's right there in my medical record, 7 times. What's the no brainer here? Yeah. 100%.
So then you decide to move to Texas, right?
Let's see. So I was at we were here, Fort Hood. I departed State National Guard, Texas National Guard. But then we moved to Arkansas for a little bit to stay with family because he started getting into the oil fields at the time. So because he was on rigs all the time and home 2 weeks, back out for 2 weeks, we thought, hey, let's go stay near family for a little while because I had, an infant at that point. So we got to do that for a little bit. And then the National Guard promoted me to major. And then they said, hey, we want you to do this. We want you to go to FA school, functional area. And it's for information operations. So then I went out to Fort Leavenworth for about 4 months and got trained. I was on the training side, not the jail side, to clarify.
Right.
Everybody likes to crack that joke. You went to Leavenworth? What'd you do? And then after that, we did. We came back to Texas, and that's where. So I got a job in San Antonio, and he had an oil field job in San Antonio. So it was the first time in our whole marriage where we both got to work and do what we love. It was great.
So San Antonio. So you've been to the Alamo.
Yes.
Is there a basement in the Alamo?
To be honest, I don't remember. No, I don't remember.
It's like that old Pee Wee Herman movie. They hid his bicycle in the basement of the Alamo.
Yeah. No, but that was another one of those. Oh my God, I cannot believe they knew their fate, and they said, we don't care. We don't care. We know this is futile. We know we're all going to be dead. We don't care. Pick up arms. Let's defend. Let's do this thing. And I was just, whew. I mean, how many people in today's society would do something like that? Everybody's a me, and if I'm at risk of nope, somebody else can die for that, not me.
So now Texas is home.
Yes.
You're a mom,
yes.
A wife. You are self-employed,
yes.
And you've also worked multiple jobs in the insurance industry and, consulting. And I know before we even got on the podcast here, you were talking to somebody that you're working with as well. And so, you didn't let the bad times defeat you and you
Correct.
keep the good times going. What do we have forward look forward to Jessica in the future? What is Jessica's goals, and where does she want to travel? What does she want to do aside from service?
That's tough because I'm very service focused at this time. What I want to start doing is, now that I feel time a little differently in my 40s than I did when I was younger, and I'm realizing what a commodity that is, especially the time you have left with your kids before they fly the coop. You know, one of mine will be gone in 4 years if they follow the, out of the house at 18 thing, and the other in 8. But looking at how fast that time already can fly, I want to start getting them exposed to the world so that they don't have just a U.S. worldview. I had that my entire childhood, and they've had almost the exact opposite. They only know Texas, and we traveled to Arkansas. In fact, we're headed up to Greers Ferry Lake in Arkansas this weekend. So they get out a little bit, but not. And so now I'm looking at how old they are, and I'm like, I have done you a disservice as a mama. Like, I have got to get you kids out. I want to take them to an opera and teach them, etiquette and how to wear something nicer and carry themselves in certain, not just, I'm here, I'm at my house, we game a lot, I go play athletics and that's it. Like, I want to get them exposed. So I'm trying to figure out what travel opportunities would be enjoyable, even though they're traveling with their parents, somewhat enjoyable for a teenager.
Yeah, I follow you. It's there's a big world out there to explore, and somebody like you that has been on the go their whole life, sometimes you just want to find out one place to settle down, but then, you're like, hey man, the grass is growing under my feet. Where do I want to go? What do I want to do? And you work so hard and to provide for your family and yourself and to keep your mental stability going. And you got to kind of figure out at the end of the day, what are you working for and where do you want to go? And that's tough. Especially if you're in your 40s like we are.
Yeah. I mean, I want to take them to New York and get them on a subway and let them figure out how to read a map and see how subway lines work and, bus lines, train lines. Like, I want to make it to where if they get dropped off into whatever or separated from a group or anything, no stress. I got this. I can figure out my way around.
And, I'd kind of like to ask you this one question, and I know this might be a tough one for you, but if you could say one thing to our listeners, especially, your fellow veterans that, have been through the ordeals like you have, what's the one message you would give to them about living the rest of their life?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, because I am kind of at that same point where it's like, okay, I always said I knew what I want to be when I grew up, and then I grew up and I got to be that. But I'm at that stage of now what? Now what? And my kids haven't even left the house. I imagine after everybody's gone, I'm going to go through another now what? I mean, I don't know that your listeners don't already know this, but just the precious commodity that time really is. It can be taken away from us tomorrow. And your health. I mean, I ignored so much during my time in service, and I'm paying for it dearly now because, and they will probably all remember and heard the same thing. You go to sick call, it's frowned upon. You're junk. And it was even worse as an officer because you're supposed to be the leader. And if they see a leader injured or if they see a leader going to sick call, well, they're weak. And that kind of stuff is beaten to your head all the time. So you just did not go. And, that kind of affects the rest of life. But I don't know. I guess I would say reflect, put yourself on that deathbed at the end of life. If you look back and say, if I could only go back and just do these 3 things, maybe pick just 3 that are achievable, then stop at nothing to do those 3 things. because you're at the end of life. And maybe it's only one. That's fine. But don't overkill it. Don't have the bucket list of 100 things long, but maybe just, okay, if I'm on my deathbed right now and I'm about to go see the Lord, but I want to go do this one thing or two things or three, then backward plan in that time, stop at nothing to do those.
Major Jessica Odell, United States Army retired, a life of service to her country, the people of the United States, her family, her friends, and even those that today have suffered insurance losses. She's had a life of giving, a life of love, a life of commitment, and a life of self-sacrifice for everybody. Go to her website or Facebook and check her out. Follow her on Instagram for all her great stories and adventures. We'll leave a link below. And, make sure you also follow the Kling Connection. We're on Rumble. We're on YouTube. We're on Instagram. We're on Odyssey. We have our website, klingconnection.com. We're on TikTok. And you can find us on Spotify, Apple iTunes, and all major platforms for podcasts. And make sure to follow and listen to Major Odell's great interview, one of the best that we've ever had before. It's nice to speak with a fellow soldier, especially somebody that's been there and done that. So until next time, have fun storming the castle.
And that's a wrap on today's episode of the Kling Connection Travel Talk podcast. Huge thanks to our guest, Jessica Odell, for sharing her incredible travel stories and experiences. Until next time, keep exploring, one journey at a time.
Hey, Kling Connection fam. We just arrived home from Italy. Sean and I went on an amazing vacation, and we traveled all around Rome and some areas around the outside. And I wanted to tell you a couple things that if you get to travel to Italy and you want to take advantage of some things that we got to do, we're going to tell you all about them. One of the most amazing scenes you can get to when you visit in Rome is the Colosseum. It was the first site that we went to when we arrived there. And it's amazing. It sits right in the center of the city. You can see it from almost everywhere. And when you travel into it, you can kind of maneuver your way around and get inside to get the tickets. And when you get inside, you look up and you can see these amazing stadium walls, and you can walk around on the floor where the gladiators came out and they fought each other. What an amazing experience. It's old and grand and just really, really, you feel so old when you're there. It's not the American old, it's the European old. There's such a difference. And if you're heading to the Colosseum, we would recommend you get a tour and go with a guide. The guides really give you a lot of information, especially about things you wouldn't have thought of. Was really surprised at, if you've seen the movie Gladiator, right? And you see those gladiators come out and they're all like really, built and have very little body fat and they've got these huge muscles. Well, our tour guide told us, actually the gladiators were a little bit more, I would say, fatty around the center maybe. And they weren't really quite as buff and muscular as the movie portrayed them to be, because they were fighting each other and they were fighting animals, and they actually were a little bit more fatty to help protect their organs from their getting cut and stabbed and things like that. So a lot of the tour guides had this information that you wouldn't necessarily have thought of. One other really important thing to remember, there are a lot of street vendors in the area of the Colosseum, and they want to sell you everything and anything from water to bracelets to pamphlets to tickets to a show. If you're not interested, just shoo them away and say no thank you and turn away. And they won't bother you, but they can be a little bit pushy. So just beware, if you're not interested, just, turn away and say no thank you, and you should be fine. About 2 hours outside of Rome, you can take a bus and go to Pompeii, which is a gorgeous site. It's amazing when you visit because it was covered in ash by Mount Vesuvius in the year 79 AD. The volcano erupted and covered the entire city in this ash. It's been uncovered and still is being uncovered today, but you can go visit it. Sean and I got tickets through the site called Viator. It's a travel site. We get a lot of our tickets through that site. If you want to, click on the site below and Sean and I will get some cash back from the affiliate for us. So, but we did enjoy the site so much, and we loved getting pictures of all of the different buildings and the houses, and it's like a little city. You know, you travel down these little pathways. Bring your sneakers, because there are some areas that are a little bit difficult to manage. You know, it's slick because this lava that had covered is now been, you know, it's really slick to walk on. So you want to be careful when you're there. The guides again will show you all the different kitchens and potteries that they've found and unearthed. You can still see the bodies, the casts that they made of the bodies that have been uncovered too. It's a somber place, but it's so interesting, and definitely take a tour there if you get a chance to go. It's a wonderful site to go see, and very, very historical and interesting to understand. So again, not far outside of Rome, about 2 hours, and a little bit further from Pompeii is the Amalfi coastline. And along our tour, when we went to Pompeii, we continued on and did the scenic tour of the Amalfi coast. And what an amazing view. If you have any type of, like, you want to see the scenic coastline with the beautiful, gorgeous Mediterranean Sea, and these mountainous ranges along the side with the cities of Sorrento and Positano, and these winding roads that take you up along the coast. You can see the yachts, these beautiful, huge yachts with these amazing beaches along the area where the people can walk down and sit and have their coffee, or maybe their breakfast or their lunch. It's gorgeous. We loved sitting along the water. We had a lunch there, and we watched the people. They're walking around, they're enjoying themselves. It's just it's inquisitive of the typical Italian breathtaking scenic outlook that you would want to wake up to every morning and you know, sip your coffee and plan your day for what the next adventure might bring. We loved it. We absolutely loved it. If we would ever move to Italy, we would move to one of those little towns along that coastline and spend the rest of our days. It would be wonderful. Another day trip that we had, which was awesome, we took a ferry to the island of Panza. But listen to how we did it. We left our Airbnb and we took a taxi to a little area where we met our taxi driver. And they took us to this area where we met to get on the ferry. But this little city that we went to was called Anzio. And when we went to Anzio, we were able to see the military cemetery on the coastline there. And it was beautiful. We got some great pictures. And you can see them on our site. Then when we got onto the ferry ride was about an hour, and we went over to the island of Panza. And Panza was where we were able to get onto the boat that took us all the way around the island. And on our route around the island, we were able to stop at some different places, and we were able to snorkel and swim and take pictures. The boat ride we had with some other people, you know, with us. It wasn't a private charter, but we did enjoy ourselves very much. We had a private luncheon on the boat. We had pasta made by the captain, who was just a fun captain to have as part of our ship. He was partaking in some beverages along the way, you know, with some of the other patrons on the ship, and he was, you know, pretty happy towards the end of the sail. But we had such a fun time. We enjoyed, the water was crystal clear, the sun was shining the whole time, and just getting these beautiful views of the island and understanding what the island was about. They had pasta back in, you know, the early days of Italy, from pirates and things. You learn all about this if you take the tour. And again, it was through Viator. I got the tickets through them, and it was a wonderful trip. The guides are amazing. And if you want to get a great trip, look it up through Viator. And lastly, one of the most amazing parts of Rome, of course, is the food. Everybody raves about the food in Italy, and the food is amazing. It's fresh and it's tasty and it's always cooked perfectly. The pasta is al dente, just as it should be. We experienced it all. The pizza, oh my gosh. I mean, the sauce is just, it's perfect. It doesn't have any of that acidity. The cheese melts just right. you can't experience that type of thing in America. It just doesn't exist. You have to go and taste it for yourself. And one of the amazing things is too, you can just walk along the streets and pick up just the most amazing food outside on the city cafe as you can going to a 5-star restaurant. I thought so. I mean, we went to, you know, the little cafe right down from our Airbnb, and I had a gorgeous focaccia with roasted vegetables that I thought was probably one of the most amazing things that I had the entire time we were there. And we went out one night and I had a gorgeous dinner of pasta and mussels and shrimp that I also thought was delicious, and spent a very lot of money on it. And it was wonderful. So what I'm saying is enjoy all the food there. Try everything. They have all of it and it's all so tasty. And we loved all of it. If you like what you saw, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the Kling Connection. We're on everything. Facebook, LinkedIn, Rumble, you name it, you can find us.
Hey, Kling Connection fam, I'm going to step out from behind the camera. She's having a little bit of difficulty today, but we're on every platform. Rumble, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, you know it. We're there.
Yeah,
we are everywhere. We're also doing a weekly podcast, and you can find us on every site that the podcasts are found. Spotify, we're on Apple, we're on Stitcher, you name it, Amazon, we're there. So until next time, have fun storming the castle.